A very good morning to everyone here at the Town Hall. I want to welcome you to the Green Horizons Summit with an extremely long subtitle, which I'm going to read out, and I hope that by this moment we have all started the event entirely. Green Horizons Summit, fostering regional bioinnovation through youth, startups, and shaping the bioeconomy landscape. And congratulations for being here. Yes, please. My name is Živilė Kropaitė. I work for the public broadcaster of Lithuania, and I will spend an entire day with you today discussing all the important aspects of bioeconomy, also trying to figure out what exactly bioeconomy is. And let me, before we kick off, let me just start with a little quiz. I don't want to be a teacher, but I will ask you to raise your hands if you feel that a certain statement applies to you. Do raise your hands who know exactly what bioinnovation is. Okay, most of you, that's very good. Those who want to know more about it. Okay, very good. Practically everybody. Those who could easily define what bioeconomy is. Okay, a bit less, I think, but pretty much everyone as well. Those who are eager to meet the person sitting in front of you, behind you, on the right and on the left. Okay, most of you as well, good. Those who just want to skip all the panels and pitches and go straight to the networking cocktail. 2 or 3 people, okay, that's good enough. So we know where we are at. I'm glad we are on the same page. I mean that there are still people in the audience who want a better definition what bioeconomy is and how we could make most of it. So we'll do that in the next parallel sessions, but we will start deepening our knowledge with welcoming speeches as well. We will first of all hear from the European Commissioner for the Environment, Oceans and Fisheries. That's Virginijus Sinkevičius, and I hope we will see him on the screen in just a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to open this Green Horizons Summit as part of the Bioeconomy Changemakers Festival, which is now underway all across Europe. The bioeconomy is essential. If we get it right, it will help decarbonize our industries. It will strengthen our economies and our rural areas. And it will guarantee strategic autonomy for Europe's food, energy, and raw materials. Today, it already employs more than 17 million people. And it generates more than 650 billion euros of added value for the EU economy. And my hope is that this is just the beginning. The bioeconomy offers sustainable opportunities in agriculture, forestry, and in rural areas. With bio-based innovation, farmers, foresters, and rural communities can diversify their income. It can also mean lower costs and an economy that's more resilient and sustainable. But sustainability must always be front and center, because biomass resources are finite, and they need very careful management on land and at sea. It's a great pleasure to see this event opening in Lithuania. And I salute your commitment to unlocking the power of youth, to maximize the potential benefits that the bioeconomy offers. We need to support inclusive and sustainable value chains, which empower all the key players. Only by engaging young people and listening to their hopes and aspirations, we can help ensure a sustainable future for this section of the economy. Their creativity and energy will be vital to drive innovation, particularly in rural areas. They can help us to identify concrete and viable biosolutions for interconnected challenges like climate change, biodiversity, and competitiveness. According to the Commission's long-term vision for rural areas, the bioeconomy could create 700,000 high-skilled new jobs in rural areas in the EU by 2050. There is significant potential for all member states, including the Bio-East and enlargement countries, as it contributes to their strength and development. But we need to do more to spread this message, especially outside Brussels. So I extend my thanks to the organizers for this excellent initiative and to the EU bioeconomy youth ambassadors in general, who have all been instrumental in organizing the festival. The satellite events like the Green Horizon Summit are doing an excellent job all around Europe, with more than 1,500 changemakers involved this week. Your commitment has my full support as we pave the way towards a sustainable and inclusive bioeconomy. Best wishes for the day.
Thank you so much. We have heard the festival and the youth being mentioned, and I hope maybe Kristina will say a couple of words on this a little bit later. But for another opening speech, I would like to invite now Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Lithuania, and that's Mr. Kęstutis Navickas. Welcome.
Laba diena.
Good morning. Jivile asked what was bioeconomy, and we raised our hands and looked at each other, and not because we didn't know what it is, but because it is a very wide field and it needs great knowledge in order to achieve certain things in these areas. We'll need great creativity here. So bioeconomy in the European Union and Lithuania has started from biofuel. Then the European Commission saw that it was slightly a wrong direction because Africa started lacking food because all the grain was diverted to biofuel, and everything was transformed, and now we are here in this forum speaking about these topical matters. So I believe that it is highly important to stress within the context of bioeconomy for all of us, the politicians, entrepreneurs, that we will not be the country of raw materials. We have to create added value from our produce because it is highly difficult to compete in raw materials with countries that have better climate conditions, better soils, and different standards. And it is becoming ever more difficult. One can manage standards via the excise duty policy, but other areas are more complicated. Therefore, we have to concentrate our attention on the bioeconomy. Now, talking about agriculture, which mostly is the production of raw materials, here we have lots of opportunities. First of all, while producing food, and it is the satisfying of our primary need, here we compete with the living nature. And in agriculture, we have a unique opportunity not just to make an impact on the climate change, but to mitigate the climate change and reduce it. Plants and ecosystems are unique, and they can both absorb CO2 and release CO2. And it is highly important as to how we are going to manage our agricultural activities. Agriculture is also competing with other sectors such as forestries, and we have to share the resources with the flora and fauna, and here agriculture is of high importance as well in order to have this cooperation, because we know that we are living in such an area that without agriculture it would be impossible to manage natural resources. I would like to express my delight that this conference has a separate panel devoted for youth discussions about the future of bioeconomy. So I would like to wish you every success, good ideas, because these ideas will have to move to the future of bioeconomy. Thank you.
At Ministry, thank you, Minister. Those who need interpreting, there are headphones which you might have picked up already. If you haven't done so, do grab a pair and do not forget to return it before you leave. That's for those who need it. I would like to, for another opening speech, I would like to invite Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania, Ieva Valaškaitė.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a great honor and a great personal joy to be here today in this event. In Lithuania, the bioeconomy sector accounts for 7.5% of total GDP. So we, of course, see many opportunities to employ this potential and grow it even further. The sector operates through 4 key pillars, that is, support of sustainable and efficient use and development of renewable resources, contributing to economic growth, environmental sustainability, and of course, social welfare. Lithuanian agri-food ecosystem startups are already innovating across all the entire production value chain, from primary production to innovations like product consumption. A number of startups have made a breakthrough in the agri-food sector in Lithuania, and I'm really happy to see many of them today here in the audience. One example is Divax, who already produce insect proteins. Another very well-known company is BioGNR, which uses fermentation-based production technology to make alternative proteins, and Supergarden, who use freeze-dried technology developed and even patented by NASA. The academic community is also very actively contributing to search of solutions, from a team of scientists from Klaipėda University who have developed a technology to capture and decompose oil pollutants using natural resources like inexpensive agricultural waste and microorganisms found in the Baltic Sea water and sand. The bioeconomy has a great potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. First of all, it promotes more resource-efficient, active, and sustainable primary production methods on land and sea, and it does strengthen ecosystems' ability to regulate climate. Promoting R&D and DI activities is therefore our main top priority, ensuring cooperation, of course, between science and business in the private sector, and of course, the growth of human competences. The Ministry of Economy and Innovation therefore has invested and developed more than 14 measures, totaling more than €500 million of funding towards this direction. I believe that this will be investment that will generate a tremendous growth potential for our businesses, and of course strengthening that cooperation with science that I already mentioned. I am looking forward to today's discussion, and I think that everybody is also looking forward to the Startup Challenge that will be a great example of some very fierce competition today. To stop here, I would like to thank everyone for attending here, and of course invite you all to exchange your best practices, find some very productive cooperation channels here as well. And I think that the challenges that we are facing every day here in the European Union are very, very similar. So we can only address them together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last but not least, I would like to invite on stage CEO of AgriFood Lithuania, European Cluster Manager of the Year 2022, Kristina Šermukšnytė-Alešiūnienė, which, yes, please, everybody.
Dear Minister, dear Vice Minister, dear distinguished guests, first of all, welcome to the summit, Green Horizon Summit. I'm very proud that this topic is so important to everyone, starting from the youth, from the startups, continuing for the industry stakeholders and players, and to academia, research, and of course, policymakers. We already heard the word from the Minister and Vice Minister, how important is the bioeconomy. And why we're doing this in Lithuania, for the first time, it is the satellite event of the Bioeconomy Week in European Union, and we are a part of Bioeconomy Changemakers Festival. This initiative was created by European Commission's DG Research and Innovation in collaboration with Bioeconomy Youth Ambassadors. And I'm very proud that in Lithuania, actually, we have a youth ambassador. Ugne Dirdaitė, please stand up, Ugne. She's not here? I think she's being online because today we're going to be connecting live and sending our best regards from Vilnius to the Bioeconomy Changemakers Festival participants in Brussels. So we already heard what bioeconomy is, and it's not quite an easy answer. I can just hope that today, during the discussions, during the dialogues, we maybe will create the new definitions for the bioeconomy and new ideas how it could be implemented in every sector. But to sum up what we heard so far, the term bioeconomy describes everything that we produce with renewable biomass. So maybe some will agree, maybe don't, but that's up to the upcoming discussions. And I would like to underline very important three pillars on which I think bioeconomy could rely to be implemented. First of all, we've been already talking about that's startups. And startup means everyone could be involved as long as you have innovative ideas. And I'm really looking forward today for the startup pitches and to hear those brand new ideas in the innovative minds. The second pillar, that's youth. We talk a lot about the youth. Today we're going to be hearing a lot of discussion on how to help those talents grow, how help them to innovate. And this is very important. And the third pillar, to empower women. Well, I've been talking many times during different events. There is actually a real research done by academia that in order to revive regions, we are facing the problem all across Europe with the regions' depopulation. In order to revive them, we need to empower youth and women. So this is very important, again, if we want to see bioeconomy be implemented, we need to empower youth and women. So let's hope we're going to be doing that, and let's hope for the change makers to come into the different sectors. So this summit today, during the agenda, will talk about the development of different policies, about the shifts towards renewable energy and importance of transparent data sharing and the use of advanced analytics. So these are essential steps to discuss, to innovate, fostering global collaboration in bioinnovation. Only through collaboration, we've been hearing that already, it's very important that we can achieve our goals. And as we proceed today with agenda, let us keep at the forefront of our minds the potential outcomes, what we want to achieve today, what kind of steps we would like to underline. So this conference, this summit would be the strong foundation in order to proceed with the bioeconomy goals. And in conclusion, let us remember that the path to a sustainable future is a long journey. We can embark for this journey only together, and this is very important. A journey requires the inclusion of everyone, the empowerment and leadership. And again, let's remember young talents, let's remember women, and let's unite all of us together in order not only to implement bioeconomy to the different sectors, but also to revive our regions in EU. If we want to see strong EU for the upcoming years through the innovation and the new paths being made. So let's talk today and let's hope that we are moving towards a brighter and greener horizon. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristina. I hope that you will get back on stage in just a minute. And some chairs will follow as well, because we will have many speakers on stage participating in the opening discussion. I will invite them very briefly. It's just that I do not see any chairs coming, so before that happens, I will keep talking, and I will just say that there's a hashtag if you want to ask questions. Hashtag which you can scan, and it will appear on the screen sooner or later. If it doesn't,
Sorry, since you're talking, let me join you. I forgot one very important thing while the chairs are coming in. As I said, we're going to be connecting live to the Brussels, so we need to send hello to the Bioeconomy Changemakers Festival. So please, everyone, stand up and let's wave to the Brussels. Say hello. Yeah, hello from Lithuania, Vilnius. Woo.
where is the camera? This one? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ačiū, Kristina. If
Thank you, Christina.
the QR code, then there's a hashtag, Bioeconomical 2024 Main. Slido, the app that is very easy to use, or not necessarily the app, you just go to slide.do or scan the QR code, and then you can get your questions to us. It will be important because most of the content that will be happening today will not be presentations. It will be, me asking questions or someone else asking questions, and all of the distinguished panelists answering questions. So the more questions they get, the more challenging to them, and the more we get more, get off this event, which I'm wishing that happens. Okay, now we've got chairs, and I will start inviting, because we do have many speakers, and I hope there are enough chairs as well. We will discuss charting the future, pioneering sustainable bioeconomy in Europe. One of the key goals will be to highlight the critical role of bioeconomy in Europe's sustainable future. We will also discuss fostering dialogue amongst key stakeholders about the challenges and opportunities in the bioeconomy sector, and also discuss strategic approaches for integrating youth, as many of you have said, and startups in advancing the bioeconomy, which sounds rather general, but we will try to make most of it. So let me first of all invite on stage CEO of EIT Food, Richard Zaltzman. Thank you for being here. Do leave one chair for me, but then otherwise just choose, whichever chair you want. Yes. CEO of AgriFood Lithuania, the host as well of this event, Kristina Šermukšnytė-Alešiūnienė. Thank you so much. President of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, Vidmantas Janulevičius. Estonian Ministry of Regional Affairs and Agriculture, Argo Pepson. Head of the European Commission representation in Lithuania, Marius Vaščega. We will begin with an inside speech, right?
I hope so.
Do you want to do it sitting, or do you want to be standing here? Whichever you prefer. Okay, then in which case I will have to move a little, I think.
Thank you, wonderful guests, for being here today. I'm delighted and honoured to be invited on behalf of EIT Food a European Union innovation agency in the food sector, just to share a few words with you to kick off this first panel and start what will be a fantastic day of insights, conversations and inspiration as we look at the future of Europe's bioeconomy. And to do so in Vilnius today is particularly meaningful, since it's here that a comprehensive approach for sustainable, balanced development of the bioeconomy has actually been going on for years. The bioeconomy is so much more than an economic sector. It's a thread that runs inextricably through our lives, our communities, our society. It provides food, natural resources that every single one of us use every single day. It's where 18 million Europeans find work, which in turn generates wealth within local communities, regions, nations, and for the Union as a whole. To treat it just as a sector or purely an economic opportunity is to miss the vital nature of the societal, environmental, and economic benefits that transitioning to a sustainable, regenerative paradigm for our biological resources presents. The bioeconomy future is our future, and therefore the future of our children and youth, who today are facing an uncertain world brimming with challenge. Focusing our efforts on a sustainable bioeconomy which produces food, energy, products and services from regenerative landscapes, this is shaping the future for generations to come. The seeds we sow today in the bioeconomy will grow into sustainable natural resources that we depend on for our food, our medicines, our energy, materials, and so much more. These are the seeds which will grow into the jobs that will employ the children who today are in classrooms learning about the challenges of climate change, learning about the stresses and pressure on our planetary boundaries. These seeds will shape the ideas and the creativity of our entrepreneurs and the pioneers who take incredible risk with their lives, with their farms, with their factories, and who become the foundation of the future and the engine of sustainable and regenerative growth. For us to engage and empower youth, there needs to be hope. For startups and entrepreneurs, there needs to be opportunity. And the bioeconomy gives us a platform for both. It creates hope that we can shape our future to be sustainable with food, fuel, energy, and much more, no longer contributing to the challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, water stress, and the many other threats to humanity that we face, but instead offers vital solutions. It gives us an opportunity for a wave of innovation, transforming the landscapes and value chains which underpin our society, our environment, and our economy. A regenerative bioeconomy will be one where growth doesn't come at the expense of depletion of natural resources, or where hidden costs are borne by as externalities by the communities and the people who suffer from the effects of climate change, food shortages, scarce and expensive resources. A regenerative bioeconomy is one in which food security, sustainable resource use, mitigation and adaptation to climate change, and strengthening Europe's competitiveness can be achieved alongside the regeneration of landscapes, the growth of communities, and the creation of a future for the youth of today. This is a moment to open the door for innovation, and it's fantastic to be here right at the heart of that. The bioeconomy has the potential to generate 1 million new jobs by 2030, with the startup community playing a leading role in this. To do so, today is a moment to look at how we align our efforts and, as Christina said, collaborate to stimulate and support innovation, contributing rather than recreating, pooling our resources together, building on the work of others. By aligning across value chains and landscapes to bring the many, many instruments, actions, and opportunities together, we can create multipliers that give a truly exceptional platform for all of us to achieve the transformation that we need. We must also be bolder and braver in how we recognize and address issues, creating a unified voice to tackle the blockers which prevent change more robustly. We're losing innovative startups and entrepreneurs from Europe who are taking their bioeconomy solutions abroad because they cannot get to market quick enough or they can't raise capital easily enough. As a community, we can be a louder, more direct voice for change to create and support the environment where innovation can really thrive and where it will be at the heart of this transformation. And finally, we must continue to create amazing opportunities like today, where the best and the brightest of our innovation community can come together, learn together, showcase their incredible work, and forge a path for the bioeconomy to become the future that we will all depend on. Thank you for giving your time today. It promises to be a fantastic event, and I'm really looking forward to the panel.
Thank you so much, Richard. Last but not least, when I'm referring to speakers, I want to also invite on stage advisor to the Minister of Agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Lithuania, Kristina Simonaitytė. I will remind everybody of the QR code that you can scan and ask your questions. And I want to immediately refer to pick up on what Richard has said when you say that the door we should open the door to innovation. So my initial question is very simple. Shouldn't the door have been opened already?
Look, it's open, but it's open a crack, if we're honest about it. I mean, if you look at the journey startups take, it's still a real slog, and people take enormous risks, often at personal cost, to move forward with that. And there are many things we can do. I mean, at the simplest, continue to invest in education for entrepreneurs, for startups, just to create that foundational capability that we need. There is so much more we can do within Europe to align the capital instruments that we have. So, look, if I look at the EIT and the EIC, for example, we're working on that collaboration, but of course it could be better. It could be easier and quicker, and frankly, let's just take a slightly higher risk profile on this in terms of access to money. And there are some regulatory issues. And I would love communities like these, and we want to be at the forefront of that, to maybe, if I can say it here, a little less diplomatic in where we need to be, a little less guarded in our words. Fundamentally, regulations today is slowing or stopping novel food products, novel ingredients, novel technologies getting to market. And we are losing ground to America. We're losing ground to Singapore. We're losing ground to Israel. If we want that to continue, that's our choice. But as a community, we need to get on the front foot and say, this isn't good enough for us, and we want change. And I think those three things will make a real difference.
So if that is not good enough, as you have said, we cannot make it, I mean, the products do not make it fast enough to the market, right? Would you maybe share some success stories of EIT Foods, specific examples that would have made fast enough to the market and are successful models that we could be, exploring and talking about today?
Yeah, sure. Look, we've got an amazing portfolio of startups. It's hard to pick a couple. I'm going to call out Napiferin, who are a Polish startup. They've just raised another 2.5 million. They've done amazing work to create novel proteins from side streams and waste streams. And they have broken through. So those products are getting to market, but it's been, a 7 or 8 year journey for them, Marilisa. So yeah, they've stuck with it. They've broken through. They've raised plenty of capital. They've done an amazing job. And now they've proven the model for converting what others see as waste into real value for the economy. Another startup I love is a company called Agrain that take spent grain from brewers. So grain, I should know the market price right now. What's the price of ton per wheat? Maybe 100 euros a ton, something like that?
Edmundas?
Yeah.
Would you know that from the industrialist
I would say so, a little bit higher at that moment, some 130, but neverthelheless, the prices are much more lower than it was a few years ago.
Exactly. So let's take it, because I'm not that good at maths, I'm going to stick with 100. 100 euros a ton leaves the farm gate. So the farmer collects 100 euros of value for a product. That goes to the brewer, they brew with it, and then they have spent grain, which they typically pay to be disposed of. This company, Agrain, take that grain and they can generate 500 euros of value from the spent grain. So they're taking something which was otherwise waste and generating 5 times the original value of what people thought the value was. And they do that they turn it into a lovely flour, it's all malty and delicious, and they turn it into multiple products that can be used to substitute for dairy. But actually what it opens the door to, and they're not doing this, but it opens the door to really innovative business models. So you're a farmer today, it's a linear business model, but how about grain as a service? So you ship your grain to the brewer, they use it and you ship it back. You ship it to the miller, they use it and turn it into a flour, and you ship back the residual and you use that for maybe some interesting proteins in a cooperative, or you use it for cattle feed, or you use it as a fertilizer. So what we're seeing both is the product innovation, but the spark of business model innovation. And that's what we find really exciting at EIT Food.
Thank you so much for your insights. Mr. Janulevičius, you were nodding your head. What is the current situation with the bioeconomy industry in Lithuania in more general terms?
Yeah, it's not easy to say. It was very interesting sentences said by the Minister of Agriculture that, let's say, we are still the biggest exporters of the raw materials, of the grains and so on. And at that moment, I think it's a huge possibility and possible synergy inside the industry and inside the agri, all the directions, because we need to produce the big added values here inside, not to be exporters of the raw materials, but exporters of the different products with a much more big added value. And we are talking, I think, since last few years about that. I see some positive changes now, even in some bigger agri concerns, which says in the past, no, we have our niche, we have our direction, we will export the pure grains, we know how to do this, this is the best business solutions. And now we see.
So you're saying practically nothing is changing? Nothing has been changing in the last several
it's
years?
Changing, it's really changing, but of course for this kind of changes you need the innovations, you need the capital. And as a colleague says, access to the capital here in Lithuania, of course, I would say so, not the best. And if you will see from the European, and then Marius Vashaga will tell me the same, European Central Bank says that we are with the lowest access to the capital, mostly from the whole European Union. And for these innovations, you need to have the access to the capital. And I think it looks that sometimes Lithuania looks on the capital side as some suburbs of European Union. Not with the ideas, not with the people, not with the young entrepreneurs with the new ideas, but just with with access to the capital. I think this is problem number one. But of course, all of the countries of EU has a challenging time now because the interest rates was growth because the inflation was, and this of course not giving the better access to the capital. Of course, geopolitical situation across Baltic states and Lithuania not the best as well, while the investors may be not very active at that moment in this kind of direction. I think this is a situation which a little bit stops the development. But this is a huge future. We know this in combination with the industry, with a different energy sector, especially here in Lithuania, with different new technologies which we can implement with the new generation of the greenhouses, to using the solar, semi-transparent solar, different possibilities. We're on the right way, but we need to have the access to the capital.
When you talk about interest rates, I saw you commenting on social networks. I understand that industrialists expected the central bank to already lower the interest rates by now.
Yes, we hope. We hope that in the June we will have this reduction of the interest rates. But the 88% of the Lithuanians, people who take the credits and companies, they have the 6 months Euribor. That means if they will start to reduce in June, realistically we will feel only in December. If they will start to do this in July, what is the most nowadays, we will feel this in February next year only.
Okay.
That means this half year it will be quite difficult for the whole sectors.
So access to capital is the problem number one, as you have said. But let me go back to the statement that you refer to what the Minister of Agriculture has said about, we cannot compete with countries with better raw materials. We have to create added value. And we have been saying that for many years, as far as I understand, but not much has been changing. Could I maybe get this back to the minister, to the Vice Minister of the Agriculture, and ask specifically what is being done about it, knowing that, there's such a big awareness and the minister has expressed it in a very, very clear way that we just cannot compete with countries with better raw materials.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I would just like to reiterate that thought that the minister has said. So indeed, we are still mostly producers of raw commodities and exporters, producing for exporting, right? So since the start of our term, the minister is really focused on how can we transform this economy towards more from moving from raw commodities to producing the products of higher value. And as it was mentioned here already, these changes, they don't happen overnight, since, the economy is just so entrenched, and that's what people know. This is how we've done for many years. So these changes, they take time, they are slow, but that's what we are working towards. And that's exactly what, when we were planning our strategic plan for agriculture and rural development, also introducing measures that would encourage especially small and medium farmers to cooperate and just in general to support these types of farms to move towards the...
Would you name a measure for us to understand better what you're referring to?
Well, okay, so I can talk specifically about what we are supporting from the bioeconomy perspective directly. So we have a measure from the strategic plan that's dedicated for bioeconomy projects. It's a 50 million euros measure for 5 years, and the projects are specifically for processing of these raw materials into a higher value products. And what's also very important in this measure is that the projects, they should bring innovation, like something that hasn't been done in Lithuania. That's kind of the idea to promote these higher value products. But also I think that in general what we are supporting is not just specific bioeconomy measures, but this transformation of the agriculture sector. And it was mentioned also these other streams of revenue and bringing back to the farm what was previously considered as waste. So, for example, the innovations and the developing of ecosystem of biomethane, and the other EU funds have supported the building of biomethane plants, to produce the biogas or biomethane. But then, what today we need to be more, aware of or consider is the other side. So, how do we supply these plants with raw material, right? So, for example, biomass from grasslands or our wetlands or otherwise. And how to ensure that the farmers are aware of the benefits that they can get in return. So biomethane, the plants, they produce a byproduct, which is digestate, which can be returned back to the farm in the form of fertilizer. So, I think the question here is how do we arrange this ecosystem in a way? How do we that all these connections are apparent to the farmers and to other stakeholders? And so I think that's kind of the main question of today as well, how to be aware of these possible pathways in the future.
What about Estonia? Are you facing similar problems? You personally have contributed to the Estonian bioeconomy roadmap. Would you share the challenges here, and do the problems coincide with ours?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here in Vilnius. And as I always say, that I'm one of the bioeconomy evangelists in Estonia, and I try to speak about the bioeconomy in every occasion. So
we're glad to have you here.
Yeah, stage is mine. But yeah, I would say that it has been really quite a long journey in order to have finally some kind of strategical document which will give some kind of concrete actions as well in order to achieve very high visions what we have. And the vision is that the bioeconomy could be the backbone of our future economy. So as we see in the ministry that the future economy is bioeconomy, there is no other way actually. And if we speak about the green transition, it's also obvious that the bioeconomy is the enabler of the green transition, and green transition is obviously not possible without the bioeconomy. But the questions about the higher value and how we can use the raw material what we have as well in Estonia, quite a lot, agricultural raw materials, and of course in Estonia the forestry is very important as well, in economic terms even more important actually compared to food and the agricultural sector. But it's the same situation in Estonia, that we are already for years speaking that we should use the raw material smarter, better, and give higher value to it. But still, if you see the export numbers and what we are exporting, it is still raw timber or raw cereals or raw milk.
Okay, but have you, have you come closer to using, to the smarter use of raw materials? Did you make any significant steps or not at all?
Yes, we have done really huge steps, I would say so. There have been several quite high investment measures from RRF, specifically targeted to the adding value of bioresources. There was about 30 million euros investment, which is ongoing currently. And there are also other actions in place. For example, some Estonian enterprises are very good in order to apply circular bio-based Europe joint undertaking investments and flagships investments to Estonia. So I would say it's have been about 60 million euros investments in order to really boost processing of bioresources and biomaterials, especially in the forest sector and food and forest chemistry sectors. But agricultural side and food part is a little bit slower, I would say, because it's very traditional and there is a lot of inertia within it. As I see that farmers in Estonia would like to be just farmers, not chemists or energy entrepreneurs. But here comes the thing that we are looking really carefully, that the solution for that is that the building the clusters and building the industrial symbiosis between the different sectors within the bioeconomy is the key within it, because bioeconomy is not about the sectors, because you can start in one sector and end up in other sector, and that's why I don't really like to speak about sectors when we speak about the bioeconomy. There is no sector as such, because the bioeconomy is related to everything.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I could just briefly go back to Lithuania and ask Kristina if there are aspects from which we could learn when we listen to the Estonian example. Any success stories that we would want to pick up on and carry out here. What are your thoughts when you were listening to the Estonian example?
Well, I think I would like to hear more about the Estonian, the strategy that they have developed, because we do not have one in Lithuania, and I think we will talk probably more about that. But how necessary it is to have the strategy to really move forward in this topic, and I think there might be everyone might have a different answer here, but I think what I would agree with is that some kind of a roadmap with maybe targets and goals would be necessary just for us to be able to measure our success. How, as you were asking, so how fast are we moving, what we are actually doing, can we show any examples and good success stories. So I think having that kind of document, roadmap, strategy, something would help us to address that as well more successfully. And also I think another question that I would have, and it would be interesting to hear from the Estonian experience, and you mentioned specifically that you are not, you don't want to talk about different sectors, but I think to agree on producing this kind of, whole government kind of document, you do need to talk, with different ministries, and so how that process is going, how can we find a solution and a collaboration between the different sectors in this case in producing something that's above sectors.
That is a very good question. I will, ask it a little bit later. Let us now move to the Commission, because we have started talking about roadmaps and guidelines. That's something that we expect from the EU always. What role does the European Commission play in harmonizing bioeconomy policies throughout and initiatives throughout the EU?
I think we try to play a very active role. We are playing a very active role, and in 2018, bioeconomy strategy has been produced. But I remember those times of 2018, and this was just pre-Green Deal times, so the times were completely different. And I think now the way that the bioeconomy can really take off and take the flight is with the Green Deal policies. Green Deal policies, because we have very clear targets which help to businesses to think for the future, to put the investments correctly, and to know that the future will be green. And actually, the way that the things have been put now at the European level, they clearly show a very clear road to 2050, which is the climate neutrality goal, 2050. Then we have a 2030 goal of reducing the CO2 emissions by 55%. Now, in order to even have some middle grounds, we have the 2040 goal of reducing CO2 emissions by 90%, which was just proposed by European Commission. Where does that bring us? That brings us that the investment which is coming from the EU's perspective, be it the Recovery and Resilience Facility, be it the structural funds that are coming to Lithuania, they are also being channeled for reaching those goals. For that reason, for example, the Recovery and Resilience Facility that has been created after the COVID, it has very clear percentage that has to be devoted to the green goals. And of course, bioeconomy is part of that particular goal. We have been also speaking a lot during this Commission term about the circular economy. And I think here we have to also introduce the angle of circularity into the bioeconomy. We should not be looking at it in a complete isolation. It's the circularity, it's the chemicals. We have introduced the guidance or the strategy for how we can develop the chemicals and how can they become more bio-based. So it's not only agriculture, you have so many angles in this, and we are working on those. And I think what is important is to know that in the future, it simply has a certain inbuilt agenda towards 2030, 2040, 2050. And I really think that this will help bioeconomy to pick up.
If we refer a little bit to the Estonian and Lithuanian part of the discussion, should every member state have a strategy on bioeconomy?
It's a question. It's a valid question, I think, which is to be answered depending on each member state, on the way how they work. It's for some, it's important to have a strategy. Maybe others can have an action plan. Maybe they can have it as a priority for themselves. Probably it does help when you put things on paper and when everybody agrees it. If you prepare the strategy and discuss it with the industries, with the stakeholders and so on, everybody's happy with the result, and then everybody's kind of like to work for that more. So from that perspective, yeah, perhaps. But this is not a real prerequisite for achieving the bioeconomy development.
Mm-hmm. Vidmantas?
I just want to remember that in 2013, Estonia says that they want to be in the future since 2030 competitive without support, any EU support on the agriculture sector. This was kind of strategy, was very ambitious. Of course, I hear now, maybe it's not very popular nowadays, to say that to survive without any support from EU on the agri, did this strategy was finished or?
Yeah, let's get a brief comment. Was that ambitious?
Because it was really ambitious, and it was as a North Star for Lithuania. Maybe we can do this the same, but we didn't listen nowadays.
Have you managed to reach the goal to do without the EU support?
You know already the answer.
Okay, you don't want to comment on that, but maybe you could then comment on the ministry to ministry, you know, the aspect that Christina has mentioned. How has the communication between the different ministries been going?
Yeah, that is really important question because, you know, the previous question was about is it really necessary to have kind of a strategy at all? So I would say that the paper itself is doing nothing. We have thousands of strategies, papers, roadmaps, whatever, but I would say the importance of this exercise is exactly that the ministries and the stakeholders and universities and entrepreneurs are thinking together about the issues what we have in this field and about the possibilities what we have in this field. And as well, it is important that during this process, really the meaning of bioeconomy becomes more understandable, because I would say that most of us is understanding what the bioeconomy is, but the tricky part of the term is that let's say the food production is also part of the bioeconomy. We have been producing food thousands of years already. The same applies to forest, and that's why for people it's difficult to understand why we are now speaking about the bioeconomy. And I always say that the most important within is that it is the alternative of the fossil-based world, and that's the key within. But speaking about cooperation between the ministries, it has not been very easy, I would say, because there are no surprise, because it's not the question that there is not possible to cooperate, but in Estonian case, circular economy, for example, is responsibility within the Ministry of Climate, and the Ministry of Climate is now very, very huge ministry, because
it's not the Ministry of Environment, but the Ministry of Climate.
Ministry of Climate. This was changed during this summer, and it entails now also some parts of the former Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Environment and some other. It's really Ministry of everything, I would say. And as I said, they have the responsibility for developing the circular economy, and so on, and so forth. But when we speak about the bioeconomy, it's really difficult to put where should it be within the whole system of governmental policies. And this, in Estonian case, we even have developed a new term for the bioeconomy. In English, it's easy, it's circular bioeconomy, but we have in Estonian language put them together and use the
What does it sound like?
word. It's ringbiomajandus. It's circular bioeconomy, but in Estonian it's a little bit different.
So you merged everything together for the communication between ministries to be easier, because you put everyone
exactly
together.
for that reason that we will not speak about circular economy and bioeconomy, but we bring them together because they are really interrelated and it's really important. But still, I would say that the whole process of the developing of the roadmap was really important also for us, for showing to the government, because this paper was approved by the government, that the government also understands that there is something called circular bioeconomy, because I'm not very sure they understand probably the circular economy part, even though they are thinking it's a waste management, but anyway.
Okay.
And currently, imagine that the energy issues, for example, are or were more important to the government level, or the war in Ukraine. The questions like that are always more important than the question of the, sadly, bioeconomy roadmap for the government level. But but this process of developing the roadmap was really important in Estonian society to show that there is something we can achieve more.
Thank you so much for sharing all this. I want to refer now to Christina, who hasn't spoken during this panel yet, and maybe we could then, before we get into questions, because there are so many questions, and thank you so much for typing them. I will try to get as many of them as we can, but let's discuss the youth aspect, because you emphasized it a lot, Christina, and you have said that youth engagement is also very important. How can we empower the youth to become active participants in bioeconomy? What is being done already? What are the measures that work, and what are the measures that we have not really implemented yet?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's going to be a whole panel on the youth empowerment, but I'll try to answer just a little bit reflecting on what has already been said in the panel. So when we talk the strategies, when we talk the foundation from which some kind of action steps come, I always say, let's look what's already been done. For example, lots of initiatives coming from EU already are towards greener, towards bioeconomy. So then the next step is on national level also to implement such schemes. And as Vidmanda said, very good, when we talk about biotechnologies, when we talk about startups, when we talk about youth, these type of technologies, they really need capital. So assessment to the capital, biotechnologies are very expensive technologies to implement, to work with them, to scale them. So when we set ambitious goals, but we don't have any schemes for the funding on those goals, so it's impossible. It's going to be impossible. And even for the farmers, for example, in Lithuania, I would say that farmers are really keen to implement the new technologies, and they really want to try new technologies. But
so you wouldn't say that Lithuanian farmers are like Estonian ones who just want to be farmers but don't want to be chemists?
No,
as you have said.
I think our farmers, some of them are already doing researches on their farms on their own, like implementing new technologies. But again, we turn to that all the piloting, all the new things, they need actual funding. So it's, again, I turn to that. It's not only the collaboration on the national level between different ministries, but it's also coming from EU directly. Last year, for the first time, actually, commissioners started to talk between them that even different cabinets should be collaborating, should be co-funding from different initiatives. And we've seen already many fantastic initiatives coming with the funding, such as startup villages, regional innovation valleys, also talking about the possibilities for the bioeconomy.
Thank you, Christina. We have really many very good questions. I think I will refer the first one to Richard, who has been, listening very carefully, nodding his head, and I'm sure you will have an excellent response to this. No pressure. How can we convince the policymakers to be more innovative in the decision-making process? Clearly, we need policymakers who understand the ecosystem we're in, and Anonymous is saying. So what can we do to push?
Yeah, policymakers, it's one of those amorphous groups of people. And I mean, ultimately, policymaking is a process of engagement and inspiration. And the people I know in the policy sphere, they're looking for that inspiration. They're looking for the examples of people who've done amazing things and how that rolls up through to change. I think, number one, more of this sort of thing that is overtly about showcasing the potential for change, but bringing policymakers into that environment. And I would say at EIT Food, our engagement with the DGs has been really, really positive in this aspect. They've now come to us and said, okay, we want to listen about what your community, listen to what your community can do on protein diversification, for example, or listen to what your community is proposing on regen ag. So I think number one, it's just a bit of a change in the tone of voice. If we put policymakers on a pedestal and treat them with a bit of a bow and a scrape, we're probably going to miss the inspiration and a bit of a spark and challenge that will actually get them thinking. The second is probably pick a couple of breakthrough topics. And I mean, listening, I wouldn't want to do your jobs. I mean, it's so broad what you have to do. And there's so many policy interventions that we could do. And I think within this is one of the existential European challenges: is where do you focus your attention? For us in EIT food, and I know this, you know, if we sat around a table, we'd have a million different things. For us in EIT food, absolutely there would be a focus on how do you get novel foodstuffs that are directly related to today's technologies around precision fermentation, proteins, etc. How can we get those to market more quickly? There's a clear challenge to address there, and that gives you a point punch on policy to say, let's see if we can break through there. That's number one. Mm-hmm. Another one will be almost at the other end of the spectrum, the farming policy. So how can we use farming policy to give farmers the courage, the de-risk what they're doing so they can make changes? And again, farmers are business people. They take decisions every day, and most of that risk sits inside the farm gate. And so if you looked at policy and said policy to de-risk pre-farm gate, you could really make breakthroughs in enabling farmers to make the changes themselves without, maybe that's at the heart of your wishful transition to zero subsidy, is farmers will do it. They just need a little bit of help to give them the trust that when they take those steps, they're not going to die on their backsides when things go wrong.
Vidmantas, maybe you would want to comment very briefly on talking to policymakers and the change of tone as one of the aspects.
In general, of course, it's education and awareness, and of course for the policymakers as well. What we are doing, I think, with the Green Deal, with the Green Direction, we are doing right things. We keep all the technologies inside us. We are more trustable in case as a country, all European Union in general. But I would say so, education. Education in these cases would give us possibility in the future to change these things for the younger generation. And about the farmers, yes, sorry to say this, but younger generation farmers, they're really innovative. They're really innovative. We can see this inside even Lithuania, they really do a lot of different practices, and they see to the agriculture as the normal business, how to improve this business. And of course, traditional farming still very active. We see this in Poland, in Lithuania as well. They always, since from the past, they always want to fight. Of course, they need to fight for some things. It's reasonable. But if we will see who is fighting now on the streets, mostly with the tractors, we see, I would say so, older generation farmers in general. That's mean education. I think this is the future, and of course this will make the influence on the policies.
And there is a question related to education as well. What about ethical educational part? Majority of agriculture people against innovation and new technology. For example, people slowly moving from common fertilizers to innovative bacteria-based. So we can consider this a comment, and we'll move to a question. There are quite a few of them on startups. Do we have enough human resources at the Commission level, Mr. Vaščega, who will control or advise startups how to register new products, food, etc.?
May I just react also on the first, before going to startups, on skills and on younger generations, because I think there is a completely different point of view when you go to the younger farmers. But the same goes, because I had to work a lot on fisheries and on fisheries policies, and the same goes there. It's whenever you have the young fishers, it's a completely different story. For them, what they need help is to have a Wi-Fi on the ship and similar things, and clean toilets and so on. And then they're happy they do, because they think, okay, this is something which we should be doing from our hearts, maybe because our parents or our grandparents were doing. And I guess the same can be transformed in the agriculture. The more younger people, the more attractive it is for the younger people to come, the more innovation will come there. Now, on startups and Commission and the human resources, well, Commission normally looks huge from outside, thousands of people and so on. But indeed, when you go when you go deeper and when you look exactly how many people deal with a particular issue at the European level. For example, let's say a few directorates general that I know best. One is on environment. You have less than 400 people in that EU department. Is that a lot? Probably a bit more than Lithuanian Ministry of Environment, but it's about 450 million people. So indeed, it's a tiny administration if you take comparison to how many people and for how many countries you have to deal. And this is a constant struggle. But okay, we try to work with the resources that we have without really, making them bigger and reshuffle according to the priorities. And these type of things, they are taking place. And I think we are able to deliver the results. And I hope that it will be possible to do that in the future too.
What about financing? There is a question which I'm going to read out in Lithuanian and then briefly we'll translate it as well. There's problem.
The most frequent problem related with startups is rescaling of results. Here we need businesses, not capital, and investments die in drawers.
Scaling of their results, we need capital other than venture capital, the involvement of capital. If there is no financing, the innovation dies in the doors. Is there any change foreseen on the EU and the Lithuanian level as well?
For
financing startups, scaling startups, because the innovations die in the doors, Geet is saying.
No, but I think we have quite a predictability at the EU budget on the financing because it's being fixed for the 7 years periods, and we just had a midterm review which took place, and I think the Horizon funding and similar fundings, they stay as they are, and here, I think within the remits of the current budget that we have, which again, sometimes being thought that it is able to do everything, EU budget is around 160, 170 billion per year, which for a continent like this is not super huge. But there is a predictability, and I think then, of course, the question when it goes to the member states and how it's being taken up in the member states. But there, it depends on each member state.
How do you think the EU could foster exchanges between startups, academia, and policymakers in order to keep the temperature under 1.5 by 2030? Make the change long-lasting and bearing positive economic and environmental externalities? What are the barriers for this and how to overcome them? Who would like to, to take this very important, yet a very general and a very big question? Richard?
Okay. It is a huge thing. Step one, let's just break that down. So what is the role startups have to play in the 1.5 challenge? It's enormous. They're bringing innovation in specific areas. So I would say if we can focus on what are the major interventions we're trying to make. So we're here on the bioeconomy. The bioeconomy has a number of very, very tangible opportunities in mitigating carbon emissions and potentially producing carbon sinks. So a focused discussion on that opportunity, bringing the startups, and I would say innovators. We focus on startups, and actually many of them fail, and quite rightly so. That's part of the process. There are innovators everywhere. There's innovators in our largest, oldest corporations as well. So if we think about startups and the innovators, bring them into that conversation, but with a really focused perspective on it, which is basically what we've done today. This is the kind of community and the kind of forum where you can get a channeled, focused discussion on what to do. Then what are the enablers? If we can get to these are the enablers we need, and being more direct about those asks. There's a lot of money in the EU available, but it's hard to ask for it in the right way. And I think if you can use a forum like this to be more Dutch direct, I work with a lot of Dutch colleagues, they're very, very direct about what they want. So let's get a bit more Dutch direct. We need this to happen.
That's a very good, very specific advice. Let's get more Dutch. When it comes to the bioeconomy in Kristina, this will go to you. When it comes to the bioeconomy in agriculture, a lot depends on the correct use of the right fertilizers. What financial incentives are planned so that new advanced fertilizers developed in the scientific sector are produced and used in Lithuania?
So this is since in Lithuania most of the greenhouse gas emissions in agriculture specifically comes from use of nitrogen fertilizers. So this is a very important for us area, how to try to reduce that use and move towards different options. So I think what we, as the ministry, we are doing, we are, and something that wasn't mentioned really that much in the panel, is supporting the science and research into new products in a way. And I think the role of science in these discussions is also very important, and I think we should bring them more to the table and participate in these dialogues and help us to better both understand what bioeconomy is and also what the solutions are for the climate change, the biodiversity loss, and the pollution problems. And the same goes with the finding the alternatives to fertilizers, this very specific problem. So that's exactly what we are doing. We are supporting researchers and science institutions in Lithuania through various projects and direct funding for their projects that they want to, some questions to answer in over the longer term as well. And so I think that's kind of one of the things that we are doing.
Estonia, any incentives that you would want to share?
The question about the research and science and innovation funding it's obviously very important because without it, it's not possible to find any new solutions. That's for sure, and that is one of the main pillars also in Estonian bioeconomy roadmap. But obviously, the Ministry of Rural Affairs and Agriculture is not only player on this field. Ministry of Education and other ministries also. And we are really looking into investments in order to give the possibilities to pilot and test the possibilities which are also worked out in the laboratories and in small scale. And there will be in a few years some kind of let's say development center in Estonia where it is possible to use, test and pilot the lab scale results of the biomass and bioproducts development. So it's really important. But I just wanted to mention about the innovation and in the farm sector of Estonia. To be fair, just of course there is also innovative farmers and especially in younger generations. But obviously we are just a little bit. Maybe so quick in thinking compared to Lithuania or other countries. But
normally it's the other way around.
Yeah, but
we are not as quick as.
But anyway, it's really something I would also mention that in our education system and also in younger generation, they are really much think about the IT sector and see that is the future. But we also need a bubble in the bioeconomy sector, and there can be really good connection. You can use the IT and artificial intelligence solutions within the bioeconomy and the boost and find the solutions in the bioeconomy. So we have to also bring the bioeconomy more to the educational system in order to build the people who are able to find the new solutions.
I think that this is the aspect that we will maybe be able to cover during the youth discussion, because there were a lot of aspects that need, to be elaborated on, but we are running out of time and there are still questions. I'm so surprised that there are so many really, really good questions coming in. I think it has never happened before, so do continue that.
Trust your audience.
There are quite a few panel discussions to come. If we can make this as vibrant, I think we will end up having a very successful event. So thank you everybody for your contributions. I'm going to stop here because I'll just have to, but thank you for your questions and Thank you for your contributions, and thank you for being dynamic, and thank you for being so vibrant, and thank you for all that you're doing. The discussions will continue. We will now give a big round of applause to all our speakers of the panel. And as everybody leaves the stage, before we get into the next panel discussion, I will want to invite two people to sign the memorandum on alternative proteins, and alternative proteins will be the next topic of discussions today. So the Innovation Agency, Lithuania, Romualda Stragienė, I've seen her, I think, Director at Innovation Agency Lithuania. She will come on stage now, and you will all give her a big round of applause. Joining her will be Robert Jones, President of the Board of Directors at Cellular Agriculture Europe. Photos are very important in this process. I think you can conduct the signing procedure, and if you want to make a comment, you will also be welcome to do that, but we will continue with discussing alternative proteins in just a minute. But this is the memorandum on alternative proteins, which is being signed at this very moment, and the folder is closed. Hands will be shaken, and we will rejoice the moment together.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Does anyone want to say a word? No? Very briefly? Okay. Okay.
I'm speaking on the panel after this.
I know, okay. Thank you so much. So do stay with us. Romualda, you're leaving, and we give you a big round of applause. And Robert?
Okay.
Do not leave, Robert. Do stay with us here. I think we will invite all of the panelists of the next panel before we hear from Netta, who will be joining us online. But let's now invite on stage again Ieva Valeškaitė of the Ministry of Economy and Innovation. Where is she? Oh, I can see her. Head of Public Affairs for Mosamid, Robert Jones. EIT Food Ambassador, Andy Zinga.
Hi.
Welcome. Vice Minister of Agriculture, I think I've seen him as well, of the Republic of Lithuania, Vytautas Abukauskas. Not really?
Hey, Andy.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he'll be here in a minute. And also the Good Food Institute Europe Policy Manager, Seth Roberts. I think I've seen him too. Thank you. And that's pretty much everybody. Let's give him a warm hand, please, everybody. And we will begin with an introductory insight, future perspectives in the cultured meat sector, the experience of Aleph Farms. I hope that we will see Netta Leivon on the screen in just a second. Are you with us? Can you hear us?
Do you see me?
Not
Hello?
me. We can hear you for sure.
Great.
And I hope in just a second we will be able to see you on the screen as well, right? Everybody? Do we still need a minute for video? We can see you, and that's good enough. In the worst case scenario, we will just listen to you, but we will hope to see you in a second as well. Could you welcome and thank you for joining? And we are eager to hear your insights about alternative proteins and your example.
I hear you well, and I'm here. I don't know if you can see me.
I would say we begin, even though we do not have video. It might appear anytime on the screen. Do deliver your presentation as if we are seeing you, and then we hope that this will become true sooner or later.
Okay, so hello to everyone. My name is Netta Lavon, and I'm a co-founder and CTO of Aleph Farms. I'm speaking from Israel. Unfortunately, I couldn't join you today, but I hope to join you next year. Thank you for the Ministry of Economy and Innovation for the kind invitation to present to you the topic of cultivated meat and how do we really cultivate the change, how we unlock the potential of complementary proteins to build a sustainable and thriving regional bioeconomy. And I would like to start with telling you today about the journey of Aleph Farms and cultivating this change. So what is cellular agriculture? Cellular agriculture is the way that we produce cultivated meat. And as was just spoken in the past panel, this is a novel food. But actually, the technology to produce cultivated meat is an old-time technology that we are using for thousands of years to produce all kinds of food products that we are using day by day. These technologies in the past have used microorganisms like yeast or for fermenting beer, or microorganisms like bacteria to make the yogurt that we are all consuming for many, many years. With cultivated meat, we use the building blocks, the same building blocks, the cells, but coming from mammals mainly, or from fish or from birds, to grow the edible part of the animals without the need to grow the whole animal, which means that we grow the cells into a structured product, which in our case, mimicking the steak and brings the texture and whole experience about steaks, which are comprised of fat cells and collagen. And of course, the majority is the muscle cells that build this muscle tissue, which is actually the steak that we are consuming. So these technologies that we know for many years are used today to produce these novel foods under a safe environment. And why do we actually need these innovations? It's not because we only enjoy it, and we enjoy it a lot, but because we need to close the growing gap to make sure that we have enough proteins in our nutrition, which is essential for our growth and sustainability. And the animal products, unfortunately, cannot meet this demand, which is growing with time. As we know, the global protein consumption is expected to increase between 30 to 50% by 2050 due to large growth in population, urbanization, and also increased income in developed countries. In order to close this gap, we would like not to grow more animals, but to find innovative ways that can supply us with these important nutritious factors, but without the environmental pressures, to avoid any resource scarcity, and to make sure that these products are healthy and also take into account the ethical considerations. So to the ones of you who are not familiar with Aleph Farms is a cellular agriculture company with 105 employees. The headquarters is in Israel, with offices in the US and Singapore. We were founded in 2017 by the Strauss Group, the Kitchen Hub, Didier Toubien, our CEO, Professor Shulamit Levenberg, a world expert in tissue engineering from the Technion, and myself. We have a differentiated and proprietary technology that is using non-genetically modified cow cells for range of applications, and we start with cultivated steak. We have raised so far $140 million from tier one investors, and the first of its kind regulatory approval we have achieved just by the end of last year to sell our first product, which is the cultivated steak. We anticipate the launch of the product very soon in this year and the full-scale commercialization by 2026. And why are we leading the way and pioneering first? This have shown in the past 7 years that the company is active. We were the first to cultivate thin-cut beef steak back in December 2018. And we were first to cultivate steak in space back in September 2019, and also with another mission that we did just a year ago with Eitan Shtiba, the Israeli private astronaut. We are the first company of the cultivated meat companies to commit into net zero. We did it already in 2020. And the first to cultivate rib-eye steak, which is made by 3D bioprinting, in February 2021. We are the first company to get ruling from the religious Jewish authorities. The chief rabbi of Israel, Professor Lau, allowed us to have the meat as a kosher, and not only kosher, but parve as well. And last but not least, by the end of 2023, we got the first regulatory approval for cultivated beef in the world. It is the first product to be approved in Israel and the first beef product to be approved around the globe. And this is very important because we have chosen to work on beef because of the high or the low feed conversion rate that these products offer when we use animal for growing meat. And that is the focus of our company. And we believe that the important quality and impact lies within these beef products. But on the top of the meat that we are producing, actually cultivating cells is a platform for various applications that are using biomanufacturing to promote the bioeconomy. We are using our cells in order to cultivate collagen, which is our first product to emerge from Aleph Frontiers and our deep tech incubator. And we are now in product development and exploring its potential use cases with partners, including in fashion industries and the medical industries. We are also using the 3D bioprinting technologies that enable us to build a portfolio of diversified cultivated meat products, including fattier and thicker cuts. And our technology is actually a diversified platform that enables us to cultivate beyond beef, also other mammals, among them the lamb that you can see here for producing high quality fat and muscle cells. And in the last few years, we were also focusing on our platform for Aleph Zero, which enables us deep tech exploration by growing fresh food without resilience on Earth's natural resources. Using this platform really provides us food security on Earth in extreme environments by pushing the frontiers of net zero resources. At Aleph Farms, we believe that in order to get into all the achievements that I just shared with you, we need a whole village or a whole, I would say, area around us, because we could not do it by ourselves. This is actually a very vivid ecosystem that is built on academia partners, startup, big companies that are mainly responsible for supplying us ingredients, and a lot of connections between the companies to promote the common ground for meeting the challenges that we have as a disruptive technology. Accordingly, we collaborate on different aspects, among them the regulatory perspectives, and also looking at harmonization between different regulator bodies. And also the trade associations are working together in order to promote a lot of education to the consumers, and also in universities building unique programs to make sure that we have enough people that are trained to be part of this ecosystem in the future, and expanding it further. And I think that the last but not least, and this is where we are standing today after we already have few regulatory approval, is to make sure that we are lobbying the importance of our technologies in order to promote food safety and security around the globe. And accordingly, we need the funding of governments in order to support the building the plants, investing in CapEx to make sure that this amazing technology also become true and can really complement the gap that is required for protein to make sure that we have a healthy a population with the sustainable, meeting the sustainable goals that we all agreed in France a few years ago. Thank you very much, and I'll take questions if possible.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. We give you a hand. If you're still with us, I just want to double check if you were to single out the main challenges that you're facing, would you say that this is, as you have mentioned, regulatory challenges and consumer awareness, or would you single out a different aspect?
I'm very glad that in the last 2-3 years, we were able to get around the world, not only Alifarm, a few regulatory approvals that actually show the de-risking of this technology. And this made us feel very, very comfortable with the technology that we are developing, and that shows that this is safe, and that would be probably part of convincing the consumers to really purchase these products. At the end of the day, what the animal cells bring is a very good taste, appealing texture, and the whole experience is much more similar to what we know that is coming from animal. Because cells are animals just without growing the animals themselves. And accordingly, as we do food, the taste is the most important thing. The challenges that we have are mainly relates to reduction of cost and making the technologies to produce in large scales. That has been always the challenge of cultivated meat, and we went through some of the improvements along the year. As an ecosystem, we have shown that we can reduce the cost dramatically. But we are now dependent on large-scale production in order to meet the final goals of making the cost available as food that we already consume today. We really look forward to starting selling our product and see the customers' reaction, because they are very anxious to try and taste it.
And would you just say a couple of words on the university aspect that you mentioned, that you tried to get people early on into the system? How is that working? Where are you at?
Yeah, so there are some courses that relate to cultivated meat, which are new in the universities, mainly the universities that have food science courses. And this is important for us because we see that there are specific challenges that are between the knowledge of biotechnology and the knowledge of how to make food that are unique to our sector. Moreover, there are a lot of research projects that are done still in the academia that we need, because these are, I would say, basic science questions that can really promote the application of cultivated meat in the becoming decade, that relates to, let's say, what is the best methodology to grow the cells and make sure that they are safe and stable over a very long time in culture, and all other aspects that relates to the nutritional values of these products and how do they really being digested in humans in order to really make sure that on the top of their being safe, they're also nutritional and really available to our bodies.
Thank you so much. I'm very glad that you have joined us, and at the end that we were able to see you as well. So thank you so much for your insights and your contribution. Okay. We will move now to the speakers here, because there are quite a few distinguished speakers as well. And I want to begin with you, Robert, by asking if you could maybe tell us about the memorandum that you signed. A couple of words. What was it all about?
Yeah, thank you. Well, great presentation by one of our members of Cellular Agriculture Europe. We were pleased to sign this memorandum of understanding to help be a partner with Lithuania in building a cellular agriculture ecosystem here in the country. There's been several examples around Europe. I think the Netherlands being a leader, Denmark now stepping up, and seeing a real opportunity in the bioeconomy space to make investments that grow jobs, grow a new industry. and complement the existing agriculture system. So we're looking forward to partnering and helping bring knowledge sharing and expertise to help Lithuania however they need in order to build that ecosystem here as well.
And where is Lithuania in terms of alternative proteins? Maybe we could hear from Lithuania, the Ministry of Economy, yes, but are there measures that you're introducing to foster the usage of alternative proteins?
Thank you very much, Jivila. So where is Lithuania is a very good question. Lithuania right now, I think, is trying to solve all these issues that were mentioned by Aleph farms that they were speaking about before. From regulatory issues, we want to be active in participating in the discussion that is happening right now on the EU level. Of course, we have some homework as well to do here in Lithuania, even under common current very strict regulatory European framework. We still have some things that we can adopt right now in Lithuania to foster the technologies here, for example, tasting. We also are in the situation where we need to grow our talent pool because right now, of course, we have universities that are developing technologies that are actively working. Me, myself, I have been a few months ago visiting Kaunas, where scientists are growing rabbit meat from scratch. Yeah, so we have talent in Lithuania, but we want them to be in the hotspot in the highest level educational institutions in Europe, mostly, of course, in Netherlands. So we are planning to launch this grant or scholarship schemes for those students to go and get their expertise to learn from the best ones. We are creating I think a very vigorous ecosystem with many stakeholders from business, from academia, from governmental institutions who could foster the technologies, not only before mentioned cultivated meat technologies, but all the alternative protein technologies, included fermentation. So we are working right now to build the ecosystem, to build a talent pool, and to solve the regulatory issues, I would say so.
Thank you. And what about the Ministry of Agriculture? How do you view the role of alternative proteins in the country's agricultural and also economic development?
Aš tikrųjų lietuviškai kalbėsiu, tai noriu atsilikti vertimą.
I will speak in Lithuanian. As regards the development of alternative proteins, the farms, I think we need to carry out the impact assessment. How would that respond and impact the farmers? Of course, if we have alternative protein, that would encourage some animal husbandry farms to shrink. Of course, there is another problem is all the challenges that our animal husbandry poses due to the methane and so on and so forth. We also forget that animal husbandry farms produce a lot of green mass. The greens that need to be cut 3 or 4 times a year, and also CO2 that absorbs CO2.
We learned about cost of reduction, the taste of meat, regulatory challenges that also Yeva has mentioned. What would you say are the main challenges that you have encountered when scaling up cultivated meat production? Would that coincide with what has been said, or would you have some extra comments?
The primary challenge has been mentioned already. This is a technology that's spun out of human medicine. And so the components that have been used in the research and development phase have been largely pharmaceutical grade components, highly purified, very expensive. And we're going through a journey now of identifying replacements for those components, mostly in the growth media, the nutrient-rich broth that the cells grow in, to get food and feed grade components that are much lower cost. The growth media that the cells are grown in is about 80% of the cost that we're looking at. So as we get that cost down by orders of magnitude, then you're able to come to market with a product that people can afford. So obviously that's a number one goal. I think something that hasn't been mentioned so far is that while there's a clear regulatory pathway in Europe, it's really the gold standard in the world. It's also, unfortunately, one of the longest regulatory pathways in the world, but it is very robust, and the gold standard is we're beginning to see quite a bit of political divisiveness wrapped up in a larger conversation around challenges in conventional agriculture. And so part of what we're here also is to have a robust, transparent conversation about how new technologies in cellular agriculture are symbiotic and can sit at the same time with existing agriculture and complement each other, including just a quick note, that nutrient-rich broth, the growth media, those nutrients come from crops. In order to feed our cells, you feed them in the way you feed an animal. We need wheat and pea and soy and sugar beets and all of these components, and we want those nutrients to come from European farmers.
Thank you. Yes, Andy.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a quick comment about innovation in this space. So we, as Yeti Food, we're an instrument of the European Union, and we would like to foster growth in diverse proteins. And one of those, of course, is cultivated meat. So one of the things we do is we invest in technologies that help to reduce the cost. We ran a price-based challenge about a year ago on reduction of cost of growth media. And we will make the technologies that come out of it available to any and all firms in the space because it fosters the growth of the entire industry. So we partnered up with the Good Food Institute, GFI, of Europe, and we each put in 250,000 euros to make that happen. In addition to this, and this is really a key aspect also, is what do consumers think about this kind of meat, right? And we found that when you say to someone, lab-grown meat, they will say, no, that's terrible, I'm never going to eat that. But if you sit down and explain to them, and we've done it with certain focus groups, when you explain what it is, they will say, oh yeah, well, that sounds pretty good. So we invest, in actual fact, really into teaching people to get not just awareness, but also literacy around alternative and protein diversification, because it is important for everyone to understand what it means, what it does, and what it can do for them and the environment.
Steve, what do consumers really think?
What do consumers really think? Well, actually, there's been some really interesting polling that GFI is going to release in the next couple of days, which is specifically related to cultivated meat in Germany and Austria. And actually, it shows that consumers are really interested in these products. They're really interested in trying them. There is a degree of a lack of literacy. That's still the case, I think, across Europe.
But in trying them or eating them on a regular basis?
Well, trying them. I mean, yeah, buying them, trying them, these kind of things. There's also really, and to build on what Robert said, actually, which is about the fact that the EU has this gold standard regulatory approvals process. I think this is a really important point to bring up again. When we talk about challenges, I think that the sector faces, I don't think that regulation should really be viewed as a challenge in this way. I don't think it's a helpful way of thinking about the kind of dichotomy. I think it's an opportunity and a proof point for the sector to go through the EU's most robust, approvals process in the world, to bring that kind of the evidence that comes with and the kind of really robust, objective narrative that enables you to build then with consumers, to build this trust, to build this kind of desire, I guess, and attractiveness to buy the product. So I think the two are quite interestingly interlinked. But the one thing I would say is that, yeah, testing consumer sentiment around a product which is, not on sale in the EU, a lot of people don't know what it is, I think it doesn't give you very accurate results. So I think it's a case of building up that kind of evidence base over time.
If you say that regulatory challenges are not really challenges, would you maybe say, from your perspective, what would the main challenge be? And then also, where are we at in general in terms of alternative proteins compared to, let's say, last year?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's fair to say, I don't like the term challenge, I think, with regulation. I do think there are some opportunities to, maybe make the process in the EU slightly faster, slightly more, collaborative between regulators and companies. I think those are all definitely fair points. but I don't think viewing it as a challenge or as a hurdle to be overcome in a negative sense is particularly helpful. So, and again, if you ask me about what's changed since last year, there's been loads of interesting developments, both in the kind of like product development space. We've seen, new products, companies engaging with regulators in ways that they haven't done before, new products being tested and coming to market, particularly in the plant-based space, which is kind of sometimes neglected in this conversation, but there have been new products that have gone through the regulatory approvals process there. So, and increasing funding as well from both national and EU governments. So there is this kind of, I think there's this recognition that alternative proteins can play a significant role in a future food system, and an increasing willingness to find hooks to engage them in kind of bigger discussions. So like we're discussing today, the bioeconomy, the recognition that actually alternative proteins can be a key pillar of that, I think is something that's been developing over the last year.
Thank you. Andy?
Just a quick one. So I think there's actually a structural problem with protein diversification, and the structural problem is around the private sector investments, because the private sector, so like VCs, PE firms, etc., they like to come in the front end, and in actual fact, there are two valleys of death for these firms, and the GFI actually has a lot of documentation on this and proof points. So usually when the investors come in, they want to invest in software and other asset-light technologies, which they can go to prototype quickly and start to generate, put a dent into the cost. In the protein diversification, there's a difference between doing a bioreactor that kicks out 100 liters of product versus going into industrial scale production. So there are investments that require much more capital expense, and they also have a higher risk than the usual investments, right? And that really makes the private investors shy away from some of these technologies, particularly the ones that are capital intensive. That's a structural problem that can only be overcome by governments actually investing more money into crowding in the private sector. But that investment usually tapers off after the first valley of death. So, and that's a real problem. So, and that's another big problem that, again, the GFI actually identified. In the food sector, the investments by governments is actually much lower than in all kinds of other green technologies, and by a factor of 300 in actual fact. 300 billion, 1 billion. And that makes no sense because, again, the GFI found out that every dollar invested in food and food technologies actually has a 3 times more effectiveness than any other green technology investments. So in other words, if we want to solve the climate puzzle, governments would really do well to invest in this particular piece. So just wanted to know there's a structural thing that needs to be overcome. There's a really, really key issue that needs to be discussed and handled.
Yeah, and since we have representatives from the government, from the ministries, do comment, please.
I think that there's one very important thing I must note. If you listened closely to the discussion, you could hear that they were saying that the issues are scale up. The issues are not enough government funds. The issues are, for example, like a few years ago, nobody was talking about scale up or about not enough investment from the government. Everybody was doubting the technology itself. Yeah. Right now, we are talking like we have a product on the shelves in some countries, or we are having them very soon. And now we are talking about how to scale this up. So from my point of view, from my perspective, I think that it is very important to be in that discussion for Lithuania. We have a great example in Lithuania in growing our life science sector. Like right now, we have a life science sector that is 2.5% of GDP. We are planning to grow it by 2030 to 5%. And just a few years ago, the sector was minuscule. So we have an annual growth of 22%, and 90% of our life science sector are exports. We have companies in Lithuania that are global leaders. We have Thermo Fisher, even here in the audience. We have Teva, we have Hollister, all these grand names that weren't like 10, 15 years ago, they weren't here in Lithuania. And now Lithuania is proud to say that life sciences is one of the drivers of our economy. And here we can have the same with the alternative proteins and with food production as well. And I think that's very important, not only because of ethical aspects, not only because of economical aspects, but the food security is one topic that we haven't touched today. And in Europe, when Russia has brought the war back to our continent, food security is a hot topic and a sensitive one that needs to be addressed. So I think that are the reasons why we need to talk about it today and why Lithuania has to be a part of a discussion.
It's very important what you're saying. I will give you the word in a minute. I just want to clarify, when you say that we want to become a hub, I think that was the wording used for alternative protein production and research. That's quite different from just being part in the discussion.
Sure, of course. I wouldn't be a member of Economy and Innovation Ministry because, of course, we want to have investors here. Of course, we are inviting them to explore possibilities to invest here in Lithuania. Of course, we are not doing it just to have a tasting rules, if nobody's coming here to present the product. Yeah. And of course, we want our local businessmen and local scientists to develop these products here if we think and we agree that this is one of very important food production technologies in the future, and that is like 10 years from now.
Thank you. Seth.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually build on what the Vice Minister said in terms of what Lithuania has been able to do in the life science sector is pretty remarkable over a very short period of time. And I think it speaks to actually what the panel before us was talking about, the idea of having strategies, of setting long-term visions with tangible deliverables that have actual political buy-in right from the centre of government. So bringing all those different ministries together to agree on a common position, a common vision that's not just little buckets of policy activity here and there. It's not just tastings or something else. It's actually, where do we want the sector to grow to? What do we want it to deliver economically in terms of jobs? I think that's actually something that could be really, hugely valuable for the alternative protein sector. If I could make one, recommendation about the policy changes, it wouldn't be this kind of, this like picking specific measures. It would be try to build a vision of what we want the sector to become. And I think that's exactly what could start to happen in Lithuania.
So that's very important. But what is also important is going back to the very customers themselves, which, we have discussed already, but there are questions coming in related to it. For example, I think, Seth, you have mentioned a specific poll that is coming out soon, but there's a question that maybe someone else would want to pick up on. Have you done reliable polls on how many people in your country, whichever country you want to choose, would like to switch from real meat to synthetic? And then I lost it, but there was also a very good question related to it.
Have there been scientific research with regard to impact on human health?
It's done on the impact on human health, growing alternative meat, and would that not cause more allergies and other,
I can pick up on the last one, and I think that industry professionals may share some poll results. Talking about the research, so this particular technology must have an approval of institutions in European Union. It has to go through food safety regulation. That is one of the strictest, and as it was mentioned, it's the gold standard globally. So there is no way we can there is no need to do it locally specifically, because it's already going through the procedures in the European Union. And no doubt in our own research capabilities, but there is a standardized procedure for this type of regulation. Also FDA approvals in the United States. So I don't think that this is some kind of issue that cannot be answered in very coherent manner.
Would you maybe want to pick up on the price? Because you're from the Ministry of Economy, can you provide a price comparison? And someone else's answer would also be fine, between 1 kilogram of real meat and lab-grown meat.
Yeah,
Robert?
Yeah, I'm happy to pick that up and also just add quickly to the comment here. In addition to the risk assessment and authorization that will be done by the European Food Safety Authority and the Commission, there's also over 20 million euro worth of Horizon Europe projects going on right now, 3 of them that are looking at some of these additional issues. And just to be clear, the standard in the novel foods law in Europe for us to bring a product to market, for example, cultivated beef from my company, Mosa Meat, it has to be the same nutritional standards or better than the current offering. So we have a high bar to meet to begin with. In terms of price, we know we will enter and I'm speaking, I think, for every company, we know we'll enter the market first at a premium because we'll have lower production scale and volumes will be lower. Most companies will enter through a sort of a gastro approach through restaurants first. That can kind of absorb that higher margin with chefs being the messengers until we get our production scale up and are able to deliver at higher volumes, get those retail contracts. And we think we can reach price parity with a kilo of beef, for example, in the 3 to 5 year range after market introduction. What's exciting is also we think in the long term we potentially can offer the product at even lower prices because of efficiencies. Speaking about a cow, for example, relatively feed to food ratio is lower than our final production process would be. But the important part, coming back to consumers, I think that I really want to hammer home, I don't think the right question is how many people will replace or switch completely, because that's not the goal ultimately. Our bread and butter for our markets will be quote unquote flexitarians, people who are switching 1 or 2 meals a week to have a lower carbon footprint in their diet.
So there is no, goal to not use animal meat at all. I mean, you don't expect customers to just completely refuse the animal meat whatsoever in, let's say, 100 years?
I don't think that's a realistic goal. I think animal agriculture will always play a critical role in global food systems for the foreseeable future. Where my mind really is in this conversation is what was referenced earlier. I think Nita said it. We expect a 50% or more increase in meat consumption globally. Meat consumption in Europe is going down, but in countries like China and India with a growing middle class, meat consumption is skyrocketing. And we're already at planetary boundaries now. So how do we meet that extra meat demand in the next 30 years without blowing across more planetary boundaries and doing damage? And we see our product as one of the tools in a toolbox, not a silver bullet, but one of the things that should be added in as a complement, including traditional animal husbandry.
Vytautas, may I go back to you, because you mentioned that, the animal farms, and it will be important to do calculations in the animal farms. And now we're hearing that, the extra meat demand will be there. Would you maybe comment on that, and also on what you think Lithuanian consumers, on how ready they are to try the alternative meat? I'm not sure if the ministry would be the institution that would have carried out a poll like that, but maybe you would have a figure or two for us to hear.
Taip, tai jeigu kalbant apie
talking about resilience and sustainability in husbandry farms and mixed farms, I believe that the development of alternative proteins would contribute to the increase of resilience in the agriculture sector, because as we know, alternative proteins need protein raw material that would encourage lower exports and higher share of processing. But I believe that that would not satisfy all the sustainability pillars, which are social responsibility and governance. And I do not see how alternative proteins would contribute to the alternative resistance if that would cause reduction of husbandry farms. And if alternative proteins encourage or have an impact on the decrease of husbandry farms, that would also have an impact on the soil degradation and other negative impacts. We should also bear in mind that there is biodiversity which has been formed over thousands of years, and each user of natural meat contributes to the preservation of nature and preservation of biodiversity. But in any case, I believe that we should do our homework, because we should be able to produce alternative proteins so that in case we no longer have space on Earth to raise animals, we would be able to make use of alternative proteins.
Thomas is asking, thinking a future French nomenclature regulation and past Italian ban on cultured meat producers, and in a way what the Lithuanian ministry is saying as well. Would someone like to take that one, Robert?
Yeah, I'll take a first stab at it. First of all, I really appreciate your openness to the conversation, and I think what you referenced is a really important topic, is the role that regenerative agriculture will play in food systems reform, and the critical role that soil health will play in long-term in right-siding food systems. Again, our viewpoint is that these things go together and they complement each other. We are able to make intensive protein production with a drastically lower carbon footprint, use of resources like land and water, while you also layer in more regenerative agriculture, which would require more land and improve soil health. In terms of the politics that we're seeing in some member states, which I think is unfortunate and short-sighted, at the end of the day, the decision to approve cultivated meat or precision fermentation produced dairy, other things that are novel foods, it's an EU-level decision. The ban in Italy is quite obviously a derogation of EU law and will be struck down, and I think is mostly political theater. But what it does say to me is we need to do a better job of working with stakeholders so that they understand the role that our technology can play in Europe and in the global picture, so that we can move past this level of polarization and move the conversation forward about how do we feed a growing planet within our planetary boundaries.
And we can start, lowering those gaps here, because there are questions that are related specifically with the end users and end users of the artificial meat. And there's a very interesting one, and I'm sure that someone sees it, maybe you would have an interesting comment here. As a consumer, I would prefer to buy meat from small local farmers instead from supermarkets, as I have access to that. But the majority of population suffer from lack of good quality meat. Question, are we honest? Who will be the end users of artificial meat? Lower classes?
I don't think that's the way that I'm perceiving the future of the sector. I think Robert gave a pretty good description of how he's imagining this meat's going to come to market, and I don't think it necessarily is kind of class distinctions, as it were. And I think actually the point I would just say is to build on what Robert said, is that there's a world in which both of these things can be possible. That you can buy, delicious premium meat, I guess, from your local, collective, whatever it looks like. You can buy lab-grown meat or alternative proteins rather in supermarkets. I don't think there needs to be a kind of distinction necessarily that's made on class grounds. I don't know if you want to add on that, Robert, about your vision of how the breakdown will come when these products come to market.
And also, have we covered the allergy aspect? Do you remember there was an allergy aspect in the question, Robert? That would be, Seth?
Maybe I could just come in on the allergy one, because I think this is actually really, really important.
Yeah.
And I think it's particularly important when we think about how these products are going to be labelled when they come onto the EU market. So labelling is a conversation that will take place at the EU level as part of the approvals process. One of the kind of live, I guess, discussions at the moment is whether we can use, like meaty nomenclature and terms for these products, whether we can call it cultivated pork, cell-cultured lamb, whatever it might look like. Actually, the allergenicity point is critical there, because if you have an allergy to a certain kind of meat, a certain kind of seafood, that needs to be really clearly described on the packaging, on the label. Because this comes from cells, you are likely to have the same reactions that you would do if you had those allergies. So I think it is a really important point, and I think it's something that needs to be factored in when we're speaking about kind of communication with consumers and that willingness to give evidence-based consumer information on terminologies.
Yeah, Andy?
I'd just like to add that I think we still have a lot of work to do in consumer literacy building.
Yes,
because
and there is a question related to that. Let me read it so it sounds even more relevant. How is the capacity building and education envisioned for alternative proteins at the EU level and the national one as well? And there are some options, citizen assemblies, courses, workshops, campaigns, what specifically?
Yeah. So first of all, in the audience, somebody said artificial meat, right? So actually, that's not artificial, that's real meat. So that just wanted to be clear on this. Also, there's terms like synthetic meat and Frankenstein meat and stuff like that. None of those really help in these discussions. But I think it's important to also realize we're not just talking about cultivated meat when we're talking about protein diversification. There's also plant-based meat. There's also meat from, not just meat, but alternative proteins, not just meat proteins, but there's proteins from plants, and there's also protein from algae, which is another really growing sector. And 2 weeks ago, I was in Dubai and there at a conference specifically for alternative proteins, and all the excitement was around sweeteners, sweet proteins. So that seems to be the new frontier that's really going to help to, again, land use and such like, because there's a lot of sugar beet grown and a lot of, it's very intensive in terms of energy use, water use and stuff like that. So sweet proteins, mark my words, is going to be another really big market, but there's many more aspects to it. So with that, say again, what's being done in the European Union? I think more and more universities put green and agri-food onto their particular curricula. So for example, just recently the Maastricht School of Management asked me to help them to develop a agri-food MBA, right? So because they believe that's important to have a specialization that focuses on this, a big part of which will of course be protein diversification. So there is a strong movement, and I think the European Union also supports this piece, right? So we do MOOCs, massively open online courses. We have several thousands of people that attend them every year, where we, again, give them more literacy. We also have a website. It cost us really a lot of money. A website called Food Unfolded, and Richard has the carrot on his lapel. That's our logo for it. It's available in 4 languages, where consumers are informed on a science-based, neutral basis about everything you ever wanted to know about food systems, and particularly protein diversification. To say nothing of the fact that we also have a protein diversification think tank, which most recently circulated a policy paper, and before that a white paper that was widely circulated within the Commission and other places.
Having said that, some members of our audience remain particularly skeptical about alternative proteins. So now this will be your last chance to kind of defend it, because there is an anonymous asking in Lithuanian. They're saying, we don't understand, why would Lithuania need alternative proteins? We want natural proteins. We want real taste, real food. Maybe the big countries need it, but we don't. And then another one, which I think is my favorite, it's sort of begging. What are the pros and cons of artificial meat? Please, could you answer honestly? So maybe each of you, very briefly, because we technically have 0 minutes left, but let's say we have 2 minutes left. 2 words each. The biggest advantage and the biggest disadvantage. See.
Yeah, in 2 words, it's a tough task. I mean, I would say, echoing what Robert said, like the environmental footprint of these products, we know that meat consumption is going to grow. We need to make meat in a different way. That's the reality. And I think actually the opportunity that comes with in terms of job creation, investment, onshoring, makes it an opportunity rather than something that needs to be kind of seen as a challenge.
Any cons?
Any cons? I mean, for me, the con is that the sector is growing from a relatively small space still. This is we're not talking about everyone being able to buy this at very cheap prices in the next 5 to 10 years. It's going to take a while for it to grow. So.
Indeed, the environmental aspect is obvious, and then the con.
So the con would be currently the cost, and in some cases also taste and texture. So that's a bit of a problem that consumers don't like, is when they sometimes eat it, they're like, that's not exactly what I wanted. Yet.
Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, I think for the skeptics in the room, don't buy the products. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, this is about bringing more products to market to give consumers a choice. And some people will choose to never buy these products, and that's okay.
They might say they will never do it, but in fact, they might want to try it out if you, kind of lure them enough.
Yeah, and we get that. We get that there are folks that we will never convince, but we also know that we have, tens of thousands of people on our wait list at Mosa Meat alone, folks who want a tasting, who want to try the product. And the early adopters and the innovators who try the products in the first generation, they will then communicate to their friends and family that they tried it and normalize these things. And I think in 10 years, in terms of consumer adoption, this will be a very different conversation, because everyone will know someone who's tried a cultivated meat meat product, and it'll be a different conversation.
Thank you. Yeva?
Robert just stole mine. I actually thought about that we need to put more stress on alternative proteins, because it's a choice. You can choose, and we cannot prohibit some users who would like to choose that. Some consumers who want to try it. And on the negative side, there's one thing that I think that we are talking about the technology, but we are not thinking about the future enough. We are in global competition, even if we are not feeling it right now.
Yeah, that's
we
very
have
important.
Guests from Israel. We would love to have guests from Singapore that are already using the technology on like a normal basis. So we need to think about that more.
Let's hope to have them here next
Yes,
year.
definitely.
The users from Singapore. Vytautai, labai trumpai. Pagrindinis
Vytautas, very briefly, the main pros and cons. Well, I am in favor of natural meat.
It's a very dynamic panel. I want to really thank all of the panelists. And before you give them a big round of applause, some logistics. We will come back here at 11:40 to continue with a youth discussion. So you may have now a networking break, have some coffee, relax, and do come back here in 20 minutes. Thank you all very much. That was
Vilnius.
It's
Vilnius. Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. The pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
A year ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy! According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city, as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire, with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the New Town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options, from car-hailing applications and taxis to electric scooters and two-story tourist buses to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket to ride this time machine barely costs €1, and it's definitely worth your money. Trust me, I know. I grew up in these days. Since you obviously didn't come here to see me crying, let's move on to something a bit more exciting. Food! Vilnius is home to hundreds of restaurants, bars, and cafes that offer all foods and drinks your heart will ever desire. However, I must be really honest with you. Vilnius used to be a very affordable place back in the day, but after we got the euro, it became a little pricey. So even though we have all these amazing food options available, you might also want to look into trying some of our delicious kebabs. They're €3 each, and
1, 2, 3. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. After a lunch break, I will start talking so you know that you have to be back. I'm glad that everybody is coming back to specifically this hall where all of the most important discussions happen, all of the most important speeches are made. I will just briefly explain the structure. We will now have a discussion on youth, finally, youth that has been referred to many times, and we will go on until lunch, after which we will meet here again. And as during the previous discussions, your questions will be very welcome as well. If you just are joining us now, there will be a QR code appearing on the screen sometime, yes, right now, and you can make comments, ask questions, whether they are anonymous or, you know, whatever you prefer. Do it, contribute, and engage into discussions. This is really valuable, and this is wonderful for us to experience. So we will talk about youth empowerment in bioeconomy, shaping tomorrow's leaders. We will begin by an introductory speech, and then I will invite all of the panelists on stage so they can now relax and listen carefully to what Augustas Aleciunas has to say. Augustas Aleciunas is coming on stage now. We give you a warm hand, and he provides us an introductory speech.
Yeah. So, firstly, please deduct my walking time on a stage from my welcome speech time, okay? Sorry for being slow, and I love, you know, when I talk to walk, but unfortunately today I'm gonna stand here statically. Firstly, greetings to everyone. Big pleasure to see all the Lithuanians here, who most of the faces I know, and thanks everyone who came from abroad. Most of them I know as well. So welcome to your second home, which is already for the many years, right? I was asked to open this panel by talking from my perspective about the bioeconomy area or a playground, to talk about the leadership, professionalism, education, and, you know, all those important things, which I will not do. And as you see by my skin color, I was not spending past 2 months in Lithuania. Just got back from Latino. So what I will do in the upcoming 10 minutes, I would like to bring all you down to the, you know, roots of origin, and just to share my really, really simple thoughts about the bioeconomy itself. My thoughts about 3 main values in what I believe, and I think that people who are working in this area needs to have those values. And since I'm opening the youth panel, entrepreneurship panel, I will give few advices from my personal good and bad experience. But all this fly, I would like to accommodate you by showing how I was spending the past 2 months, and try to connect the experience which is connected to the wildlife, to the nature, to our environment, and to the area where we are. So if you see there are a few people walking on the street, it's Rio de Janeiro Carnival 2024. Actually, those folks are walking to the Sambadrome. It was the first day of the opening of the carnival. Interesting place, I was there as well. And what I liked about the carnival is that, you know, absolutely different people from all around the world coming to one playground by having absolutely different reasons to be there. Absolutely different. And when today the speakers before said that bioeconomy is not a sector, it's a combination of everything, I think that's supposed to be and could be really great selling point to the people, because we need to attract to bioeconomy playground all possible different people, personalities, professionals, and skills, so it would strive. To do that, we need to make it attractive, and we need to talk it a lot about. Because I think Rio Carnival is known to everyone. If you would ask a lot of people outside of this hall, somewhere in the city center of Vilnius, I would doubt that everyone would raise their hand and would give the definition what it is exactly. So as there is no profession as bioeconomist, there is no profession as Rio Carnivalian, but because of some reason people are going there, so we need to, you know, put all the efforts that the people would come to this playground as well. Now 3 values, what I promised to you. Yeah, so it's north of the Brazil. It's a small village called Athens. Not Athens, as my friend Grigoris from Greece, but Athens, Brazilian one. And what I liked about that village, I was staying there a couple of weeks, is that, it's 1,000 people village. But the people and the wild animals were living in the same village together. They were sharing the same streets, walking independently, not intervening each other, kind of like creating its own ecosystem, sharing the same plants, fruits, meals, etc. So I think that the people who need what we are looking for to be in the bioeconomy, firstly, they need to love the nature, they need to love the wildlife, and they need to care about all surrounding of ourselves, whether it's humans, it's animals, or it's a, so to say, forest. So loving environment is one thing. Now, the second thing is when we are talking, this is Parajuru, central coastline of Brazil, one of the windiest places in Brazil. And the thing is that what I like there, it's very touristic. A lot of kiteboarders are coming there. I was doing the kite surfing there as well. But they combine magically perfect the tourism and the wind farms. And they are using the windiest place to combine the energy, plus they are attracting a lot of people to enjoy the wind as well. In my opinion, now we are doing too much of renewable energy projects because of force from the government, demand from society, and money flood from the market. And sometimes we are not exploiting the Earth's natural resources on a specific time in a specific spot. So it's not about just doing, but it's doing right time and right place. And I think that's important. And the last value is, I think, what not to be do and not to do at all. It's Dominican Republic, somewhere in the Caribbean Sea, Barracuda deep sea fishing. And when I was staying in that village, what I liked is that, well, technically all the people there are doing the fishing, right? But the interesting aspect was that they were fishing and catching the fish only for today's lunch or dinner. The latest is tomorrow meal. Now, when we are talking about our modern society, even though we are creating the food in circular, sustainable, organic, I mean, there are thousands of buzzword ways how we do the food, we overproduce. And if we care about our future, we need to stop overproducing where it's not necessary, and we need to think about where the food actually has to be. And we are over-consuming a lot. So, moving a little bit to the business and entrepreneurship, because I think that today the youth and entrepreneurship is going to be tackled a lot. It's a picture, what you see, it's Caracas, Venezuela, capital of Venezuela, and one of the most dangerous cities now in the world. And in the picture you can see, I mean, the pictures were done with my iPhone, so you don't expect super quality, and I was not even thinking to show them to you, but whatever, today I'm open. So half of the city you see there and the buildings, it's a favela. So the poorest poor. Half on the other side of the road, it's mid to higher social level buildings. And the story, what I want to say here is that all the entrepreneurs, the young scientists, and people who have some kind of idea, please keep in mind that around you, there are millions of people who are still having similar dreams, who want to reach similar goals as you are, and there is going to be a tough road there. But keep in mind that entrepreneurs or scientists, they are not being born. You need to make them man-made, and you need to go through all really difficult paths by yourself. And that's important to understand. Now, talking about the path, it's Barahenias Desert, biggest desert in Brazil. And when I was standing on one of the highest dunes, I was looking, at what I was seeing in front, and it's interesting effect what's happening in that desert is that every single rainy season, when it's like flooding, it's a lot of rain there, in the bottoms of the dunes, every single day small lagoons forms itself, and they last from day to 1 week. They disappear. They appear in other places. So I mean, the environment there is incredibly dynamic. And I'm thinking that nowadays, especially when we are talking about our environment, whether it's business, academia, policy, or whatever, we need to understand that we are living in really dynamic atmosphere. And we cannot imagine that the word static exist anymore. So we need to think always that everything is changing constantly every single minute, and that memory, we need to live with it every single minute, at least what I think. Now, my new body, I didn't name it, but it's a 4.5 meter anaconda. We're flying back to Brazil. It's Amazonia jungle. I caught it, well, I didn't caught it, I took it at the corner of the jungle just to and I'm not like a python or anaconda or snake lover, but I wanted to experience the feeling when you know that you are together with an animal who can kill you like in a minute too. Anaconda wasn't trying to kill me, so I couldn't define exactly the time slot. But this picture I want to just to say is that everyone who is doing or want to do, whether the business or something new in science, every single person needs to have a little bit of the passion for the adrenaline, and every person needs to understand that the risk, measurable, but the risk will always be the companion. If those two things doesn't fit your idea and agenda, forget about doing something new, innovative, or breaking. It's just not gonna go. Going to Rio Negras, it's one of the biggest river, also Amazonia jungle, and there I was catching at night, I caught at night a shark in the river, in the fresh water. So technically when I was thinking about the sharks before, I was imagining that they are living mostly in the seas or oceans, or just technically saying the salt water. But apparently there are some sharks who are living in the rivers. So here the message, by the way, cute one, I released it. So the message here is that, we need to always look for whether unimaginable or barely believable. And when we find those, spots, and when we find those moments, it brought our understanding to the world a lot. And when we broaden our understanding, we are becoming more capable to do something interesting, important, and magical in the world, to us and, of course, to everyone else. Amazonia River in Amazon. Here you can see the floating houses. The fact what I didn't know about the Amazonia River is that during the dry and rainy season, the difference of the water level, it's 12 meters. So the way how the natives, because these houses are where the locals are living, So what they've done to adapt the nature, they started to build the houses on the water, on the buoys. So to say, dry season, they're living at the bottom, and rainy season, they are living 12 meters higher. And the message to everyone here is that, I've seen many kind of errors, I would say, when people, because of the age, because of the optimism, or because of our self-confidence, they're starting to fight the obstacles which doesn't rely on them. So we don't need to fight the nature. We don't need to find the cases which we cannot change. We need to adopt. And to adopt to certain situations in our environment, it's not shameful. It's amazing, because we adopt and then we exploit the situation where we are to make something better and to make an impact. Going forward, back into Rio Negras River, by accident I called the stingray. This species of the stingray, by the way, is one of the most lethal ones in the world, because it doesn't have only just a sting, but it has a venom. So technically, if it hits you, you die, and you will not come from the boat back to the coast. And when I caught it, the locals with whom I was fishing, they were thinking maybe to jump out of the boat, but of course they remember that we have the sharks, we have the crocs, and we have the piranhas there. And then they were starting to discuss what to do, how to remove the stingray out of the boat. And then I simply remembered what I was doing before. So I took a towel and just put the towel on stingray's eyes, and it fell asleep. So the natives thought that I'm whether a magician or a prophet or a shaman of the nature, because they didn't see that how the guy, the white one, El Gringo, right, with a piece of towel, made the stingray go to sleep. So here I want to say is that when we operate in our lives, in our professional career, or in our social life, we need to know our environment and to understand it. And we need to react to the environment, but not overreact. Well, in my case, I reacted, not overreacted, otherwise most probably I wouldn't be standing here today with you. Los Roques, Venezuela. It's I think, the biggest fish in life, 60 kilograms, 3 hours of game. By the way, because of that fish, I barely can walk today. So a lot of people were asking what happened, so the fish happened. So just to save the time and stop asking. It's like boring to say the same story like 100 times per day. And the thing is that, I took a lot of time. I have the injuries, and the message here goes as following, that if we have a goal, we need to go into the fight. And the fight takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of casualties, and we need to do a lot of sacrifices, and it's painful. I don't know, maybe I'm unlucky in the life, but all my fights, some of them I won, were super painful and difficult. Business-wise as well, I'm talking now about the business. So we need to understand that if we are going to the fight, we need to know that we will be able and we will commit to sacrifice all what we have. This is tarpon fish, one of the biggest in the world in general, and 9 before tarpons smashed me, destroyed my fishing rods, so this was not out of the first time. By the way, when I started to fish it, it was a bright daylight, and when I finished in the boat, it was already night. So nice memories, but the fights takes time and it's complicated. And almost then, kiteboarding, Sani Sani, Venezuela island. Beautiful island, by the way, but I remember, when I started to kiteboard, it was 2011. I started to kite in Philippines, Boracay Island, and I spent 2 weeks to having the courses, the lessons. I got back home by not understanding how to kite at all. And I was so angry about myself and disappointed and sad that what I did, I borrowed some money because that time I didn't have money at all. And I flew back to Philippines. And I took 1 month to stay there in the Philippines because I committed to myself that if I started to learn and if I want to get some new skills, I will go to that. After that month, I started to kite. Now, 12 years passed, I kite kind of okay. But the main message is that we need to try, if we really see the goal, until we die. Never start something if you think that you will try and by accident somehow you will succeed from the beginning, then you'll go. If not, you will not go. Maybe just because of me. And I'm saying, I'm now sharing the private insights from my life, good and bad ones. So this is the way how I build my character and my character skill. Doesn't mean that it works to everyone. So to conclude, I think that in the life, if you are giving everything for the goal you believe in and for the mission you believe in, you are ready to sacrifice, to fight, and to practice as much as possible, and you have the good values, sometimes the luck comes when you are not expecting that. And this fish, I cannot pronounce the name because it's like that size, Spanish, but it's from the parrotfish. I caught it in Los Roques archipelago, and in that archipelago there are 371 islands total. There are about 7,000 fishermen who are doing private fishing, commercial fishing as well. When I showed it to the local guys, many of them, they were surprised because they said, in average, annually, only 10 of those fishes are being caught in all archipelago of 371 islands. And the funny thing is there, I was not even thinking to catch that fish. I was doing 0 extra efforts. I was just enjoying the day. So once again, to conclude, if you are giving all yourself to the goals and to initiatives you are doing, sometimes the luck can come. So enjoy discussion. Thank you so much and have a great event. Cheers.
Do stay with us for 1 minute. We are glad to have you alive, and congratulations on the fish caught. I wanted to highlight the several points that you have mentioned about, as I understand, everybody who wants to be in the business, having to be able to look for unimaginable, trying until you die, and realizing that the risk is your companion. Would you say that this is what defines the current generation of who we refer to, as young people, or are they lacking this? Or is it hard to generalize? Whatever it is, just...
Listen, now the majority are the young ones, and I have only one leg, so I will not say nothing back because, issues can happen. To be honest, those values, what I said, and the character skills, I think they are lasting thousands and thousands of years. I mean, now the young generation, maybe communicative-wise, socially, they are absolutely different. I'm not saying good or bad, it's different. Even now, I do not count myself as the young generation anymore, since like, I don't know, 5-6 years back. But those things, to fight for what you believe, to look for something new, to defend the values you are having, I think it was 1,000, 2,000 years back, and it's going to be 1,000 years ahead.
So how can these young people of today, who you don't, you think you're no longer one of them, how can they contribute to fostering the processes of bioeconomy faster? I mean, how can they contribute to bioeconomy? How can we involve them better in bioeconomy?
I remember what my colleagues and friends were talking in the panels before, and yes, I do understand that education in our society has to be maybe better, but I think that the young people, firstly, need to take their own personal decision, whether they want to do something in bioeconomy or not. Nobody will help them. None of the universities, none of the conferences and forums. Yes, maybe the forum or conference or something similar can inspire.
Yeah.
But person needs to make personal commitment. If he do it, hopefully he will reach something. If not, not. I don't believe in third-party help.
Okay, but we'll still discuss it, the third-party help, in the next
Please,
panel.
go.
Okay, thank you so much for your inspiration. Thank you, Augustas. He will leave slowly, and we will give him a warm hand, and then invite over some panelists here. For example, it is my great honor and pleasure to invite someone who has been introduced, but I think did not appear, EU Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador, Science and Innovation Advisor of Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Lithuania, Ugnė Dirdaitė. Please. Head of Green Tech Hub at Innovation Agency, Lithuania, Teresė Škutaitė. CEO of Lithuanian Junior Achievement, Angelika Rusteikienė, is with us as well. Thank you for joining. CEO of BioHIFAS, Tomas Bičkovas. Chancellor of Agriculture Academy at Vilnius Magnus University, Professor Astrida Miceikienė. Joining us as well is Director of Human Capital and Stakeholder Relations at Bio-Based Industries Consortium, Nello Emerencia. This is mine. I'm sorry. Thank you for joining, everybody. And just to begin, to kick off, I will remind everybody to use the QR code for Slido for questions and for comments. That is very much appreciated. But since the introductory speech was really unexpected, I will take the risk of also asking you to do something unexpected and just say if you think that we could define the youth generation of today in any way. Would Angelika, I think I'll start with you because you've done so many projects with Junior Achievement and you seem to have met all of the young people who are doing something with innovation and technology. Is there a way to define this current generation of young people? I don't know, Z, Y, whatever generation you want to refer them to. Or are they lazy? Do they not want to work? I mean, is that all true?
Hi all, it's really great to hear. Thank you for inspiration. I think for young people, this is something, a way to deliver a message. So welcome to some schools and universities. Definitely the kids will enjoy and all your pictures. Every generation has its perks. So I think the current generation, this is the generation we face, which from day one keeps up with the technology. So this is, I think, a very core difference we have. This definitely makes an influence into their personal lives, family, education, the way they communicate, the way they see the world. And this is why I think we more and more talk about youth entrepreneurship starting very early on, because they're exposed to so much more information, knowledge, and practices while still being at school. They don't need to wait the university level or while they finish their formal education, and then they can start thinking about job market. So this is the second, of course, this is the generation which thinks and sees everything very global, because they're exposed to the global market from a day one. The generation which is very driven by its personal mindset and thoughts. This is where we say sometimes, oh, well, they don't have too much role models or so. But this is, they want to make their way. So I love really working with them, because we as a community, I would say, we still have a chance to ask questions, to guide them. And I think the core thing which is changing a lot in terms of education in general and inspiration of young people, there are no more teachers in their lives. We can be only the mentors and the coaches to show the way. But not anymore the regular teachers we had in our schools who would say the real truth in everyday life. So, yeah.
But is it partly then true that sometimes the young people of today are a bit too self-confident, as Augustus, I think, kind of carefully alert to as well? And, we hear these stories from employers of, young people not wanting to work from 8 to 5. None of them wants to do it. Everybody wants to be an influencer, and that's all that they want, and things like that. There is some truth in it,
to compare, actually, I think nowadays, like 20 years ago, I believe we were even more risky than the current generation. I'm quite impressed this current generation is pretty actually cautious in a way, but what they expect from the job market, they really expect partnership. Yeah. They don't want to have this, regular structured hierarchy ways in their organizations where you come, you're the general manager, you wait for 5 to 10 years to become some career. No, if they have a knowledge, if they have a skills, so they want to really leapfrog their career. They really want to make it fast, and they really want to feel that they have a voice at the table. They really want to see how they can change, and they really have an opinion about the way the things should be done, So I think it's more about really finding a way of a dialogue with this current generation, be it the science, entrepreneurship life, or education. So this is, I would say, is a good key for the way forward.
Okay, thank you. How willing, Ugne, you are to get into dialogue, and because you're EU Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador, maybe you could just tell us what this is all about?
Yes, so hello everyone, it's an honor to be here today. So to be a Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador means that you are engaging with the bioeconomy topic, you are speaking louder. Let's say you are collecting voices from the youth organizations, and you are transferring that message to the politics, also for the business people.
In what formats? Could you just say some specific examples so we understand how all of this goes?
Yeah. So, for example, there are 15 bioeconomy youth ambassadors across Europe. I'm one of the 15. So there was a competition to get there, and it's basically, let's say, by European Commission, they are inviting us to the high-level conferences. Let's say the European Council event, and there we have to present the youth voice. Another example, like a very short one, right now is happening the Bioeconomy Festival in Brussels.
Yeah, we have referred to it in the beginning. I think Christina has told us.
So I can just tell you the message that I was one of the contributors who initiated this event. So I was. Let's say I'm a fast person and very motivated person, and by the time I was still a student, when I was announced as the Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador, and I saw the need to send a message for the European Commission. And by the time I was sitting down and writing the proposal for a European Commission, and yeah, we were lucky. It was granted, and right now there is a festival in Europe and over 30 events. So it's from one idea, it's just spread it across Europe.
Yeah. But how do you engage and how do you involve all of the, and mobilize as well, young people to participate in discussions and in various actions that are related to specifically bioeconomy, and why bioeconomy is important from your perspective?
So bioeconomy itself is important because it's a way to move from the fossil fuel economy to the bioeconomy, and I see a lot of potential to do this stuff. Because there are opportunities for startups, there are opportunities for rural areas to get that knowledge and get involved the rural communities. There are many opportunities. And how to engage with the young people, I would say that for sure, let's say in my case, I was contacting a lot of youth organizations across Europe and getting their, let's say, voices into one document, which tomorrow we are going to give to your European Commission. But let's say for other youth organizations or any youth, I would recommend to get into organizations, to associations, get together, and together as a team, your voice is louder, not just go one by one. You just have to believe in that idea, and you have to go to politics, to any kind of stakeholders, decision makers, to tell your, let's say, ideas and the vision, how you want the things to happen.
Yeah, so dialogue is what we are continuing to discuss. And I want to move to Teresa, who represents the Innovation Agency. And maybe you could just tell us briefly how the Innovation Agency is involved in involving youth into, startups, all of the acceleration.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here and speaking on behalf of the Innovation Agency Lithuania. So we're a one-stop shop providing various business supports for companies trying to increase its competitiveness and to open new markets, reach funding and other activities. And basically, Innovation Agency provides a variety of services in different sectors that are prioritized for Lithuania. We do have various programs that target the knowledge of entrepreneurs. We are trying to provide needed resources, knowledge for the startups, for business, to increase their competitiveness, to access new markets, and to promote new projects focused on innovation. And while our services apply to all kinds of companies and to all kinds of entrepreneurs, we do believe that especially young people, sometimes they face a lack of specific knowledges and resources. And this is why such state or European funded programs come very much in hand, because these young entrepreneurs can come to agencies like us with their ideas, with their business plans, and we can help and equip them with all the needed resources, contacts, and other things.
So let's say, what are the market trends and market disruptions about which you would inform a young person who has come to the Innovation Agency asking for advice?
So we would present a variety of services that Innovation Agency can assist, and we would try to identify the issues that they are facing and to come up with the concrete solutions.
But are there specific programs targeted at young entrepreneurs, or do you not have the age?
We do not use the age distinction for most of our programs. It really depends on the sector, on the issues that the entrepreneurs are facing, and the goals that they're trying to reach.
Would you have anything to add to what Angelica has said about, the young people as a generation in general? How willing are they to take risks, for example?
Yes, I would like to distinguish that this generation is different from the others because we can act locally but think very globally. And I think what is very impressive among the young people is that we can both equally care about the problems within ourselves, in our community, and about the global problems. And this is very crucial in such sectors such as bioeconomy. And I believe what makes young people, especially promising entrepreneurs, is the ability to truly care about the cause and then to be brave and find the needed solutions.
Thomas, when you were developing your startup, was Innovation Agency an institution you went to as well or not?
Yeah, hello. Actually, we tried to get some funding in InnoStartUs, and as well we received some grants for going abroad to conferences, so we used the help of the Innovation Agency.
Would you tell us a little bit more about your startup?
Yeah, so what we're actually doing, we're taking side streams and processing into nutritious food. And for that, we use solid state fermentation with the fungi, with the mycelium, the roots of the mushroom.
And how is that going? Which stage are you?
We are still at R&D, and we are developing our prototype and finalizing it. So it's still early stage, but I think we made a quite good progress in short time because we are less than a year-old company.
So, but that is the stage already at which the investors would have already have come in.
Yeah, and actually one of them is here, Martinas, who trusted in us at a very early stage. We just had a couple of experiments at universities, and then, Martinas believed in our team, and he invested. And from there on, we continued to go to incubation programs, into acceleration programs, and up to now, we managed to raise 90,000 euros. And
oh wow! What do you think made him trust in your idea from your perspective?
Maybe he can answer. He's here.
We will get to him. Yes.
Yeah, but well, we knew each other before in some other circumstances. But as well, I had a team already to whom I could show to him and tell, well, I will be responsible for business side, for management. There is a scientist who will be responsible for developing the technology, and there will be a product officer who will be developing the product. So it kind of idea that we can handle it, and as well, I guess he should have trusted in my vision and my belief, because I'm planned forward for many years, and I was involved in animal rights movement, and I just really saw that we need a change in the food system, because as it is now, it is destructive, it's not sustainable, and it won't be able to feed us with the growing population that we are having.
And how is the navigation and the regulatory aspect? Because in the previous discussion when we talked about alternative meat, we spoke about it as a challenge. At least some of them singled it out as a challenge. How is that going for you? Food safety and the regulatory framework.
Yes, it is still a challenge, but we diversified our R&D because we use different strains of fungi. One of them which is already approved as a safe food, so we can apply it and sell it to the market as soon as we are finalized our prototype, our product. But at the same time, we are researching the fungi strains which are object of novel food. And that part is expensive and challenging. It can cost up to $500,000 to go through the regulatory process to be approved as a safe. So it is a challenge, and many startups, they avoid going into that because it's really expensive. And in Europe, we have a very long culture for making our food safely. So the regulation is tougher than, for example, in the United States, because in States you can kind of have this self-assessment as a safe food, and you don't have to go through all this lengthy process. I mean, it's still costly, you take more responsibility, but it's riskier, but as well it helps to develop technologies and new products much easier than here in Europe. So
how would you then involve other young people who you say are not that willing to, get involved in food safety because there's so many rules and so much bureaucracy and so on? What would you say to them? Why would you say that is important?
Would that be important to develop that part?
Yeah, and to contribute to basically safer food and a better world, in a sense.
Yeah, do you mean that whether...
What would you say to other startups? Like, look, I know that there are many rules. I know that food security is an issue and so on and so forth. But we made it, we got this investment, and we're doing something for the planet. I mean, what would you say to encourage more people to do this, basically the same, to develop startups in the field of bioeconomy, because this is essentially our topic, youth in bioeconomy.
Yeah, I want to share a short story. I was in this conference 1 year ago, and I was here on the stage. And I just came up with my idea, and I've met one of the co-founders who is a scientist. And I was really scared to go here and network and tell the people, I have an idea. Let's take side streams, let's take this fungi, let's grow food on it. And it was fearful experience. I mean, I was afraid to do that. And I think it's kind of normal to have this fear, to be afraid to take the risk. But as well, I agree that it's a personal decision that, okay, I'm going to that risk and I'll try to do that. Maybe I'll fail, but if I have a direction, it's much more pleasure to go in your life with the direction than just doing something. But at the same time, I believe we need support. Because not everybody have circumstances in their families who would support them, or, kind of environment which be supporting your personality to be a risk taker. Not everybody are able to do that. And I think it's possible to educate. And I think what Angelica is doing very good, that, going to the schools and, kind of talking to the young people and encouraging and kind of helping to build their characters. Because there is a lot of uncertainty in a startup, and especially when you're doing innovation, because nobody did that before. And you kind of invest your energy and you don't know whether it's going to work because nobody did this way until, it's working. And then when you meet a challenge, it can break you because you believed in and it didn't work and, you failed and then it's so kind of you become a pity or, it's kind of, hard to look to other eyes because I failed. But I think it's possible to train people, and I think it's important to go to the schools. It's important to go as well to universities to tell students, well, you study something, you find something, try and go and bring it to the market.
It's very nice and so sort of very sensitive that you shared this moment of being here a year ago, and then I understand that you did approach someone in the end.
I did. I remember it was very hard, but I went over myself,
Yeah. So going over yourself, as you say, or needing support is something that young people need. And Nello, maybe I could ask you what kind of support your organization could provide for young people?
What I hear you say and the way you are speaking, this is music to our ears and our heart.
I saw that in your eyes.
That's why you asked me the question now. Exactly. I'm over the moon. We in the industry, we must realize what everybody wants us to do, and that is to move away from fossil feedstock and use sustainable feedstock. And these challenges are therefore all over the whole ecosystem. It starts with the feedstock, because it's going to be multi-diverse and a mixture. It goes on with the technologies. It's not only fermentation, it's a lot of other technology. We need a facility to scale them up and then go into the market, get the demand going and sustain the demand. And what we're looking for and what we see today more in the youth, and when I was a few years younger, is that this entrepreneurial mindset is very, very present, much more than my generation. Secondly, I see that they're more willing to take risks, as you are saying. Thirdly, they are more willing to accept failure as a learning. When I was growing up, if you fail, you were told that you're a failure. You're a get away from here. Now it's not. It's Europe is getting slowly as the way the Americas, the US are. They're failure. It is indeed a learning in the process. So what you're saying here is what we need. And the bio-based industries is an ever-changing activity. We're all challenges, and when I say challenges, it really means also opportunities. And if you really have something that you believe in, you truly believe in, opportunity knocks at your door, just come in.
It's interesting that you say that, we have more of an entrepreneurial mindset. We are more willing to take risks, to accept failure. Yet, in I think one of the initial panels, it was mentioned that, products do not reach the market fast enough in Europe. For example, the innovations, they have a the greater and faster pathway in elsewhere rather than Europe. And I want to ask Ms. Mitekiene, how should I put it? What role does the interdisciplinary collaboration play in addressing all of these challenges that are related to sustainable agriculture, that are related to food security, that are related to environment?
Universities, agricultural or life science university play very important role of this problem and these challenges. And very important question is applied research and development and partnership with business companies, because if researchers, scientists implement projects together with business companies, we can commercialize new ideas, new bio-based products, new bio-based technologies. And now I think many agricultural universities, many life science universities should have technology transfer offices, communication and knowledge transfer centers and incubators and accelerators, because it is the best way to solve problems, conduct with environment in agriculture, and food security and bioeconomy.
Did anyone have a contribution? Sorry, I was looking at the comments from Slido, so I couldn't see any hands raised, but I saw some kind of a movement. Yes.
Yes, I very much agree on the points that were made, and I would also like to distinguish that I believe in Lithuania we have a lot of very smart, very potential scientists, and also a lot of very good entrepreneurs. But in many cases, they do not work together as much as they should to commercialize the products. And that is why when we are making funding schemes, when we are proposing new state aid, it is vital, it is very crucial to include this partnership between the science and the businesses to really foster innovation.
Nello, you're also nodding your head.
Absolutely. Yeah, and this is what we in the Bio-Based Industries Consortium, what we're offering to startups, to good scientists, to entrepreneurs, the environment and the assistance to form partnerships that are needed to move further onto the technology scale and towards commercial level. And also we are working with education institutions to make sure that the skills and competences in curricula brought today, that they are aligned as much as possible with what we see as the skills and needs that we have, that we need for the future. So we are also setting up this structured dialogue between industry and education institutions to make sure that this gap, which is there today, that we narrow the gap and even prevent that it's widening even further.
Would you name an example or two which has come out of this collaboration?
Sorry?
Would you name a specific example that would have come out as a result of the collaboration that you're talking about?
Well, I would like to mention an example of a program that we have been running now for 6-7 years, and that is a Bio-based Innovation Student Challenge Europe. This is a challenge that a competition that we run across Europe. It's now running in about 20 countries in Europe. My objective is to have it all 27 member states and 10 associated countries run it by 2028. And what we are asking students is, first of all, to form teams, and teams of as diverse as possible skills, including non-technical skills. But of course, there must be STEM, there must be technology skills in there. And then select a challenge that you believe that you must address. And the challenge could be societal, environmental, economic, but it has to be sustainable. And the solutions must be bio-based, must be sustainable. And they compete on a national level. And the national winners go on to the European level. And the European winner, we take up in our membership for a full year, no fee, and we guide them, we mentor them. I mentor them throughout the year, and we bring them onto international stages. And at this very moment, the winning team of last year, the French team, with a splendid way to produce a fragrant component, we are now running them across Europe, and they have already at least 3 that I know of contacts made to take up their idea into scaling it up into the system. I think this is an example that I want to.
Angelica, do you want to share your examples from your experience working with young people and innovations in bioeconomy specifically, if you would come up with any?
Yeah, just a couple, I think in a structural way, when they think about, because we start very early on, from primary education now in Lithuania to high school, or as I say, from ABC to PhD, even university level. I'm very happy to see a professor here. So I think when we look into any vertical of the topics, we have like bioeconomy, tech, IoT, everything. I think there is a role to play in a pathway we put our young people from the beginning to the stars, as they say. So I love the junior achievement. We have kind of a theory of change. How do we facilitate the growth of the young entrepreneurial mindset so they can combine the education, as you say, and we can bring them to the market to the next stage, which is about inspire, prepare, and succeed. I think for the first stage, and what we try to do in the schools in Lithuania is first to expose young people still in the middle school, if possible, to the role models, right? To the real life examples, how it works. So we really invite you, Thomas, to come to any of schools of us to really show how the cases work, how the people and the teams consist of, to show them that we need the multi, skills approach in the team. So we look into different inspiring entrepreneurs, STEM, scientists, and everything. So kids at very early stage can understand that, to make your dream work, you have to first get a team, second, to get the skills. And this is what you say about the relevant skills in the schools. I think 2 very relevant topics nowadays are entrepreneurship education, and STEM education, right? I call it sometimes like a novel social and, math science way, because this is where we have to expose kids to the newest technology and new way of thinking, right? Then we look into the prepare. So prepare, this is where we have to allow already kids at school try out the enterprises. And this is where we run one of the biggest challenges in Europe. This is a Junior Achievement Student Company program where they're 16, 15 years old. They already try out setting up their ventures, right? They're real startups. They've come up with a program. We have 33,000 student companies across Europe every year. And this is, I saw just Super Garden today. You saw these red boxes. And there is very interesting a team now in Lithuania, in Panevėžys. They're exactly working on localized food. And for Lithuanians local, we all know our šaltibarščiai or our pink beetroot soup. So they just came up with a technology to really make it in a localized way. And Super Garden is exactly mentoring them. So this is where we think about the stage of prepare. Students have an opportunity already at school to kick off their enterprise, but they need mentors. And mentors already at school, because they're 15, they're 16, but they're absolutely capable of doing the things. And when sometimes in the pitches I see the first time entrepreneurs being already 30s on our kids still 16, they're on the same absolutely level, because they have absolutely the same things to tackle first. And the third thing is really a system to succeed, right? So this is where we have to bring them to accelerators, pre-accelerators, incubation programs, to innovation agency, to really give them the first ticket, to investors, to give them the first ticket to really kick off, to bring this trust that you can do, right? So yes, I'm very happy because I see that the kids already at school as this beetroot, localized food, or I remember last time somehow only food comes to my mind. We had also a pumpkin, a very Lithuanian thing. So the kids really created like circular economy, I would say. They put it there to make sure that every piece of a pumpkin is used. So they made the sweets of the pumpkin, then some snacks, then flour. And so every detail of this food was used, right?
Angelika, listening to all of these examples and listening to you speaking so enthusiastically, it kind of sounds like there is no problem that we are talking about,
No, I agree with you. In some point, there are systems in place. The only thing what I see, we are small countries, Lithuania, the only thing I think we need now is scale. There are the ways how you can do. There are Junior Achievement Company program. There are great STEM education centers in Lithuania. The only thing we should think, to my mind now, is how to bring to every kid in Lithuania, every young person in Lithuania, to try out at school, then to choose its pathway for university, because you can do different things in life, right? But so I think for us as a small nation, we have pretty much lots of and very good methodologies in place. We have lovely investors, people who want to mentor. The only question is how to make sure that these programs, like for example, Junior Achievement Student Company, can touch every young person while still at school.
Okay, did you want to say something?
Sorry?
Did you want to add something? Because it sounded like you wanted to comment on what Angelika has been saying, no?
I think young people have a lot of possibilities now in the field of bioeconomy, and universities can improve study programs in the field. For example, we have new study programs, sustainable business management, and young people are very interested in bio-based solution, in new technologies, new skills. It is very important and very important field.
There are questions that are related to financing, actually. Angelika has been just saying that, there are mentors and investors and lots of opportunities, but Augustas has said that he does not believe in third-party help plus funding in every event I've heard him speak. I, too, don't believe in it, an anonymous is saying, for one good reason: it doesn't work. But we also have to agree that the playing field is not level for someone who is starting from zero. How do we make it fair? Anyone?
Yeah, if I may, if there's any business who's out to get funding, like a donation, and that being an essential part of his business, that's a failure. That's not going to work, because that's not going to be sustainable. But the stage that we are in now, with the bio-based industry, the bio-based sector, it's an evolving thing. It's new. And for an investor, this means financial risk. And also in industry, we have a lot of big industry with deep pockets. They're not willing to carry the burden all by themselves at this moment, in this stage of development. So all we do, and this is why we, as an industry, we enter this joint undertaking with the Commission to lower the risk and to share the burden. And the Commission can help us to overcome certain hurdles in terms of policies and regulations, etc. So what we need is the financial support in this stage that we're in to get it going across values of death. And after that, it should become healthy and run by itself. So I do believe in financial support at this stage. And very often it cannot be done without.
Innovation Agency?
Yes, as a representative for a third-party agency, I would also like to add some points. So I will not argue whether this kind of aid helps, but what I would like to state is that we do not have a lot of other choices, because the issues in the bioeconomy sector are very much emerging, and the natural processes of transforming our business to climate neutrality, to circularity, are not fast enough. So we just have to act and try the measures consisting of state support and some other measures.
Augustas Aleshunas would have a comment on this, and that's very good, because I think the next question is also about financing, but let's get a microphone to him, and then is there a microphone running around?
Yes.
Okay, that will take forever, but
I just want to clarify what I said about the third-party support. It's not about the funding for the companies or for the young people. I was not talking about the money. I do invest. I was the first guy in Lithuania who raised the private capital. We are the contributors to get the EU funds, etc., etc. When I was having the discussion with Ville, I wanted to say that I don't believe in the third-party support to help for the young people to make a decision where to go. So that's why I don't believe, when someone else is trying to fix your mindset and try to shift the way how your life path is going to go. That's important, where I believe that the person has to take the commitments itself. And then any kind of resources afterwards, when the commitment is done and he has the goal, it's totally fine. Just to clarify.
Thank you. What are your thoughts about outliers such as private sector? Sometimes we have a private infrastructure similar or better than universities have, but we need funding to go further with our projects. The available funding for private sector is way smaller than for academia business partnerships. That's an interesting one. Does anyone want to take this or to comment to what Augustas has said?
If I may, within the joint undertaking that in which we are partner, and also within Biobased Industries Consortium, yes, there is a difference in fund requirements and fund allocated between industry and non-industry actors. Because in the end, and this may be a bit blunt, but in the end, it's industry is investing in flagships, in commercial plants. We need academia to make sure that what we're doing as industry is correct. It uses the latest technologies, and of course they also have costs, and they are funded. But the ones who are really investing in hardware and in plants is industry.
Talking about industry and big companies, I think, Thomas, I will address this to you. What is the sense to find new startups if the sector is driven by big companies and deals with a European Commission directly and makes influence? I don't believe in it as well.
Well, for big companies, it's kind of hard to innovate into the fields which are not explored. They are much more driven for profit, and they invest their money where it's more safer. And innovation, it is risky. And many companies, they don't have ability to do that. So for them, it's much more easier to let those startups grow like mushrooms, and the ones which grow the biggest, they just come and pick them and then implement into their corporations. So I think a lot of innovations are driven by startups. I mean, there are companies which are successfully driving the innovation, but the most unique things and breakthroughs are coming from small startups, from small teams with some person who has a mindset which believes that this thing will work out, and that's how they work. But corporations, they have a very which kind of makes them harder to innovate.
Nello, did you have a brief comment?
Yes, to give you a number, when we talk to politicians also, they believe and they say, you're all big guys, what are you doing here? You don't need our money.
Yeah.
The membership of Bio-Based Industries Consortium, 80% is small. Only 20% are big guys. And it's true, since this bioeconomy, bio-based industry is so much dependent on innovation and changes, here is where a startup, an SME, a small company comes in very, very good, because they have a good idea that they believe in, and they can move very quicker than a big company. And a big company, indeed, many are there to facilitate this process and to make sure that the top will drive up, will come up, and to assist them to grow up further into the market. So,
could I maybe get the question to Thomas, your investor, if you don't mind? Yes, the microphone is here. How do you see the role of youth driving the innovation in the bioeconomy, innovation and growth in the bioeconomy sector?
I think it's the most important thing, just to encourage youth to do this. And, I think...
How do we do it?
Encouraging. Just, mentoring. I mentor quite a lot of young people. I'm involved in junior achievement programs as mentor. So I think, and it helps, just paying attention to them, just saying, I was in your situation, long time ago, and I know what it is, how to do it. It's a lot of uncertainty and etc. But, I think it helps when young people, I see this man or woman, he or she already done it. Why not I could do it? So I think it's encouragement I think is the most important thing.
But how willing do you think, to go back to what Augustas has said in the beginning, you always have to, risk. You have to always know that you may fail as well. How does that reflect in the startups that who are pitching to you?
80% of them will fail, and I think it's a way how startup ecosystem works. And I think these people need to understand. But if you want to be successful, you need to fail. I failed maybe 16 times. I now have maybe 2 companies which are successful, but 18 companies were not successful. So it was total failures. But if you are not trying, so then you could not reach success. So I think it's the most important.
So thank you so much. To start wrapping this up, so aside from the issues and the steps that we have to take, as Angelica has said, we need to scale up, all of the infrastructure, sort of everything is there. What else do we need to do to involve more people into bioeconomy? Or do you at all see it as an issue? Maybe that issue has long been solved and there are enough young people in bioeconomy. Oh, we have... could you raise your hand again so that people see that you have a microphone? Okay, thank you so much, so efficient.
That one issue we need to tackle, and that's probably a question to the panel, is how do we balance between the fact that indeed young people are more entrepreneurial, more eager to take risk, but at the same time, and I'm now speaking as an early stage investor, but also as a father of a teenager, they are much involved into short-termism. They want quick earnings, quick profit, quick success. And if we ask Thomas, I think he will agree that this game looks more like a marathon rather than a 100-meter race. So how do we, at the same time, while preserving their appetite for risk and their appetite for entrepreneurship, how do we mentor them and we foster them towards a long-term commitment and a long-term engagement into the ventures they're building?
That's important. Thank you. Thomas, would you maybe want to also say something about this? Were you also willing to get results fast?
I mean, it's a balance. You can't take
But how
the
do you
whole
reach
life.
it is the question, I think.
Sorry?
How do you reach that balance? How do you tell yourself that, I'm willing to risk, but then at the same time, I want my results as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, maybe meditation can help. Relax and breathe, something like similar to that. But I mean, I think mentorship really is helpful because when I started the company, it was that, oh, we're just going to make a prototype in 2 months, then we're going to make a pilot scale in another 6 months, and in a year we're going to be producing tons of the product.
Yeah.
Well, that's the mindset, but I think that also helped because it drive me, because if I would think like, oh, you're going to be struggling with the challenges, with the problems, and actually the biggest problems that I see in startup, in the system, is actually technological problems. It's the main concern of mine, how to solve the problems and bring the technology to work. Because, I'm here sitting on the stage when last year I was just like spectator and being afraid to talk about my ideas. And I didn't use any, my kind of family connections or bribery. I'm
That
here.
no longer works in Lithuania. Come on.
So I mean, people can't do that. So,
The panel is getting more and more vibrant. I think, at least to the foreign guests, we have to say that bribes have not been working for like 30 years in Lithuania, right, Augustus?
Yeah, so I just want to tell that, we need, and I met Martynas, who really mentored me in the beginning, and I was not getting myself an idea that I will fail. I was afraid to think about that. And he said, you might fail. I mean, that was a relief. But at the same time, during incubation and acceleration programs, I kind of built the character. Okay, it's not that I don't care. I took the money and I'll try something and I fail. No, it's just like I have to have idea. I have to have a direction. And if this path fail, I just turn a bit and look again to the direction and try to follow another path. So I believe the mentorship helps a lot, to build your mind, to build your character, to understand how the startup works. And it's important to it from the young age. I guess if I've learned about the building a company in school or at university, I mean, I got some insights about building a company at university because I was studying business management, but it was just like a side thing. But the mentoring, the education, I mean, we have many technological problems which we need to solve. We just need more people come and try to solve them. And for sure, 80% of them will fail.
Yes, I have seen your hand, and I've seen your hand as well. I just want to bring this back to Ugne and say, and ask for your comment, the role of mentorship in building your mind. That was something that was very powerful, I think. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's really important. But additionally, what I can add, that let's say it's not only about mentorship, it's about taking risks, to be stubborn, to know that, personal skills, that you have to be prepared, because startup is not like just another game. It's sometimes it reminds a battle a little bit. And what additionally I want to add, that in bioeconomy, I'm also, from a technological background. I was studying engineering things in the Netherlands. And what I do want to say, that there's specificity for the bioeconomy business, because it's not that easygoing. It's like you have to troubleshoot, you have to solve someone's problem. It's also involving interdisciplinary team. That means that it's not only that you have to rely on yourself, you have to know other engineers, have to involve also like other stakeholders. And this was what I was lacking in Lithuania, to be honest, when I was
the knowledge that will be challenging, you mean?
Yeah, to combine other disciplines.
Okay.
This skill. Because I was thinking, I was a little bit naive, I guess, at a younger age, that when you start a startup, let's say, even in my case, I was having my startup. So I just need 3 people and we can move on. But the reality shows different things, and there are some a little bit mind shift when I started to study in the Netherlands, where they were actually showing us how to solve the real life problem, the real business problem. They gave us as students to work in different disciplines, like team, from very broad disciplines like social, economic, engineering, and so on. And then I saw after that task that it really works when you are looking to the problem from different angles. So this what I would like really to change in Lithuania, maybe to bring that culture that you are not going alone, but you are going in teams, and these teams needs to be from different disciplines.
Ms. Mitikiene, then, do we have that in our university culture, looking at things from different angles and working in teams? So would you briefly comment on this before we go to lunch?
Yes, and colleagues mentioned about technological skill. Now study programs are interdisciplinary. At universities, scientists together with students work in interdisciplinary teams and solve problem. For example, if we talk about engineering study programs, students have skills engineering, economics, agriculture, and other disciplines, and technological problems now, I think in the future students not have.
Did you want to say something, Nello?
Yes, yeah, just briefly, what you brought forward, this is essential. This is what we industry are looking for at education institutions. And as Astrida is saying, is this multidisciplinarity. And the better you are as a multidisciplinary educated person, the better you can work in a diverse team, because this is where innovation starts.
Yeah. Angelica, we'll, I think, finish with you, and I will ask the final question of the balance that was, asked very, very recently. How can we find that balance, wanting the results fast and also, being and having to be able to risk? How do we balance that in young people?
I think from what I see is first really inspiring people from a very young age. And inspiring different verticals, IoT, finance, deep tech, biotech, so they really find out the passion and the drive. Second, let them do. You don't know what you don't know. So unless they try to create a startup, they don't know it's a marathon. So let them try, and imagine if we let them try from the middle school, from 12 years, and they do every year one business enterprise. They already have 6-year experience till they finish the school, and they know how it works. And even if not everybody will become an entrepreneur, they will become a great entrepreneurs. So they know how to innovate inside the business. And then, guys, let's just mentor all this entrepreneurial mindset. This is how they can find a way that, okay, I'm almost burnt out, stop, or I can move on. So this is just this.
So a little meditation practices would not really do much harm as well, either. Either will do lunch, to which we will go in just a second, right after I mentioned everybody's names and you will have applauded them. Angelika Rustikienė, Teresa Škutaitė, Ugnė Dirdaitė, Tomas Bičkovas, Astrida Mitikienė, and Nela Emerencia. Thank you so much for this wonderful comment. Enjoy your lunch and do come back here. Let me double check when. 2:15. So it's a rather longish lunch. Please enjoy it.
that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
A year ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city, as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire, with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the New Town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options, from car-hailing applications and taxis to electric scooters and two-story tourist buses to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket to ride this time machine barely costs €1, and it's definitely worth your money. Trust me, I know. I grew up with these things. Since you obviously didn't come here to see me crying, let's move on to something a bit more exciting. Food. Vilnius is home to hundreds of restaurants, bars, and cafes that offer all foods and drinks your heart will ever desire. However, I must be really honest with you. Vilnius used to be a very affordable place back in the day, but after we got the euro, it became a little pricey. So even though we have all these amazing food options available, you might also want to look into trying some of our delicious kebabs. They're €3 each, and I mean, they could be worse. This, of course, isn't addressed to you if you're coming from Norway or Singapore or Switzerland. You guys certainly won't have to eat no kebabs. You'll be eating fine foods. Okay. Now that we've all had a great meal, it's time to explore. If you're into touristy sites, here are the top 5 places you definitely cannot miss. Gediminas Tower. This is the most famous of Vilnius' touristy sites that's been looking over our city for over 600 years. 3 Crosses, an awe-inspiring religious monument from which you can see a spectacular panorama of our old town. Cathedral and the Palace of the Grand Dukes, 2 touristy sites at the heart of Vilnius that will inspire even the most uninspired tourists. Vilnius University. Founded in the 16th century, it was the first university in the Baltic states that will certainly take you back in time. Church of St. Anne. It is a prominent example of Gothic architecture that was built in the 15th century. This church might very well be one of our most beautiful. Cathedrals, universities, and churches are all really nice, but there's so much more to Vilnius that you should explore. Do not forget our cultural spots, such as National Gallery of Art, Contemporary Art Center, and Mo Museum, where you'll find enough art to fill your heart's content. Vingis Park. This park is by far one of my favorite places to relax in Vilnius. It's a huge park literally in the city center that just seems to never end. Halės Market. This local market was established well over 100 years ago and is busy with action more than ever. TV Tower. Standing at 326 meters above the ground, the TV Tower is the tallest construction in Lithuania that features a rotating cafeteria giving you a 360-degree view of the whole city. I don't know if you know this, but a large part of HBO's award-winning Chernobyl TV series was filmed in this tiny district of Vilnius. If you want a taste of Soviet apartment architecture, this is your place. There's so much more I'd like to tell you about Vilnius, but I don't think that's a good idea because all the things I could ever say will never match you actually coming here and exploring the city on your own. Do it, you bloody legend, as soon as you can. In the meantime, help me spread the word about the city I was born and raised in by sharing this video on your social media with the hashtag ExploreVilnius and telling your friends how much you know about it. Thank you so much for watching the whole video and see you next time.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius. It's,
Vilnius.
which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
A year ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city, as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire, with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the New Town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options, from car-hailing applications and taxis to electric scooters and two-story tourist buses to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket to ride this time machine barely costs €1, and it's definitely worth your money. Trust me, I know. I grew up with these things. Since you obviously didn't come here to see me crying, let's move on to something a bit more exciting. Food. Vilnius is home to hundreds of restaurants, bars, and cafes that offer all foods and drinks your heart will ever desire. However, I must be really honest with you. Vilnius used to be a very affordable place back in the day, but after we got the euro, it became a little pricey. So even though we have all these amazing food options available, you might also want to look into trying some of our delicious kebabs. They're €3 each, and I mean, they could be worse. This, of course, isn't addressed to you if you're coming from Norway or Singapore or Switzerland. You guys certainly won't have to eat no kebabs. You'll be eating fine foods. Okay. Now that we've all had a great meal, it's time to explore. If you're into touristy sites, here are the top 5 places you definitely cannot miss. Gediminas Tower. This is the most famous of Vilnius' touristy sites that's been looking over our city for over 600 years. 3 Crosses, an awe-inspiring religious monument from which you can see a spectacular panorama of our old town. Cathedral and the Palace of the Grand Dukes, 2 touristy sites at the heart of Vilnius that will inspire even the most uninspired tourist. Vilnius University. Founded in the 16th century, it was the first university in the Baltic states that will certainly take you back in time. Church of St. Anne. It is a prominent example of Gothic architecture that was built in the 15th century. This church might very well be one of our most beautiful. Cathedrals, universities, and churches are all really nice, but there's so much more to Vilnius that you should explore. Do not forget our cultural spots, such as National Gallery of Art, Contemporary Art Center, and Mo Museum, where you'll find enough art to fill your heart's content. Vingis Park. This park is by far one of my favorite places to relax in Vilnius. It's a huge park literally in the city center that just seems to never end. Halės Market. This local market was established well over 100 years ago and is busy with action more than ever. TV Tower. Standing at 326 meters above the ground, the TV Tower is the tallest construction in Lithuania that features a rotating cafeteria giving you a 360-degree view of the whole city. I don't know if you know this, but a large part of HBO's award-winning Chernobyl TV series was filmed in this tiny district of Vilnius. If you want a taste of Soviet apartment architecture, this is your place. There's so much more I'd like to tell you about Vilnius, but I don't think that's a good idea because all the things I could ever say will never match you actually coming here and exploring the city on your own. Do it, you bloody legend, as soon as you can. In the meantime, help me spread the word about the city I was born and raised in by sharing this video on your social media with the hashtag ExploreVilnius and telling your friends how much you know about it. Thank you so much for watching the whole video and see you next time.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Venezuela, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
I would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city, as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire, with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the New Town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options. From car-hailing applications and taxis, to electric scooters and two-story tourist buses, to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket to ride this time machine barely costs €1, and it's definitely worth your money. Trust me, I know. I grew up with these things. Since you obviously didn't come here to see me crying, let's move on to something a bit more exciting. Food. Vilnius is home to hundreds of restaurants, bars, and cafes that offer all foods and drinks your heart will ever desire. However, I must be really honest with you. Vilnius used to be a very affordable place back in the day, but after we got the euro, it became a little pricey. So even though we have all these amazing food options available, you might also want to look into trying some of our delicious kebabs. They're €3 each, and I mean, they could be worse. This, of course, isn't addressed to you if you're coming from Norway or Singapore or Switzerland. You guys certainly won't have to eat no kebabs. You'll be eating fine foods. Okay. Now that we've all had a great meal, it's time to explore. If you're into touristy sites, here are the top 5 places you definitely cannot miss. Gediminas Tower. This is the most famous of Vilnius' touristy sites that's been looking over our city for over 600 years. 3 Crosses, an awe-inspiring religious monument from which you can see a spectacular panorama of our old town. Cathedral and the Palace of the Grand Dukes, 2 touristy sites at the heart of Vilnius that will inspire even the most uninspired tourists. Vilnius University. Founded in the 16th century, it was the first university in the Baltic states that will certainly take you back in time. Church of St. Anne. It is a prominent example of Gothic architecture that was built in the 15th century. This church might very well be one of our most beautiful. Cathedrals, universities, and churches are all really nice, but there's so much more to Vilnius that you should explore. Do not forget our cultural spots such as National Gallery of Art, Contemporary Art Center, and Mo Museum, where you'll find enough art to fill your heart's content. Vingis Park. This park is by far one of my favorite places to relax in Vilnius. It's a huge park literally in the city center that just seems to never end. Halės Market. This local market was established well over 100 years ago and is busy with action more than ever. TV Tower. Standing at 326 meters above the ground, the TV Tower is the tallest construction in Lithuania that features a rotating cafeteria giving you a 360-degree view of the whole city. I don't know if you know this, but a large part of HBO's award-winning Chernobyl TV series was filmed in this tiny district of Vilnius. If you want a taste of Soviet apartment architecture, this is your place. There's so much more I'd like to tell you about Vilnius, but I don't think that's a good idea because all the things I could ever say will never match you actually coming here and exploring the city on your own. Do it, you bloody legend, as soon as you can. In the meantime, help me spread the word about the city I was born and raised in by sharing this video on your social media with the hashtag ExploreVilnius and telling your friends how much you know about it. Thank you so much for watching the whole video and see you next time.
Wait, what? Sorry?
Vilnius. Vilnius.
It's
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Venezuela, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city, as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire, with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the New Town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options. From car-hailing applications and taxis, to electric scooters and two-story tourist buses, to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket to ride this time machine barely costs €1, and it's definitely worth your money. Trust me, I know. I grew up with these things. Since you obviously didn't come here to see me crying, let's move on to something a bit more exciting. Food. Vilnius is home to hundreds of restaurants, bars, and cafes that offer all foods and drinks your heart will ever desire. However, I must be really honest with you. Vilnius used to be a very affordable place back in the day, but after we got the euro, it became a little pricey. So even though we have all these amazing food options available, you might also want to look into trying some of our delicious kebabs. They're €3 each, and I mean, they could be worse. This, of course, isn't addressed to you if you're coming from Norway or Singapore or Switzerland. You guys certainly won't have to eat no kebabs. You'll be eating fine foods. Okay. Now that we've all had a great meal, it's time to explore. If you're into touristy sites, here are the top 5 places you definitely cannot miss. Gediminas Tower. This is the most famous of Vilnius' touristy sites that's been looking over our city for over 600 years. 3 Crosses, an awe-inspiring religious monument from which you can see a spectacular panorama of our old town. Cathedral and the Palace of the Grand Dukes, 2 touristy sites at the heart of Vilnius that will inspire even the most uninspired tourists. Vilnius University. Founded in the 16th century, it was the first university in the Baltic states that will certainly take you back in time. Church of St. Anne. It is a prominent example of Gothic architecture that was built in the 15th century. This church might very well be one of our most beautiful. Cathedrals, universities, and churches are all really nice, but there's so much more to Vilnius that you should explore. Do not forget our cultural spots such as National Gallery of Art, Contemporary Art Center, and Mo Museum, where you'll find enough art to fill your heart's content. Vingis Park. This park is by far one of my favorite places to relax in Vilnius. It's a huge park literally in the city center that just seems to never end. Halės Market. This local market was established well over 100 years ago and is busy with action more than ever. TV Tower. Standing at 326 meters above the ground, the TV Tower is the tallest construction in Lithuania that features a rotating cafeteria giving you a 360-degree view of the whole city. I don't know if you know this, but a large part of HBO's award-winning Chernobyl TV series was filmed in this tiny district of Vilnius. If you want a taste of Soviet apartment architecture, this is your place.
There's so much more I'd like to tell you about Vilnius, but I don't think that's a good idea because all the things I could ever say will never match you actually coming here and exploring the city on your own. Do it, you bloody legend, as soon as you can. In the meantime, help me spread the word about the city I was born and raised in by sharing this video on your social media with the hashtag ExploreVilnius and telling your friends how much you know about it. Thank you so much for watching the whole video and see you next time.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
I would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
It's so nice to see a full hall of people. So far, until lunch, we have had so many fruitful and productive discussions, conversations. So I hope that the next one's gonna be even more productive, because we just tasted natural, local food. By the way, this chef that you've been tasting food, he makes only from the local products. He at least tries. Sometimes if it's some kind of fish, of course, it's not that local. And he's been working with us, with our conferences for a long time, and always tries, to make the freshest, dishes possible for our agri-food conferences. So I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Let's applaud for the chef. Okay, and let me proceed right away to our panel discussion. Panel discussion gonna be moderated by me. Probably that's one of the most priority topics for myself. That's cross-sectorial collaboration. I always talk about that. Doesn't matter bioeconomy, digital innovations, digital transformation, Green Deal. I always say without collaboration, probably it's almost impossible to achieve it. But do not believe to me. We're gonna listen to the panel discussion and we're gonna hear what our guests are really thinking about it. But until we start the panel discussion, we're gonna have the insight comments. And it's a big honor for myself to invite Maria Lisa Maures to the stage. She is the director of EAT Food CLC Northeast. Please, Maria.
Hey, so I have this tough job of keeping you awake after lunch, right? So yeah, I don't know what kind of a dance and whistles we have to do, but I will do my best for sure. I was asked actually yeah, let me see this one that I'm able to use this one as well. I was asked by Christine to actually talk about in this partnership, but more about like what is making success and growth when it comes to the partnership. And obviously, as I'm coming from EAT Food, so it means that, you know, that's what we do. We do partnership, we do network, we do innovation, you know, and we are at the same time trying to really do this transformation of the food systems. So this is really my favorite topic for one reason, is that alone, you know, we do nothing. And this really goes for EAT as a EAT, even other KICs, but also EAT Food as a whole. On our own, you know, we are nothing. We have our partners, we have the expertise, we have basically even participants, so the ecosystem that is around there is much greater than actually only the partners. And of course, here in Lithuania, I have a little like maybe a special place in my heart, because I have been coming here since 2018, I think when you had the first Agri Food Forum, and you know, huge progress and absolutely fantastic work. So once again, you know, big congratulations for all of you, and how your country is actually pulling together this importance of the agri-food sector. So, you know, I very admirative for you. So I really want to keep this rather kind of like short, and you can see that, well, Maria-Lisa, maybe your slides are not quite right, because we can see that there's like some proteins and, well, title at least is right. And it is simply that I really wanted to put this introduction and further the panel conversation, hopefully, in the context. So when we are talking about the partnership, what we are talking about. And so it's not like general. Yes, we can also give you presentations of all these fantastic institutions in Europe. They are absolutely crucial and important. But if we now are in bioeconomy conference here and summit, I think, and because it is so important topic, I think most of you heard it earlier this morning, and we really are going somewhere. This is my feeling. We are really going somewhere. Maybe the path is still, to some extent, long. It may be narrow, but it will get broader. And so I think that, you know, we will have a lot of opportunities there. So I, at the same time, wanted to tie this conversation on not only on proteins, but understanding the connection between protein diversification and bioeconomy. And also at the same time to say, hey, if we now today talk about partnership, let's talk about how we can make this particular topic and the partnership and collaboration go stronger. Okay? Is that a deal? Thank you. Excellent. So I'm going to change this one. So I have here, I was kind of thinking that, okay, what are, in a way, if I'm looking at our proteins and the paper, actually you can also download. was looking at all the kind of like 7 different areas of, let's say, the recommendations in the policy areas that are going to make a success. Now, it just happens to be that they are absolutely, I think, the same that we can think about for in bioeconomy and in partnership in that one. So first one is we absolutely need to think about systems thinking, and all the actors have to be on board. So what does it mean, all the actors? Like farmers, yes. Like business, yes. Students, yes. Consumers, absolutely. So every single, let's say, participant in this ecosystem has to be on board, also including finance, and whether it is public or whether it is private. So this is really a given. And when we look at the, the bioeconomy or protein diversification, is for sure that, and in the partnership, if you only work with one type of a people, you don't go very far. So what you need to do is you need to have really a huge scope of a people that you are partnering with, that you are collaborating in order to be able to do so. And in protein diversification, for example, and bioeconomy, if you would be saying that, okay, there's only one thing that you need to do, well, no, it doesn't look like that, and it doesn't work like that. In food, for example, if we say that let's all turn into vegans, we are going to create a huge problem, in the whole diversity, and no, that's not the solution. So we really need to look at what is happening in this kind of with a systemic view. We move a little bit what is happening here. That's very crucial. And then it goes also for the partnership collaboration. Make sure that you have as many different people around you to talk about these things as you can. And then we look at it from the point of view that we like to talk in EAT Food with the very diverse institutions that we basically collaborate with. Then the second one is farmers are pivotal for protein diversification. Well, and surely for bioeconomy as well. I mean, that goes without saying. And it is too bad, obviously, that currently, there is this kind of like they are very angry, and they kind of feel that, they are not heard. Yeah, but, I think that we cannot still say that, okay, we do what you want, and we are not going to bring these difficult questions on table. But they are difficult for all, but also not to minimize their suffering, because there is something wrong in the system, that is for sure, and it has to be corrected, because we absolutely desperately need also their involvement and in this whole food system. Then third point here is policy support in going to market. I mean, whether it is farmers, whether it is, we talk about consumers and say, okay, they are not interested in, they don't understand about bioeconomy, they don't understand about protein diversification. Well, why? Well, because in many cases it's not even available. So it is still something very virtual. And so it means that the market has to be also at the same time built, and we need to help in the policies to make that happen. Because if we don't, it's going to either take years and years and years and years and years, and still we have the same problem. And we have no time, Not a doomsday lady, but I really have to say that, we really need to accelerate. We really need to accelerate for many reasons. And there's also this opportunity side that comes from the market. And there's huge opportunities. We heard this morning, so I'm not really going to go through them, but we should really seriously think about it, and then the policymakers should also, in a way, follow, because often it is not the policymakers that are there for first. They often come when there's the opportunity, then they have means to decide what to do with that one. But they should decide, and that's where the courage as well is needed. Then we have the need for public funding and investment in R&D and infrastructure. I mean, this is also was heard this morning, but it's for sure. I mean, if investments are needed, and if they are not there, what is it like? We continue investing in the old stuff. So what do? Then nobody's happy. And then we will actually go deeper in the problems that we have. So that is for sure. But then there has to be a transition. These kind of transitions are very delicate. So it means that we actually need to have also somebody who's also helping, to bridge that gap and go further. And these are kind of like generalities, but this is absolutely true. If there's no gap, for example, if we talk with the farmers, and then at the same time, if we are not developing this new market, well, we are stuck, so to speak. So then, improvement of the regulatory process. We heard quite a lot of some of the things as well. Regulatory by itself, it's not a problem. It is mainly that how does that fit into the strategies that we have in Europe? So that's, once again, I'm calling for national, member states, agri-food strategies that are done together with the entrepreneurs or economy ministry, with the health, and also with the agriculture. And not only I'm only mentioning those three, but there's climate, there's all of these things that also have to be involved. That's really important, because if there's no common, at least a roadmap, then how can we go further? We cannot. Because it's like dancing tango, with valse music or something, we don't really get the feet going on the right way. And then, obviously, education and attracting new talent, for sure. Of course, the younger generation, we know that they are very technology savvy. They are probably looking at also like things that, what we are thinking about food, what we are talking about like environment, they probably have different views. And so that's probably going to help, but we might have to wait a little while. So it means that we already have to do something in that one, and we are already doing. This doesn't mean that nothing has been done. A lot of things are done. It is just that it has to have a focus, and the focus, for example, is in bioeconomy, in protein diversification, because those alone can have actually huge impact on the things that we are doing. And then, well, it just happens to be that in Europe we are investing a lot of money. Resources, because we have all these instruments, exchange programs, on an R&D per se, for example, on protein diversification, bioeconomy in a way, likewise, biotech, certainly. So it also means that, well, we invest there, but then when those startups and scale-ups are actually quite ready to go to the market, well, they may be stuck for a little while in the novel food process and procedures. And often there comes the choice. They have to go either to US or they have to go to Singapore, because they say, otherwise we die. Because in this case, for example, and it's in biotech in many ways, as well as in proteins, that investors cannot follow. Investors say, I cannot wait for you to, your novel food procedure to come out, and then, or when it's out, then I will invest. But then, the scale-up may be busted, before actually being able to do something. So these are really important things. And at the same time, we have in Europe a leadership in R&D in this one. But then, why don't we harvest what we are investing? This is my question that I'm really asking, is that, why we never talk about those gaps, how come that, those unicorns are not nowhere? Well, and at the same time, I'm talking now about food, So these are probably some of the reasons that are there. Then maybe final thing is that, this crisis that we are currently living, if there's anything good about that one, is that it has been putting now agri-food sector right in the center of attention. We need to eat every day. And it is obviously a really important factor in economy per se. And on a piece, food security. What kind of a impact it will have, on us and in the future. And all of these things that I just mentioned, I think I don't have any more there, is about partnership. It's about collaboration. It's about like finding those partners that are actually really fantastic for you, and not only maybe one, and don't make it too simple for yourself, make it hard. Look for improbable partners as well. Look for improbable maybe areas that, sectors that you would like to involve. I mean, of course, in food, hopefully we will go to biotech as well, in the way that food will have a fair share on that funding, because currently food in the biotech area in funding is very small, because food is not necessarily considered in the same way as energy, yet food is energy. And so it means that, for example, this is just a picture of EAT Food Network. And, you know, it can give you a little bit of understanding that when we go from higher education to industry partners and research and centers and NGOs, so there's a lot of space still on the paper, so we can add new partners, but certainly this is, you know, the way to go there. And then, you know, just as an example for you is that obviously the opportunities are also there. Within EAT Food, we do have like 3 missions, and all of these are looking for collaboration, partnerships, when it comes to healthier lives through food, reducing risk for a fair, resilient food system, and net zero food system per se. And one of those priority areas is indeed protein diversification. One of them is regenerative agriculture and labeling, packaging, and transparency. And this IFF, what we call innovation funding framework, is actually on. So there's also an opportunity, obviously, to get consortiums together, see with whom you want to actually really work, and make proposals. So this is maybe something concrete for you to also take away from. So I promised you to, and I'm really obviously attached because I'm leading this think tank on protein diversification within EAT Food. And you know what? These folks are, there's still some missing in these photos, but these are like really people who are behind there. So they are scientists, they are the, you know, CEOs, they are folks who are absolutely, you know, engaged in seeing that, you know, what do we need to do in order to lift those barriers for the success? And this is also what we are trying to do today here, is that we are trying to see what do we need to do together in order to lift those barriers for success. They are barriers for success. They are not barriers per se. And I think this is really important to keep in mind when, you know, if you have people around, whatever you do, that are passionate, that are really willing to give everything what they have. A little bit like what Augustus was also describing with the fish, but you know, you don't have to go fishing in order to test that one, but why not? But for surely you can also test it in other ways. And this think tank and these members, you know, have really made the difference. We have been able to open the doors in the DGs, Agri, Grow, Sante, and then even of Commissioner van der Leyen's cabinet doors. You know, normally that takes 5 to 10 years to open some of those doors, and we have been able to do it with these folks and around the paper that was actually really done. So you can download the policy brief, but then I think that really most important thing is really that, you know, what are those barriers that we have identified and we want to live together in order to make bioeconomy, the whole agri-food transformation, a successful one. And this is kind of a ball that I want to throw you. And I hope that, you know, there was also one interesting story about one entrepreneur, startupper, who said that I didn't dare last year to go and talk with people. Now, if you have not yet today talked with somebody, go and talk about it, whether it is your idea, whether it is these kind of things that are maybe bothering you, that you would like to lift these barriers together. Go for it, talk, and then the partnership and collaboration will take place. Now, this is a little bit inspirational, so facts will follow, I'm sure. So, you know, you will see a whole bunch of great speakers on this panel that are representing actually institutions and organizations that are there also to help to make this collaboration go easier and to line on those partnerships. So thank you very much.
Sorry. Okay, now that's a technical problem. Okay.
Let me help you.
Like a Cinderella, you know?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But no prince, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, please,
Maria Lisa, thank you so much. And please stay on the stage. Yeah. And I keep inviting other guests to the stage. So please, from Research Council of Lithuania, Head of NCP Unit, NCP Coordinator, Aurelia Povilaitė. Research leader at the microalgae section at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research and the coordinator of locality project, Margarita Costa. Please. Life Sciences Investment Advisor from Invest Lithuania, Greta Zajančiauskaitė. Please. CEO at Agriculture Cooperative Lietuviško ūkio kokybė, Mindaugas Maciulevičius. Please join us. Vice President of Business Development at Foodscale Hub and General Partner Loggerhead Ventures, Grigoris Šatikostas. Please. And Head of the European Projects Unit of the Taragoa Provincial Council and Project Coordinator at Soul Food, Emma Gorgori. Please. So thank you once again, Maria Lisa, for such nice insights for this panel discussion. And as we've been hearing from the morning, how important is the collaboration, empowerment of the youth. Now we will try to dive in, not only to talk about collaboration, but we're going to be talking about cross-sectorial collaboration and how can we make bioeconomy more sufficient. I'm going to turn right away to Aurelia. So you're representing NCP unit in Lithuania. So can you start a little bit? We've heard a lot today about funding, not enough, or some said it's enough. So can you elaborate? And who gets a chance to get those fundings? Maybe only on cross-sectorial, or it doesn't matter? Please.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And who said there's not enough funding? I mean, come on, there's always not enough funding. So I just will take a step back slightly. NCP unit, who are we? We're national contact points. So these are national structures in each EU member state that work exclusively with Horizon Europe program. We had a session before lunch that we actually talked about Horizon Europe and the projects they have been funded through this program and what successes and impact they're trying to achieve. So our unit, there's 19 of us, so there's plenty of help to the national applicants in Lithuania, is supporting applicants and businesses and higher education institutions and NGOs through the process of getting that funding from Horizon Europe program, from European Commission. We were saying that it's a fact that out of nearly 100 billion euros that have been dedicated to Horizon Europe, 35% of those are dedicated to climate change, including bioeconomy. So it's a huge chunk of money dedicated for actually what we are here all doing. So our aim is to help those applicants navigate through finding the right calls that suit them, then helping them to go through application process, advising on EIT calls as well. They just have closed, they have EIT and NCP in the audience. And then, supporting them through the management of those projects. So there's a plenty of money out there to get the funding from. But the issue that we're facing is that our applicants from Lithuania with great ideas are either scared to dive into that's Horizon Europe, or they don't have partners, even though they do, or they don't have experience. But this is where we come in to help. And what Horizon Europe program is doing, what you just Christina said, and what we all are trying to do, is to use multi-actor approach to solve the problems, to collaborate. So most of the budget is going to collaborative projects, to encourage collaboration, because one institution in one country cannot solve the problem of bioeconomy, the challenges we're facing. And just an example of VAT showed us that you need an enormous amount of partners. So we're here to help to connect at the national level and international level as well to the actors and applicants who want to dive into the program and get the funding.
And does that also apply for the startups, which is a very important question?
It does apply to the startups. So there's a third pillar of the program. There's an EAC accelerator program. Yes, the success rate is low, but however, those who don't try don't get. So let's have that mindset. There is the EIC accelerator program. There's EIC Pathfinder program for the startups. They can ask for the money depending on their technical readiness level. But yes, and startups can get involved in the consortium projects too.
Thank you so much, Aurelia. So we heard that it's enough of the money, so just the place, you need to find the place, the contact point where to turn to. Okay, and right away I'm turning to Grigoris. You're coming from Foodscale Hub. I know you are supporting a lot startup ecosystems, and what is your approach for the cross-sectorial collaboration? And for me, it was very hard to pronounce Loggerhead Ventures. What does it mean?
Okay, let me start with this one first, because this is our new baby. Well, loggerhead is the small turtle that you find in the Mediterranean. It's one that, once it's getting born, it needs some human help to take it from the sand to the sea to survive. Just like the startups. In the beginning, most likely they're going to die, unless there is someone there to help them. And that's our positioning in the game. Going back now to speak about cross-sectorial collaboration. I think that it's a good idea to praise Europe for that. They gave us lots of room for that. The multi-actor approach, once it was invented, the whole consortia, starting from FP7, that they opened the story to the market. I can share personal stories. Cross-sectorial collaboration is not always without challenges. When we started back in 2013 building accelerator programs for AgTech, we were telling that our dream is to make farmers and geeks speak the same language. 10 years afterwards, this is a common sense, I think. But,
did it work?
Yes, I believe it did. Judging from the many companies, including some of here in the Lithuanian ecosystem that were established based on that value proposition, I think that it worked. But we have many new vocabularies to invent, and as the sectors are growing, and as we have now bioeconomy, for example, which is the topic of our event today, which is by definition cross-sectorial. We are now looking from our venture capital fund, we're looking at companies that are taking the leftovers from the Horeca industry, from the coffee shops, to produce construction and building materials, or to produce cosmetics for people. So in that sense, the cross-sectorial collaboration is necessary, but it does not come without challenges.
So would you say that the investments, for example, if a startup is more cross-sectorial, it's a bigger chance to get the funding?
I would certainly say that each investment in a startup is a unique case. We don't need cross-sectorial startups, we don't need inclusive startups, we need startups that will make profit for the investors. That's a truth that we all have to accept. But based on that, certainly the people who are open-minded enough to capture the opportunities that exist in untapped territories, I think these are the ones that are going to benefit in the future.
Thank you so much, Grigoris. And I'm turning to Greta. So we've heard about NCP, how venture capitalists work, how cross-sectorial startups are being supported. Now, what about the investments for the bigger projects? How does that work? Do you support more cross-sectorial, or maybe you have some success stories on the cross-sectorial collaboration?
So I will go a step backwards and talk a bit who do we consult in Invest Lithuania. So we talk to the companies all over the world that is ready to take a step and get a new site somewhere in the Europe, and we prefer that to be Lithuania, of course. But we guide them here and give them, support. So what we sell is not Lithuania. We sell an ecosystem that works. We sell partners that they can find in here. We can sell, universities that's gonna make the talents for them. So we never will be able to sell Lithuania just as a country. We're gonna sell it as an ecosystem as one. So good success cases, like companies that comes via merger and acquisition, like Rocket came to Lithuania, they found the talent, they found partners that they needed and they came to Lithuania, but that's also the way that big companies come, smaller companies as well start to find the talents. And also they find a good government here that's open to talk. That's very important, especially in bioeconomy. You cannot go anywhere without a government that's not open to talk to you, that's not agile. So I think that's also something that we find in Lithuania, and we advocate for it as well.
Thank you so much. Any success stories?
I'm talking from the big grand ones like Thermo Fisher, Rocket, and Emelina, but also smaller ones that comes into country, like CROs like Curaline and so on. Of course, I work personally more in biotech, but the bioeconomy, I believe, is still to come. But some of them I cannot talk due to the confidentiality. But
okay, Greta, I'll come back to the bigger investments, but now I would like to turn to Emma. Apart from that, that you're head of the European Projects Union at the Taragoya, you are project coordinator of Soul Food. Sounds very soul. Yes, what it is? What kind of project?
It is a very social project. We're really proud of this project, and we like to disseminate what the project is about, because it tackles the social part of the food value chain. So social food is Soul Food. Sorry, Soul Food is a project that is co-funded by the European Social Fund Plus of the EU. We are 9 partners coming from representing 4 different European countries, and with a total budget of around 800,000 euros. But it's not just about the budget, it's what this project is different from other projects, other previous projects. So we have the food value chain, but what we're trying to do is innovate by finding a digital solution that serves the beginning of the food value chain and connects it to the end of the value chain. So what we're trying to tackle is, we do have surplus of production in the fields that no one is harvesting because it's not worth, right? What we're trying to do is, so we want to connect these producers that have this surplus and connect them to the social initiatives that are trying to reduce or trying to cover these vulnerable groups of people that don't have a daily meal on their plate, right? So this is the innovative part of this, right? So we include digital solutions, which is something that has been discussed today in the panel. So to really step forward and to really speed up bioeconomy, we need to include digital solutions, even in sectors, or in sectors and in people, groups of people that are not really ready for that. So including technology in producers is really challenging. So that's why we need this cross-sector collaboration, because we have NGOs in our partnership that provide us this sensibility that we need to tackle these vulnerable groups of people. So we also have ICT representatives, Agri-Food, as you know, they are also our partners, and public sector to also push these policies to improve and to boost and foster these sort of initiatives.
And in a couple of words, what would you say, what's the biggest impact expected from the project?
The biggest impact is different impacts, but one is to convince this the farmers, the producers, that are usually not considered and are not taken into account. So hear their voices, understand their needs, let them participate in this food value chain, and make them stars of the decision making, if you want to say so. So this is one, and then digitalize a sector that is known as being late adopter and a slow adopter. So if we manage to get these 2 objectives, among others, then we will be really pleased.
Well, thank you so much, Eva. So I've been hearing today a lot also that farmers, and Maria Elisa has mentioned, farmers are very important. That's a pivotal foundation. And like you're saying, then the impact cannot be reached without collaboration through a whole food value chain. So I'm turning to Mindaugas, representing probably farmers today. And well, very interesting thing. I don't know if you're participating in the beginning of the summit, but our colleague from Estonia has said that they have bioeconomy strategy, but farmers don't care about it because they just want to be farmers. They don't really want to implement too much of the technologies. So let's talk about that. And we are hearing farmers are still, the foundation for bioeconomy. So how are we going to be proceeding?
Look, it's very simple to say. Farmers are looking for the good earning, let's say. I'm not saying profit, because nowadays farming is not so profitable anymore, but they just want to keep themselves above the water. So they want to get the best value as they can. So the clever man who will come to them and he will say that for all that you are growing, you'll get so much more. This is where the farmer will say, yes, that's nice. And I would say this is something to do with the governments also, and the consistency and coherency with the policies. We're all saying we're going to be green now, Green Deal, everything. We all know that we're using crop rotation, nitrogen-fixing crops like beans, like peas, and we all are saying, ruling every single farmer, you have to plant them. This is because you'll get fine. But no one thought that, is there any market for green, and what we're going to do with the peas and beans and all other legumes. And then the clever way to do that would be, there is ongoing growing market of this protein which comes from the peas globally. A lot more people are looking for healthier diets, and more them being produced. To build a plant in Lithuania, it would mean that there is a market straight away for the good money. And then you have your local markets, local farmers, where you can say to them that they need this type of a quality, and you can look into a quality. You have a link with a primary producer, and maybe you can say that, please don't use this fertilizer, please don't use that plant protection, and you can regulate that, and you can have the biggest, highest quality of an end product. This is natural, this is normal. And I think for a lot of businesses, it makes sense. And I'm hoping that at least someone will start thinking this way, because now we're going, we have so much raw materials which are available. Nella from the bio-based industries, 4 years ago, we were here going to the ministries, to a presidential, they had a beautiful report, and they were saying that, look at how much raw material you have in Lithuania, and we were saying, that's grand, let's do something about that. But nothing happened. And I am so glad to hear today that in West Lithuania and the Ministry for Innovation, not only the Ministry for Agriculture, are looking in this field. And yes, there are opportunities down there. Not only the wheat, we have a biomethane, which we already discussed. There was sectoral working group, and there is some sort of, it's not strategy, but at least it's a good start for the strategy. And I hope that now the ministry will start working on the bioeconomy strategy, which we really need, and not only for farmers, we need that for economy. Everybody. This is not only for that. And also very good news is Strida Mitseikienė, she left already, but the chancellor of our Vytautas Magdas University, Agricultural Academy, they have ambitious plan to build an innovation plant down there, not plant, but park down there close to Kaunas and Reikiškės for bioeconomy research. So there will be enzymes, there will be, let's say, all different laboratories dealt with, maybe green biotech also. So there is a promising, let's say, field where the startups will be able to grow. But we are only starting to talk about it now, and bioeconomy, we started to talk on the European level, I would say 8-9 years ago. And I was at the beginning of that, when I was European Economic and Social Committee member and rapporteur a number of opinions in this field. So we were coming back to Lithuania and saying, look at this, so promising, it's so promising, and everyone, wow, good idea, but that's it, nothing is happening. So the moment when we'll take the decision, but all of us together, and I can guarantee you the farmers, they're the first ones who are now looking for solutions, because we can see that if we are not doing anything, there is no future in the current way of farming. The raw material prices are so dramatic, everything is so volatile, we have to think about the end product, and they will be the driving force for the change, I hope. So this would be the...
So would you say that farmers are ready to invest or co-invest? What's needed for the farmers to step or be the front runners?
Yes, this is very good, and I think I really believe in cooperatives and cooperation. Okay. And we have brilliant example in Lithuania, a milk cooperative called Pienas LT, and they have built the wonderful factory, and they're producing very good protein that they're selling all over the world. There is a big demand for that, and they're very profitable and very good. They're paying very good money for the raw milk to the members, and they're expanding. And I remember when they started 6 years or 7 years ago, they had huge problem with getting bank loan, accessing finance. Because cooperative, it's not trustworthy. Banks were saying, we don't know the structure. What do you mean? One vote, you know, everyone have equal votes, and no, we don't lend. But then eventually they landed, and now we have a lot of good examples in the grain sector also, very good, strong cooperatives. And as far as I know, there is a good initiatives discussed that maybe they can combine forces together and build something like that, the protein processing plant. The banks are already trusting the cooperatives because they can see track records and they can trust the entity. But also, look at European Investment Bank. We also have this RRF facility. We have so many ways how we can access the finance nowadays, so it's not the question about that. And also, let's be open about that not only grants we would be looking for, sometimes the preferential loan with a little interest can be even better way to work in the project like this than a grant, and then you have to borrow everything else in the market. So how you look into that? And I think we have everything here, and I can see that farmers have a good intention and they have good willing, and there is a good spirit of cooperation. And I really believe that the cooperatives can make the serious differences, but at the same time, there is a huge potential for the businesses from outside to come in here, and I really hope that Invest Lithuania can bring them in, because we seriously look at, we have 7 million tons of grain produced, we're exporting 5 million. Like, it's huge market, it's huge potential, raw material, straw. We can do a lot of things with that. Nello will tell you better how much we have. We don't know ourselves. They did the research, and they came 4 years ago to us and saying, look at, open your eyes, look at, this is what you have, this is what you have, this is, and we just, yes, we still export that. So once we change that mentality, we'll be at the winning point, I would say. And it will be the end of all the problems to our farmers. This is the most important message.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mindaugas. And I'm turning to a little bit different farming methods. So I'm turning to Margarita now. Please, a couple of words on your project as a coordinator, and what is the impact from that project is expected?
So Locality is a project that has as main aim to deploy algae products in the market. And those algae products can be from many different sectors of application. So we have the food sector involved, but we also have textiles, agriculture, and aquafeed as well. So in the project, because algae is a very diverse group, and algae we grew algae either in the Baltic or we grew them in bioreactors, and they feed, their nutrient sources come from waste streams from different industries. So what we try to do is that we try to combine, we call these local industrial ecosystems, and we try to localize the algae production close to the industries that are producing these waste streams. And we have here a win-win. So for the algae producers, they save on nutrient sources because they don't need to buy these nutrient sources. And the industries that are producing the waste have a way of getting rid of the waste and cleaning the water. And then the algae that it's produced, it's going to be applied in different products in these markets that I was telling. So we try to close the loop locally in these different ecosystems. And these ecosystems are also located in regions where the markets are key for these regions or for these countries. So, of course, in Norway, we take care of the aquaculture ecosystem. So we cultivate algae based on waste streams that come from the fish industry. But we have also located in Sweden the textile ecosystem, and in the Netherlands the agriculture one.
Yeah, thanks, Margarita. And as I understand, that this is true collaboration, cross-sectorial collaboration from the biomass making different sectorial products. What are the challenges for such a value chain?
Yes, there are challenges, of course, and I think that the main one was mentioned already, which is we don't speak the same language. So we cover the entire, we are 28 partners, 27 partners, we cover the entire value chain from the waste producers to the farm, the algae farmers, to the R&D, the product developers, we have the fundamental researchers, the applied researchers, and we have the end users as well, so the companies that are going to produce, put the products out in the market, and we have business partners involved, disseminating, doing market assessments, and very often we don't speak the same language, and this is something that we always try to level up. I think that this is basically the main challenge here.
So what is the success key? How to find this language? Common language.
It's try to level it up somehow. So a lot of collaboration, a lot of communication in between the partners, having everyone together, because we cannot if we are segregated into our own field of expertise and our own field, innovation is way more complicated. So we need to put people together, and we need to make people speak the same language.
Thank you so much. And I'm turning now to Maria Elisa. You've mentioned many times about the importance of collaboration and the thinking about ecosystem as one system. But now, what are the challenges? Also, we're hearing there are some challenges. We need to talk about that.
Yeah.
What are the gaps?
Yeah, I think that, well, it is for sure that, collaboration is sometimes actually quite difficult. It's challenging and indeed because of these reasons of not really understanding that what is the place of each and one of us in the whole system. So we are, by definition, often very siloed. And we kind of this is how we have been also taught to do, to become just an expertise in your own field and not really understanding the whole. And I think that, today we understand that, well, we can no longer only look at our own little area. And I think that the biggest challenge is also sometimes there that, to whom are we doing this? What is the purpose? What is the objective? What is the target? And even if it would be if you take the whole food value chain already, and we say that every single one is very important in this value chain. Well, it's true, because otherwise we will not have anything coming from the farmers or producing towards the consumers. But so, how do you then, in the future systems and in those kind of successes, how do you evaluate then that, who is doing what and where actually the value of that work should be going and the effort? Where are the innovations? Because often we are thinking about that they are more, once again, not interlinked at all. So somehow the understanding has to be built, and also the value, because quite frankly, it is not right that if you take like farmers, even today, their work, what they do, and then how basically the distribution of a market value is in a way in the whole value chain. It's not quite. It doesn't have to be. It cannot be even, because there are opportunities that are different. And each and every one in this value chain also has to understand that, how do I grow? Where is the kind of, but then how do we grow then together? And somebody was mentioning this market, that, you need to also understand that, to whom you are selling. And obviously farmers, if you are asked indeed to grow something and you don't have market for it, or like nobody's buying. I mean, it's like in any business, you don't want to do such a things, and you are devastated economically, but probably also in many other ways. And this obviously cannot be. But then at the same time, to open those doors and indeed like finding those common grounds and those gaps where, piece by piece, we are then able to basically build them up and understand then at the same time the whole. Not to say I'm only moving again like this little thing here. Mm-hmm. No, I move it, but then at the same time we know that we have to move.
But isn't it then harder to achieve the impact we're looking for when we collaborate so much? So many different players, stakeholders.
Actually, the impact is going to be greater.
Great.
But it is, for surely it's more complicated, but the impact itself is actually going to be much greater, because then it's for the, in a way of at least understanding the whole, and the whole systemic approach and the whole ecosystem. And, it's not like, once again, it's not for farmers, it's not anyone who are doing business in the food value chain. It's not about charity. It's not about like, being assisted. I mean, nobody wants to be like assisted. There has to be like in this new transformation that we are doing, there are so many areas of a creation value that, we just don't sometimes think about it, because we were kind of going from the idea after the wars was like mass production because we needed to eat, to where we are now. But now today we have much more in our hands of capabilities, innovation, financing, even though, the financing in some areas are not maybe enough, or at least not sourced enough in that area. So there are, but yes, to very clear short question is that yes, it's difficult, but yes, the impact is going to be greater. And yes, this approach is, I think, the only way forward.
I'm turning to Greta and then Aurelia, but what we are hearing, there are lots of challenges, pitfalls maybe. So would you advise the investors to go for the cross-sectorial collaborations, or what are the trends that you are seeing?
So our customers usually choose to go solo, but in the bioeconomy, we do see the tendency, because the risks are so abundant, that they look for joint venture solutions, for collaborative partnerships and so on. But nevertheless, even if they go solo or they go with another partner to a country, they face the same challenges, and that's normally the cost. In a nutshell, it's expensive to start and it's expensive to be profitable. And some examples of my companies that we talk about, like they have a good product, especially alternative meat products as well. But they have a good product, they have a good marketing strategy, but the unit cost is still too high for the consumers out there. The second problem and challenge they face is normally infrastructure. So everything that's visible, the land plots, the buildings, build-to-suit options, all is necessary, but at the same time, all the invisible infrastructure like regulations, and we all know that Europe is not known to be fast in adopting regulations for innovations, for bureaucracy. So now we struggle in this, and companies are trying to navigate in that. And I will give an example of a country's efforts to do that. So places like Abu Dhabi, for example, to attract foreign direct investments and keep them in the country, prioritizes investing in infrastructure via targeted funding, via partnerships, private-public collaborations. And what we see there, it's a growing biotech industry, and it signals to continue growing. And the third part, I mean, what we are talking here is partners, but it's a challenge for companies. I mean, it's really hard to find a partners that you really want to collaborate, that's going to collaborate with you, you know, like that's open to talk. And I wanted to give an example here of one American company that we talked with. So they are located in Boston. And we made a lot of jokes about how expensive and overpriced it is in Boston. But, you know, like the goal of the company is to innovate fast. So the fact that there's 3 universities there, all the scientists and business to help them to go there actually reaches their goals very fast, no matter how expensive it is. So I think it's a challenge and a pitfall to choose actually a place to be in. It's kind of a gamble, you win or lose. You win sometimes a cost and you lose some partners. So it's always a challenge to go into. So I think I will just finish very fast, like ecosystems like Lithuania, which are small, which are still competitive in a price, they can have a lot to offer. And I think that we could become a Boston of the Baltics eventually if we continue and sit here together and speak together with each other.
Oh, thank you so much, Greta. And turning to Aurelia, so what is your opinion on the investments for such a projects with a
I would say, in short, I do agree absolutely with all of you. And I think what is becoming very clear and unified was that we need collaboration and partnership and cross-sectoral work to achieve the impact of the program, to get the funding from Horizon Europe and other programs. The issues are the same. The issues that you all have discussed in different sectors are the same, and we're coming together consortium in order to solve the big challenge, either be it by economy or food shortages, climate change, whatever. It's all talking different languages, not trying to be too closed up without sharing. And at the national level, we experience the same. When we go to the ministries and ask them to get involved in the project, that potential will have the benefit at the national level. There's a language barrier. We don't want to, we don't have resources, we don't have time, etc. When we go to the business will say, I don't have time, resources, manpower to get involved in this project. You go to the end users, they don't understand what's about, and you have to educate them. So it seems like that what we are doing at the national level as well, we are investing our time talking the language of the stakeholder that we're meeting, to explain them the importance their contribution will have to take part in that project. That what impact, that they're not going to create the impact on their own, but they will contribute to in the long term to the impact of reducing the emission or etc. So we do face the same challenges, but we try to understand the stakeholder, what are their needs and how to convince them. And we do have some successes. You know, we have regions that have never taken part in the program winning successfully the projects. They're coming from all different parts of the country. And I mean, that is the success they heard, they found the partnerships, they joined, and now they're contributing to creating the impact.
Thank you so much, Aurelia. And I just would like to remind everyone, if you have questions, please, you can ask them, and I'll try to respond through the panelists. I would like to turn now to Grigoris and ask the first question. So on one side, we're talking about cross-sectorial collaboration, we're hearing challenges, but then the impact is greater. And then we have social projects, like we've heard about Soul Food, which are also very important. From the Food Scale Hub point of view, can you elaborate a little bit what are greater implementation risks, I don't know, or opportunities, maybe for social projects or maybe for the investment projects?
To begin with, I think it's not very easy to distinguish between social and non-social projects, as long as humans are involved or projects are one way or another social, in the sense that they have to make a social impact. Now, of course, challenges are many. As we said, there are problems mostly coming from the different sectors and the different vocabularies. There are challenges coming from the different parts of the value chain that people exist. For example, if I'm running a small company and I am in a dispute with a partner who's a multinational, most likely I will have to defend myself against a legal department that's bigger than my entire company. And that creates a culture of understanding. I think that the biggest problems appear when there is lack of empathy. Because all types of organizations, all types of actors in these collaboration projects, they have their own agendas. They're coming from somewhere, they're trying to achieve something, and the project is a way to achieve their agendas. The best way to eliminate the risks that, you are right, they exist, is to understand each other's agenda and to try to adjust your position according to that in order to come to the common goal, which is always more success, more impact, more projects of the same kind.
That's a very good point of view, Grigoris. I would turn to Margarita and Emma. And we've got similar question from the audience that, okay, so we're investing in those projects, different investments, different projects, collaboration, but like we pay those money, and what is out of this for the society? So where do those money go? So, Margarita?
Yes, I think, I mean, in the case of locality, it's very straightforward. We are developing new products with more sustainable ingredients that are going to substitute others that are in the market right now or co-share the existence in the market. So we are trying to bring more products into the market. At the same time, we are circularizing the production of these products. So we are taking care of the ecosystems in a way and utilizing waste streams that in any other situation would be a waste that needed to be treated anyway. So we would spend resources. So the whole society is getting something out of that, even though if the companies get the IP protected and may be able to sell the products that are developed, the society is gaining something with it.
Okay. In our case, internally, at our organization, we always have the discussion when we first want to start a new project, what is this project output? And if that output is tangible, visible. So sometimes many projects, there's this phase of exchanging goals, trying to align them, or just sharing good practices, and it's difficult to obtain the tangible output out of it. So that's why we think it's critical in a collaborative project, in a collaborative atmosphere, to really stress the communication. And communication in all shapes. So communication among the partners. So make sure we are all, like you said something like empathy, generosity. You have to be able to reduce your expectations or align your goals to the rest of the partners. So make a minimum objective, a common minimum objective. And that probably means reduce your ego or reduce your expectations on something. Second thing is good communication among the partners, but also communicate what you are going to do, when you are doing it, how you are doing it, and what's the result of what you've done to your stakeholders. And stakeholders may be a producer, a farmer, it might be a part of us or our agents, and it also is the citizen, the end user, the person, because we are public sector and we're using public money. So this is for us the key. So to have clear your objectives and transfer them properly to your audience so that everyone understands what you're doing and what's the impact and the results. Sometimes the impact is short-term, but the results are visible. And linked to that, and that's my last addition today, is that you have to make the results sustainable. And this is also a challenge. So we're not going within Soul Food, we're going to create a digital solution. And one of the things that concerns our partners is what will happen with this solution when the project finishes? Who's going to support the solution? Who's going to pay for that? So we have to think further and envision the future, the sustainability of our actions.
Very good. The sustainability of the actions of the projects, but we've got great question from the audience. Now, this is for everyone. I think it's going to be end discussion and very good. How do you think collaboration can foster when so many challenges about data sharing exist? The EU adopts an open science position, yet because of GDPR, scientists that do consumer or clinical trials need to draw data sharing agreements even between scientists in the same university or group. So this is great question, and I'm starting from Grigoris.
Well, from the sector that I'm coming from, the data sharing issue is indeed quite big. But what we found out in a couple of projects we're involved is that what you actually need to build is a governance model that takes into account the motivations of each party, because data sharing means I give something expecting to get something back.
Yes.
So if you build the right system of motivations and you pass this message all around the stakeholders, I think that the game has clear rules. And as long as the game has clear rules, people know at which extent this game is aligned with their comfort zone. For example, a food-producing company is very much interested to participate together with farmers, but also together with a health agency in a data-sharing project, exactly because this data is very interesting for all of them, and they know what to take and what to expect. At the same time, there are privacy issues related to humans, but also privacy issues related to companies, involving trade secrets and everything. As long as the governance rulebook is there and it's clear from the beginning, people tend to have to make informed decisions on whether they want to be inside or not. And that's the beginning of it, I think.
Do you know any success stories on that matter?
Absolutely. I will ask you to recall a project that we participated together, IOF 2020, where we had competing European agricultural manufacturers working together to build a standard so they can exchange data, because they understood that if they do not develop that type of practice, the Americans will conquer the market sooner or later.
Okay, and I'm turning to Mindaugas. Well, farmers are always very sensitive about data sharing. So what is your opinion on that question?
I think there are two angles over here. First of all, data sharing that of your personal use that you're using on everyday production. And this is something that we don't really want. Someone should know exactly what we do, when we do, and everything. Of course, we have nothing to hide. But then there is a competition. And then there is maybe someone will see too much. And mentally, farmers are like that. And especially it was a very, very good discussion and long discussion when the satellite images started, and we kind of started to monitor fields every day. But I think now it's getting better, and farmers are getting used to that, and this is a new know-how, and must be that you know that every day the satellite is flying and watching that. But there is a second part, which is also a link to data, but data not of research or on your work, but on the prices. And this is something, if we're discussing bioeconomy, we also have to, because, you know, there is this competition law that you are not really allowed to discuss the prices with your competitor. And if you are building, or if you are trying to build some sort of a mega factory, for example, for protein, and you will have to discuss with, let's say, at least 30% of your local farmers one single price. And then there is that, you know, what is competition-wise a big headache. I know that there is a regulation within the SMO, and we might say that if a cooperative, then it might be okay. But I know a number of member states already, there was a lot of problems in this field, and this was actually an obstacle. So we should also have to have that in mind in Lithuania when we're discussing, because our competition authority is very, very, very strict, and they want to make as everything as the rule says. So we have to make sure that we're not pushing the farmers into a situation when, if they're not even willing, they'll disobey the rule, the law, and there will be a problem for them. And the fines, you know, the fines are millions of euros, so I don't really want to go in that road. So it's also a very good idea just to discuss that part.
Thank you so much. And turning to Greta, and does data sharing is a challenge, or maybe not a challenge, maybe it attracts more investment?
Data is the new gold, for sure. So I think where is money, there's innovations and investors and companies going. So we experience nowadays in Lithuania also the data sharing of secondary patient data, and that has attracted enormous initiatives from the companies, from the institutions, from the health. And I think the one key player that actually has power to manage this is political will. So basically, as long as there is an institution that takes care, like that everything goes accordingly, that, there's quality in the data that we have, I think all the companies are going to follow, because we can see from the biggest companies like Roche and all the others, they can pay billions for data sets. And I think that's a very good niche to work into. And I think agriculture and food and everything should be part of it for sure.
Thank you so much. I'm turning to Margarita. And so knowledge transfer between cross-collaboration and data sharing is possible.
Yes, it's definitely possible. I think what is key is to understand what is the common goal. So for researchers, all researchers are very much in favor of data sharing. First, because it promotes excellence. So if we share not only the results, but how we got into the results, all the data that led us to the results, we are sure, or the community, the scientific community, is sure of the quality standards of that data. But for the companies, and in terms of innovation, I think that it's key. They are usually a bit more reserved in terms of data sharing, production data, and so on. But I think what is key is to understand what is the common goal. So if they are willing to share the data, to share the knowledge, to transfer the knowledge, as long as we are achieving a goal that it serves me and it serves the company that is sharing, and the other one that is receiving the data as well. And I think that that's the way to lead to innovation.
Thank you. And Aurelia, is there any schemes to encourage to make this process more easy? Because it's a very, very questionable topic.
Yes, I don't think there is a process, but there is a light force from the European Commission and all Horizon Europe projects to be as open as possible. So obviously, if there's a business plan...
Is it possible?
It is possible, and actually it is possible. So the big consortiums are signing agreements, what Grigoris was saying, like a rule book, how they will share the data inside. They can't disclose as much as they can, how the data will be used, what will going to be made of into the product. The most important thing is to share the data that you can share, so it can be used for the secondary purposes. We have enormous amount of data currently being collected within the 3 years of the program, and it's not being used or valorized as well into the products, into the innovations. So there's a big encouragement not to collect the new data that already exists and to use the secondary data. So there are mechanisms in place, but unfortunately, to some degree, we have to play by the rules. But the big consortiums, including big companies, they do sign agreements in between, and that works.
Well, thank you so much, Aurelia. And Maria Elisa, I'm sure ET Food has collected so much of the data, but is it reusable, reshareable?
That's a very good question. Well, we definitely do hope that it is. I think that there's a lot of, obviously, it's a contradictory topic, I think, in a way that at the same time we are living in the world where a lot of data, information is available. And then at the same time, indeed, we do also know how we protect. But protect what? And I think this is then the question that, needs to be answered. I think there's also like one thing is protecting, researchers, innovators for, providing them the ownership of things that they have created. I think that's also really important. It's about the, longevity of the professions, and then at the same time, there's obviously things that we cannot do unless they are shared. I mean, as I said, there's no use of things. Then obviously then comes AI, artificial intelligence into play as well. That and none of these things are going to go away. Whether we look at the protection or anything, it's more of a question that, okay, how can we then build systems, build the things in a way that we at least know what is happening, because I think what is most terrifying moments, whether it is for the companies, when something is going out and actually you are like, oh my goodness, what happened? And you don't know actually where the information is going on. So at least if there's something also good about this moment is that, we know that data is important.
Yes.
Not necessarily all the data, but data as a whole is important. And I think that if we take it as once again, like as a positive resource, I think it can actually really create something, but it's also precious. So, in both ways. Yeah, exactly. Let's open the doors for sure, but not necessarily like all the doors and windows.
Thank you, Maria-Lisa. And for the last remarks, Emma. So in a very few words, just 2 words, what steps need to be taken, or what is the success key for the cross-sectoral collaboration for the bioeconomy?
Well, that's a difficult one.
We don't have much time, just a couple of words.
Yes, communication, and mutual learning. I mean, as long as we are not generous, and anything else will come down from these 2 pillars to me. We need to communicate well, expectations, goals, issues, risks, differences in a common language, of course, and then mutual learning. I mean, mutual learning, mutual respect, and become family for at least the period of time we're working together.
Thank you so much. And for the last round, 2 words. What is the success key for cross-sectorial collaboration in bioeconomy? Grigoris. 2 words.
Mutual motivation.
Mutual motivation.
Bioeconomy strategy.
Yeah. Nice.
Agile governments.
Alignment of objectives.
Yes. Patience and dialogue.
I would say curiosity. I don't know actually why that word is coming into my head, but I say that one.
So. Thank you so much, and big applause for our discussion. Thank you. Please, and while we wait for the Živile to come back and continue with the panel discussion, just a little bit of the technical information. After we're gonna have the awards for the pitches. For one of the startups is gonna win the first place. So it's gonna be very interesting to see which one. We're gonna have a short networking cocktail. So do not go away. Do not leave the building from 5 until 6:30. We're gonna have nice networking event. So please stay, as we heard that networking is very important. And for me, frankly, to say Thomas' story, that he was afraid to approach people and then he found a partner here in the networking is a very, very nice example. Živile, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kristina. Thank you so much, everybody. Are there still any people who could put up with one extra panel? Not really. We'll have to do it anyway, and we will hope that all of these people who are discussing their ideas there will also sit down and listen for the last time before we have our networking cocktail and before we say goodbye to each other until next time. So let's see what happens. I'm very glad that you're so sincere and honest. Are there any people who are still willing to type in their questions as we go? Okay, good. Now I'm going to be relying on you. So thank you so much. I'm really glad that there will be at least someone. We will discuss the hardcore stuff, I would say, green tech and innovation, driving bioeconomy forward. We will dwell on the pivotal role of green technology, obviously, and innovation in propelling bioeconomy sector, which, I mean, in many ways we have discussed already, but we will now try to, at least I will attempt to get the specific examples of technologies, and especially that we will have representatives of companies of specific technologies that we could share our ideas about. So we will do this in in approximately 10 minutes, I would say, because in the next 10 minutes, we will have an introductory insight that will be presented by Director of KTU Food Institute. KTU is Kaunas Technological University. Kaunas is the second largest city of Lithuania, and I'm saying some more random facts so more people can gather for this one final panel. And do give a big round of applause to Alvija Šaleševičienė, who will be delivering an introductory insight. The floor is yours. We are all ears. Thank you for still staying with us for the last panel. Thank you.
Good day, esteemed colleagues, friends that I know, I met, I talk. And today, as we gather here at the Bioeconomy Forum 2024, we stand on the cusps of transformative change. This panel discussion is not just an event. It's a beacon of hope, shining light on the green technologies and innovations that propelling us toward a sustainable future of the bioeconomy sector. And with these slides that are a bit complicated, I will talk simple. That our journey today will take us through the latest biotechnological developments, showcasing their applications that herald a new dawn for the bioeconomy. We'll traverse the landscape of renewable energy integration and explore the fertile grounds of innovative agricultural technologies, all while cultivating growth of our bioeconomy. The story. Humans have always made sense of the world through the story. Football story, love story, money story. Humans, we know the stories and we understand. Why we understand? Because we know the rules. We know how to play, or the others playing for us. But the story, humans understand and accept the world. And this is citation or quotation of Harari that I appreciate a lot, and at the moment reading a lot, because historian can tell more even towards bioeconomy. Let's say some words about the story of bioeconomy. The story should be easy understandable, should have certain requirements, certain agreement, and certain language. The story of bioeconomy is the compelling narrative. The narrative is one of the transformation, where renewable natural resources metamorphose in high-value goods, steering us away from the shackles of fossil fuel dependence. But there is a story of circular bioeconomy. In the realm of circular bioeconomy, our story unfolds in a paradigm that loops back to nature. Here, we emphasize resource efficiency, sustainable material cycles, and a growing reliance on renewable biological resources. Our end game: to secure longevity and viability of the bioeconomy, creating a tale of endless renewal. The story of complexity. The slides represent how story is complex. As we delve deeper into this tale, we face the complexity of ecosystem services. These services are the unsung heroes, the facilitators of circular bioeconomy, entwined with human well-being and the sustainability of urban development. Yet, the irony lies in our current trajectory, where over half of these services face the threat of unsustainable reputation. That's on the left. Ecosystem services as prerequisites. So our call to action is clear. We must illuminate the path, reconnecting human advancements to the carrying capacity of the biosphere, fostering an alliance between growth, development, and the fundamental ecological functions that sustain us. And I would tell some words about the road to a circular bioeconomy, which has filled with a lot of challenges, where social considerations, product design, durability, and just sharing of resources are but a few factors that balance on the tightrope of sustainability. To overcome these, we must navigate barriers such as short-term planning, rigid policies, and the chasms between scientific knowledge and its application. The prerequisite for a successful transition to a bio-based economy are multifaceted. Society's active role and participation are paramount, as it is establishment of credible biodiplomacy. We must intervene bioeconomy concepts with the sustainable development goals and wield efficient tools for data collection and modeling to bring our green tech scenarios to fruition. As we near to close to our narrative, we envision a future where green technology is not just an idea, but a reality. It's a future where our discussions today shape the very fabric of our world tomorrow. As we heard, algae as potential option for carbon sequestration and biofuel production, valorization of waste streams for low-carbon circular bioeconomy, various biorefineries as emerging tools in circular bioeconomy, and micro-world that we are going deeper and deeper to find out and to rule it. The story of strategic enhancement of bioeconomy progress. Before we conclude, let's reflect on the strategic enhancements that will propel the bioeconomy forward. What we need. We heard today a lot. Language, cooperation, understandable things, requirements, the standards we understand. We need to harness, first of all, our historical strengths and diversity to meet future challenges. What does it mean, historical strengths? Historical strengths in science, historical strengths in business reveals that there will be great success rate to reaching out green tech. Look, we heard examples, Thermo Fisher, cultivated meat. From where are these strengths? The strength is from our agriculture, from pork meat cultivation that we had and have up to date. What else is needed? Not only historical and diversity strengths. We need that technology complexity must be navigated carefully to foster innovation ecosystems that are both effective and supportive. So green tech goes with innovation services, with innovation ecosystem together. Complexity, this is a story. Let's don't forget this. Another issue, science-based, national-based initiatives orientated towards sustainable technology must be the agents of change, catalyzing innovation and sustainability transitions. So I wouldn't say listen to science, but I listen to wise science, which is historically supported. There is another issue we need to think, because some technologies, some green technologies, has not long history, but we have the opportunity through green window of opportunity. For those latecomers, there is opportunity to join and innovate. Therefore, we will invest in bio-based technologies backed by policies and regulations that nurture their development. Don't forget this, the green window of opportunity. The most important to this cohort of enhancements is data, as we talk today, and the parameters we are measuring. We need to have story with standard parameters we all understand, and the story will be understandable. To accurately measure innovation in the bioeconomy, we will delve into new methods and data and new technologies helping so much. I wouldn't say we are lacking data. I would say that artificial technologies can make scenarios, can do modeling with the sufficient data that we have today. And as we progress, we will not lose sight, we shouldn't lose sight of the socio-economic impact of our biotech innovation, ensuring they contribute meaningfully to human well-being. We heard today, what is the market for peas, for other plant cultures? I would say there is a market, but we need to fasten the knowledge what is human well-being, how to increase it, and how these technologies and biotech can help it. Let us then take these discussions. I forgot the story of slides, so sorry, but just saying that let us then take these discussions from the Bioeconomy Forum and turn them into the stories that will define our shared sustainable future. Thank you for joining us today in this narrative of hope and transformation. Let me open the slide where we have discussions with nice colleagues and partners, and let's tell the stories of green tech and circular bioeconomy. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this introduction. I'm really hoping that you will grab one of the chairs and will join us for the next, I would say, what is it, 45 minutes? Are there still people in the room who could put up with one more panel discussion? Okay. We'll try to be as fast as we can. So thank you so much, Alvia. And I would like to now also invite on stage Senior Director at Novo Siemens, that's Karsten Hjort. Thank you so much for being here with us. Do join us on one of the chairs. We're very happy to have you. Head of Innovation at Nando, that's Jonas Ignatavicius. Welcome. Thank you for joining. CFO and co-founder of Leaf Food, Nerijus Balunas, is right near him, and we'll probably join him on the stage right near your colleague as well. Chairman of Lithuanian Farmers Union, Raimundas Juknevičius. Last but not least, AgTech investor, EIT Food, core partner, startup ecosystem expert, Augustas Ališūnas. That will take some time. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to stop with these comments. Okay, let's do something very simple. There are a lot of discussions I have experienced where people talk and everyone pretends that everyone else has understood everything. It did not happen to me with the presentation of yours, so I just want to double check, and we will see. I'm sure there is at least 2 people or 3 people in this hall who would not understand the term either. What exactly is credible biodiplomacy?
Biodiplomacy, if we talk very simple, it's a storytelling in the way that everybody understands and everybody will be passionate to do things about.
Would we give an example?
Yes, I think we heard a lot today, nice examples of saying, that you have to have passion, you have to have motivation, you have to inspire people. So all these key words belongs to the storytelling. And okay, that what is needed above that, you need to push certain requirements or standards to be understandable and to talk the same language and the same story. So this is biodiplomacy.
And when you say that we have to harness historical strengths and diversity, does that mean that with the case of Lithuania, if we talk about green tech, we have to, if I understood it correctly, we have to look back at us being, the country of farmers and look for green solutions there? Or would you phrase that differently?
Yes, historical strengths and diversity, it's both for research and for business. We can take long periods back where our agriculture famous 90s, 40s, the export hires, mid-high and things like that. There from our strengths comes and the business comes. And to build up cultured meat story, so you need that strength historical. For the researchers, being Kaunas University of Technology representative, we were too much in processing meat. And this, how easy come with us cultured meat story. This is what I meant to say, that you can say that it's much higher success rate once you have historical pattern.
Okay.
Definitely there are cases, other cases, but scientific papers shows that you dare to step into nowhere more brave.
Let's extract some more examples of recent biotech innovations that everybody would consider being the most promising and also the most promising for advancing the bio economy, be it from your companies or elsewhere. Just let's share some good examples. So you represent the company which is called Novozymes, right?
Well, actually, it's called Novonesis today because we just merged with another Danish biotech company.
Oh,
but
we were not updated enough. Sorry for this.
Novozymes, yes, that's correct. And
what do you do? Tell us.
We do biosolutions. We do industrial biotechnology. Novozymes is a company that has worked with enzyme development, enzyme technology, enzyme production. We have enabled protein production at a very high level. We work with yeast for fuel purposes, and now with Christian Hansen joining, we also work with cultures for a number of different applications.
What would you consider the most promising innovation then in the field of green tech?
Well, if we start with the technology advancements that have happened over the last couple of years, then now we are in Vilnius, and it's impossible not to say CRISPR. So that is advancing industrial biotechnology immensely, not because it enables us to do new things, but it enables us to do things much faster and in a much more automated fashion. And that's the second part, that's automation of the whole thing, data-driven design. We are getting into much more into artificial intelligence. Perhaps in the beginning you would more call it machine learning, but these are drivers of a lot of the innovation that we do.
How advanced are you with AI?
I would say we are more advanced with machine learning than with AI. When it comes to proteins, understanding proteins, then a lot of progress has been made. You can get protein structures using AlphaFold, sort of just by punching in a sequence, you will have the structure immediately. You can make predictions in a completely different way than you used to be able to. So I would say that as technology drivers, these are very important. So if we look at what is coming, and also at the themes of this talk here, I think for the more transformational developments that we will see, their power to X, that is an extremely important thing that is happening now. The ability to use electricity to pretty much convert anything to anything. That is something that will also play a very big role in biotechnology. Our company is involved in a project now funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Novo Nordisk Foundation on converting carbon dioxide into protein by first reducing carbon dioxide into acetic acid and then fermenting the acetic acid into protein. And a number of other universities and companies are working on things similar so that you can have a truly circular carbon economy. You can start with a raw material that is really a problem and convert it into something very useful. What it takes, that is extremely cheap energy and lots of it.
So that's a very good prospect. Nando, what about Nando? Electricity to convert anything to anything. Does that sound that it's something relevant to you?
Sorry?
I'm now referring to Nando.
So electricity is a crucial process, like crucial energy resources for all sorts of material conversion, including biotechnology, which we are doing. Sadly, so far, to be economically viable for big-scale fermentation, we still have to rely on gas generators, as I believe Novozymes do as well. It's when you go up to like 1,000 liters and up, basically it's really difficult to work with electrical generators, and much more viable solution, at least for us, is gas generator. But it's still some form of electricity, and it's much more local-based, much more conversion from one materials to another's, comparing with something like chemical synthesis and fertilizers production or other plant protection products production. And as we are doing that in biotech way with active microbials, it's obviously much less carbon footprint. And additionally, microbials do a lot of impact to the soil itself by increasing carbon absorption. And Novozymes is actually going to the new partnership, as I know, into the similar direction with strains development and biotechnology involvement in their portfolio. So yeah, we are almost everybody looking to the same direction. And I would add also that the main tendency, is genetics. In genetics everywhere. Strain selection, strain identification, possibly gene editing with CRISPR technology, and NGT in European Union is now considered as much more favorable than it used to be with GMO. So we probably will not be lag behind so much in terms of innovations as we were with previous cycle with GMO comparing with USA. So genetics is everywhere and about everything. And then with genetics comes big data, artificial intelligence, and data modeling, which helps to go with new products and new iterations.
So the next big trend, or the current big trend, genetics.
For sure, for sure.
Anything else?
Second big trend is that fermentation as a technology is applied more and more. So today even we had the discussion with the Department of Health Science in West Lithuania, the head of the department from in West Lithuania, and we discussed that it's really difficult for Europeans now to compete with USA Inflation Reduction Act, which is not about inflation whatsoever, but they in USA and also in Canada are investing a lot into the fermentation as a facility. And it's kind of reminds me like it was with the roads. Roads were developed for car industry to really expand, when fibers were developed for internet to be expanded, and now like all types of biotech and fermentation facilities in USA, which is very, very much promoted, are created just to generate new ideas, because like globally 98% of all fermentation capacity is used, and there's the demand and new iteration products are coming much more faster than the capacity afterwards. So yeah, so trends are the capacity increasement and new technologies, new areas, and alongside in every single step, either we talk about plants or bacteria or food engineering, whatever, we basically looking to the gene editing and data-driven models.
Would you just say a couple of words on what Nando does specifically?
Maybe I want to emphasize one thing, that what I see as a trend, we as a still small and medium enterprise to be on the same level or being in front of multinationals who are investing a lot into this area as well, we have to get very different approach. While multinationals can get all this stuff like AI modeling, big data processing, genetic sequencing in really big quantities in-house, we are like developing all these technologies in-house and investing in that. We have
Which
to rely.
means that it's much more expensive, or what does that?
No, I mean that they can do that, do this capital investment and do everything like in-house, basically, or acquire new startups. For companies like ours, we have to work on a bit different model and work with collaboration, basically. So, and it's a good thing that there are more and more specialized startups in the industry. One is maybe working with some genetic sequencing data and analysis. Another working with AI modeling of new candidates selection. Another was working with some editing and strains modeling or metabolite analysis or soil analysis, like all sorts of startups in very specific areas. And then we can do collaboration and combining the knowledge from different startups, use these most freshest technologies on developing our own products without being so big in terms of potential capital investment. So this is the trend which really can be seen, and this collaboration is basically necessary for companies like ours to survive this competition from big multinationals.
Nerijus, what about LeFood and collaboration?
Well, first of all, we are doing vertical farming. So if someone still don't know what this means, it means we have big warehouse where we grow lettuce and herbs, basically. Yeah, 3 years ago I was economist, financial guy. But last year we opened the biggest in Europe vertical farm here in Vilnius, in Lithuania. So that switch from financial side to vertical farm, it's because of collaboration, because everything started from one guy idea and it went through some process and ended up where we are now. So,
but would you mean someone in the financial sector that shared the idea and then other people joined them? Or would you tell us more about the process, how you went from finance and into vertical farming?
So basically, I was part of a venture capital fund.
And now you're growing lettuce.
And now I'm growing lettuce. Yeah, nice switch. It's yeah, basically one. Let's say my ex-colleague came for looking for some money to his idea, and that's how, let's say, we met again and found some common points to do. Yeah, but about the collaboration, if we are going to let's say a bit serious, we collaborate with Taiwanese company, which are one of the pioneer in the world of this vertical farm. So we don't wanna say again find out how to make a bicycle again and discover this from the step zero. We choose collaboration with partners who knows about technology itself. What we add the knowledge about the market, about the sales, finance, and everything what can be, let's say, found out back in Taiwan. So we collaborate quite a lot, and we collaborate on different levels, and even Taiwanese are working here in Lithuania, and yeah, as I said, in many different ways.
So then, what are the trends, the current trends and future trends that you see?
I might talk about vertical farming, where I can talk a bit more. So, first of all, it was a trend 10 years ago. It started 10 years ago. It was very nice stories about 10, hundreds, millions raised money in such as startups. Last year, maybe 2 years ago, it started collapse, and everyone noticed that okay, this $billion of valuations is about nothing. Okay, there's lots of technology, but to get let's say this economical way to earn money, like this EBITDA line, it's very difficult. And that's why we, from the day one, we choose to go to let's say EBITDA way. So we very sensitive about our capital and invest where we need. And we want to be the first European vertical farm which is profitable. So we started last year. We think we can do monthly profit this year. So yeah, it would be quite a good achievement in this field. So I would say back from big ideas, big valuations, and back to the ground where, let's say, money starts to make a shift in this field.
Thank you. We now have Raimundas Juknevičius with us. Lietuviškai?
Taip.
Pasakykit.
In Lithuanian, tell me please, how would you say and what would you say? What are the best examples of best practices? Because we talked about farmers, to what extent they want to be only farmers, to have other knowledge, and also when we speak in different formats, to what extent they are eager to apply new technologies and also to think about those new technologies. Can you give certain examples on farmers that implemented and were driven by motivation in agriculture and are happy about that? Well, agriculture is 125,000 farmers. If we're to talk in statistical terms, I represent Farmers Association, and in this association, this community, the most progressive farms are the farms that can survive, self-sustain from farming. And the Farmers Union have progressive members that are eager to apply innovations and be one step ahead than their colleagues. They want to be leaders in their own field. Leaders meaning higher income, and this is very important for business. Well, if we're to talk about technologies in agriculture, agriculture has lots of branches, and each branch has its own biotechnologies that are most important to them. What comes to your mind? What is the pioneer of biotech? I work in the plant sector. For me, soil is the main resource, and the efficiency of soil, retaining the efficiency of soil is most important. So to have a balance of microorganisms, to reduce fertilizers is important. And what technologies help us to do that? Well, colleagues, I think, who produce products are the ones, and we're the ones that try out these products. Of course, we do want to have graded products that need to be experimented on, and we need to get assurance which products are most efficient in terms of nitrogen fixing. Also, also to think about the technologies that help organic materials to split. We experiment in our farms, but it's good that we have really good farmers, but we sometimes miss good initiatives. We do have the consulting companies, but what we lack is the proposals of ideas how can we be economically more viable, and how can we really select good products. So it's difficult to select the products, too many ideas. I think that, yes, the supply is so big, it's very difficult to find the ones that are most efficient. There are Lithuanian producers, there are products that are imported, we're talking about fungi, bacteria, and we compare such products and you understand why the efficiency is so different. Because, for example, Lithuanian climate is not really friendly to certain products. Yeah, sometimes we face extreme conditions, wetlands, and or we have dry spells. But in any case, now I'm speaking about the plant growing sector, but let me also say that biotechnologies are important in animal husbandry sector. Animal husbandry, bovines, selection of bovines, of their breeds, for them to be more productive and to emit methane as little as possible. Also, the manure has an unpleasant smell. And we also have products that reduce this smell and help to retain good properties in this product, which is a byproduct. And it becomes a fertilizer. It does not, then the nitrogen does not evaporate. So agriculture is also a source of raw materials for bioindustry. The wish of our leaders is to collect as much information as possible to apply it. Also, every business wants a guaranteed result with as little investment as possible. So these would be our expectations.
An innovation that you consider the most promising for advancing the bioeconomy?
First, you're making jokes on my leg, then you're making difficult questions to me, yeah?
Okay, I can ask something that will be simpler. Because you're an investor and you're talking to startups a lot, what are the trends that you see in basically that will help the bioeconomy? Are young people willing to go into this area, or do they find it too regulatory, too many rules, as someone said in the previous panel?
I will answer this part and then I will make a remark about what Nerijus was mentioning about the EBITDA, not the valuation, because I like the comment. It's very rare when I hear those things, but you're from VC, so you understand how to do it. So answering the first part is that I wouldn't say that I see some specific directions which will break through. If I would say that and then after 2 years it will fail, everyone would say that I'm a scammer or whatever.
Yeah.
So not exactly that. In what I believe that in the biotech, when I was talking and in the first panels, people were saying that the biotech, it's not a sector, right? It's a cross-sectorial thing. So what I believe is that the technologies has to be done in cross-science discipline way. And to combine the chemists, the agronomists, the mathematicians, the physicists, and when you're combining different disciplines, then the magic happens. So this is what I believe. And when I'm looking at the startups and
do you see any of that cross-science collaboration startups that would have already discussed with many people from different areas before they come to pitch their ideas?
There are many, I mean, and I think that when the folks will come from other hall and we'll hear the winner, so that will be the answer. But I don't want to pin and point, one, and especially where we put some money. But then what I feel now is that, a lot of startups, what I don't like, is that a lot of startups are willing to raise the valuation by using the buzzwords as the green, as the biotech, even though it touch base somehow, those topics. And what I see, and I think Grigoris will say the same, is that, startups are not looking on the profitability, what Nerijus was saying, but they are looking how to put the value of the company on the paper higher and higher. And as more buzzwords you unite, as more value you, hypothetically on the paper, you create to the VC funds. And I will just, to wrap up, give you a short example, because this year I'm fighting with the VCs where I put my money. And there are two examples. I cannot tell the names, but, one, cool guys, really hard workers, I mean the fund managers. And, they were kind of like quiet for the past year. Yes, they were sending some reports, but nothing, super proactive. And then they announced, like the second part of last year, that they sold only one company, half of the company out of 20. What they had in the portfolio on that half of their own shares of that one company out of 20 returned almost half of all the investments for all the investors to the fund. And they were not, promoting the valuation of the companies, how totally, hypothetically we are rich on the paper and this and that. So it's amazing. I mean, quiet guys, hard work is showing the result. The best result to myself is when I receive the incoming transfer of the euros into my account. Very clear. No need to talk about it. Now, the other fund was reaching me when I was now traveling in those countries where I was telling and showing the pictures during my speech. And he, started to do the long preamble about the way how they did the, the due deal and the audit of one of, big 5 companies. And then big 5 auditor said that the valuation of the portfolio now increased 4 times. I'm saying, mate, how much money you wired to my bank account after the primary investment? Which was exactly 0. Meaning that, I cannot print out that email and go to the bar and said, can you deduct from my valuation of the cash and give me a cocktail? Cash in the account is cash in the account. It's very simple. As Grigoris was saying, all the investors are looking to invest money and to get the profit. Simple as that. Damn all the valuations make actual money happen. So as was Nerijus saying, that they were focusing more on the EBITDA and the profitability instead of hypothetical valuations to do M&A or something like that. Respect. Dot.
Do you want to comment on this, Nerijus, or maybe just on the very idea which Augustas has said that, I don't like startups sort of hiding under the buzzwords because they are trendy?
Oh, maybe a very short comment, like funny one, how to double your valuation now, just to add AI to your name and that's it.
So that's another buzzword.
Yeah.
Do you hate that as well, Augustas? AI? Is it a buzzword that annoys you because that, they have added it because it's trendy again?
It's no offense for other colleagues who are working harder on AI, but
it's in a way true, as continuing the story about doubling the valuation is go to 2000s, and whatever you're doing, even you're doing the automotive parts at .com. If you're doing something with the .com and internet those times, you are getting 10, 100 times more money. So that's true, but so that was when people were scamming the investors, 2000s. Now without the internet, most probably we cannot imagine our life. With the AI, it's also a lot of scammers in the industry, because AI, by definition, is not the algorithm what calculates something or indicates something. It's a little bit more broader. And yes, but I think that after 10 years, within those 10 years, a lot of people will lose money. A lot of people will lose jobs. A lot of people will lose friends. This, that. It's going to be a problem. But me personally, I cannot imagine the life, firstly, without AI in 10 years, and even I cannot imagine how the AI will look like. It's kind of creepy, you know?
So there is nothing, Karsten, wrong with adding AI next to every idea.
Well, at least where I come from, AI, that is not the objective. That's a tool that you can utilize. So if you look at the outcome of the industry that I'm in, I don't think anyone cares for how we get to the final result.
Yeah.
They care for what we can actually accomplish. So we are not a company promising products for, we actually do promise products. But we do have products on the market, so it's evolving from there. So it's an established industry. So I think this more applies to something completely new. So I wouldn't say in the industry that I'm in, that's not an issue.
There is a very interesting question, which sounds very elaborate, but we'll just try to get, I think I will ask you to name a trend each, or a field each, because the question goes as follows. Many speakers today have called for digitalization of farming. Please tell us top 3 or top 5, I would say top 1 is enough, areas or processes which should be digitalized first. Jonas.
So I would go maybe with towards a bit where we are working, and it would be soil biota genetic analysis. Why so? Because we are, I believe, in agriculture, we are in precision farming 1.0, like we do the scanning of fields, main NPKs analysis, and when we can use precisely main mineral fertilizers. But I strongly believe that precision farming 2.0 will be then the collection of data from soil biota will be collected, and startups in this area are emerging. And based on that data, especially with big data modeling, we need still some time and the technologies to get cheaper, but it will come eventually. Farmers, and it was very good remark that it's difficult to select a biological product which would, with highest chance, would give the best result. So for this selection, sometimes, as we are doing inoculants, like live microorganisms, to be put either to the soil or, as colleague said, to the manure, sometimes maybe it's not the best option. I'm talking a bit against our own company, but it's like it is, because knowing what's inside your soil, how main colonies of bacteria and fungi interconnect, what is chemical and physical and biological structure of a soil, all this data collected, then prediction models can suggest you what you need to do. Maybe it's not inoculant of microbials, but maybe it's some seaweed extract or other biostimulant which would give potentially the biggest impact. And maybe it's lower pH level soil or a bit higher with salts in the soil. So you need specific bacteria which can survive high saltiness of the soil better than in other conditions. So this, at the moment, we are applying these products and these technologies, biological technologies, a bit blindly, and this is the way how we created our products. We have consortiums of many strains to be sure that at least some of them will do the effect. But towards the future, in like 10 years, I believe farmers will be able to get the soil sample and get the data about the biota of chemical, physical, and biological parameters of the soil, and prediction model, prediction answer, what products should be used with highest potential to be really effective. So this is the future towards which we have to go.
Okay, Mr. Juknevičius, how does that sound to you? Taking out, a bit of soil and getting everything about the biota and paėmė, aš kaip suprantu, žemės gabalą ir
puiku supratau klausimą ir būtų būtų labai puiku, kad galima būtų turėti maksimumą duomenų, kurios modeliuojant galima būtų pasiekti tą rezultatą versle. Kiekvienam versle yra geidžiamas rezultatas, tai yra su mažiau pasiekti daugiau. Tai šitoje vietoje net kartais agronomai ir svajojame apie tokį dalyką, kad gal tas dirbtinis intelektas mums kada leis truputį atsikvėpti, nes po kiekvienų metų visą laiką darom tą patį pratimą. Susirenkam agronomai tarpusavį ir kalbamės apie tai, o ką padarėm ne taip, kažkur padarėm klaidų, kažkodėl negavom tą geriausią rezultatą, kokio galėjom turėti. Tai šitoje vietoje, manau, dar mielai atiduotumėm dirbtiniam intelektui išspręsti tą amžiną klausimą ir būtumėm labai laimingi, kad tas dirbtinis intelektas galėtų apriepti tiek būtent duomenų, kuriuos jau dabar galime gauti, o ateityje, aišku, tų duomenų tik tais didės. Tai juo labiau ir kalbam dar ir apie tai, kad mes, jeigu kalbam apie dirvą, tai mums svarbu iš tikrųjų, kas joje yra. Ir atitinkamai tada labai dar daug variacijų yra, ką galima į tą dirvą įdėti tai, kad gauti tą geriausią rezultatą. Tai tiek kombinacijų yra tai, kad tam dirbtiniam intelektui tenais tikriausiai dar reikės paprakaituoti.
Bet ką tada kaip jūs atsakytumėte į tą klausimą? Pasakykit kažkokią tai sritį arba procesą, kuris pirmiausia turi būti skaitmenizuotas, kalbant apie žemės ūkį. Kaip pats atsakytumėt? Nes aš vieno taip ir neišgirdau. Aš tik išgirdau pakomentavimą, kiek būtų svarbu tai, ką pasiūlė Jonas.
Atsiprašau, ne visai išgirdau klausimą. Dar kartą, jei galima.
Žiūrėkit, klausimas yra toks, kuris atėjo iš publikos. Please tell us top 3 areas or processes which should be digitalized first.
Kurios pirmiausia turėtų skaitmenizuotis. Lietuvos žemės ūkis.
Well, in Lithuania, 70% of agriculture is covered by planting sector. So first of all, maybe we should digitalize planting sector. And we already have the process here, which has already started. So first of all, it would be good to achieve 100% coverage in this area. As colleagues said, understanding the composition of soil, then applying fertilization there, and I believe that would achieve great results by applying digitalization here. Our Farmers Union also had request for the politicians that digitalization in this area could be supported first. I believe that fertilization and its optimization by digitalization would yield biggest effect. Another area would be animal husbandry. I'm here not a great expert, but I believe that they face similar problems. So it should be looked at those areas that would have greatest economic potential. So I would not elaborate here.
There is a specific question that someone is asking you. Did you want to comment on the top digitalization trends in farming? Or do you want to... Okay, Karsten, you represent a global innovative company.
Yes.
What advice would you give to smaller innovators and Lithuania as a country to advance bioeconomy? That's a very good question, I think. Thank you.
Yes, I think what I experience when I talk to startup companies, SMEs, that is that they're usually, or many of them, they are very good at early innovation. They are very good at coming up with products. What they cannot do, that is to bring the products to the market. So this whole chain from having a product to actually being able to produce it, to scale it up, to have it in a system where you can actually produce it, meeting a price that is compatible with the market or appeals to the market. that seems to fail. And we actually do have in our company, and I know many similar companies similar to us, they pick up a lot of these projects from small companies simply because they have the inability to scale up. So I think what is important, that is biomanufacturing capabilities, scale-up capabilities, to have an environment of companies that can actually do that. I experience that a lot of the small companies express that it's hard to find CMOs that can help them with and CROs that can help them with these things. Once they get to that level, at least if you are in the food industry or in the feed industry, then what I experience is that many European companies that want their products on the European market, they start thinking about the regulatory aspects and product authorization very late. And you actually have, with the system that we have in the EU today, you have to think about that from day one. We now have the transparency regulation, meaning that all of the experiments that you need to demonstrate safety of your product, that has to be reported from the very early days. So what I very often experience is that small companies did not do that. So they will have to repeat a lot of the things that they did very early on simply to live up to these requirements. And they simply don't have the capital to do that. So that's, and combining that with that the time for actually getting an authorization is very long in the EU, that is a killer.
Thank you so much for that insight. Augustus, what can we do? What else can we do to bring the products to the market faster, which is the problem highlighted in one of the initial first sessions today as well? So let's come back to this idea again and highlight some of the aspects.
I think first thing what has to be done is to make the products. Because in the startup ecosystem, it's 10 times more usable work, the prototyping, than making the product. Because when you're doing the prototype, you know, in your office, at home, in the basement or the garage, as it was used when Microsoft was starting, you know, most probably it's going to work. Or even in the laboratory, if it's more deep science stuff. But when you want to test it in actual environment, in real life, it fails. And when someone said statistic that 80% of startups are failing, so 95% of prototypes are failing. So this is one thing. And people want, and I know that it's easier as the founder of the, I mean, almost 20 years back, I also was founder of the company and I was trying to fool myself because it's easier. And nowadays it's the same. I mean, for people, because when they find the company, they really believe in it, right? And they want to make up some kind of milestone which is reachable. So to make MVP or a prototype, it's way more reachable than to set up a goal for yourself that you will bring the product to the market. I mean, prototyping is one of the milestones or in the pipeline of building the product, of course. But I see a little bit of lack of people trying actually to make the product instead of prototype. So this is one thing. And second, I would say that people, especially from high-tech startups, need to remember that the cure of the cancer in a shelf, hidden somewhere in the closet, it will not raise the awareness in the market. I mean, you need to go to sell, to be ashamed many, many times, to be refused and rejected 1,000 times. And you need to go through it. I mean, then, of course, depends. It might be not the founder, it might be one of the core team. But without the sales, you cannot bring the product to the market.
Thank you. So make products, not prototypes. Don't be afraid to be ashamed. What else, Jonas?
I just want to elaborate on what was said. And when at Nando we are asked, and we have together with the board and CEO always the same answer. What is most important for your company? Like how do you manage your company? What's the most important for you? So we always say we have only two important things: R&D and sales. All the rest, marketing, human resources, finances, they simply exist to support R&D and sales. That's it. Simple as that. If the question which raised for finances or marketing or any other department or even production or like real everyday production is what we should do or not to do, the question is if their action helps either in R&D or sales. It begins with R&D and ends with sales. It's all about that. Everything else is much less important.
What barriers does the biotech industry face, and why is the bio revolution not happening faster? And that's a question to everybody. Would you have any idea?
I can start with. That depends. To my mind, first of all, is knowledge. Second thing is motivation. And it depends if you are alone or if you are in a team. And it depends if you have historical data or you are fresh one. So it's in different situations we have different barriers to overcome. And when people come to our university, we tell them stories. Again, I'm back to the story. Because you see certain barriers that comes to the client or to the startup or to the human being. And from this point, you can tell them together the barriers that he would face. And if he faced the barriers, we need to show the road or pathway how to fasten those processes to reach up circular bioeconomy goals. So that depends, barriers, but I think lack of knowledge and lack of motivation, and started thinking from yourself, where I am, what I'm doing to fasten things, and then coming to the company and even more.
Karsten, why is the bio-revolution not happening faster?
I think there are several reasons. If you look at Europe isolated, then the regulatory system that I talked about, that is definitely slowing things down. The other, perhaps even more important global driver, that is that the non-sustainable technologies that we are competing against, they are dirt cheap. Oil is dirt cheap. If you look at a carbon atom and the price of a carbon atom, then it's a lot cheaper from oil than it is from any of the feedstocks that we can get for biotech. Then there's also something about conservatism. Consumers, citizens, they are reluctant to accept many of the solutions that we can provide. I think these three things, I would say they are probably the most important.
You have mentioned the society, and I want to pick up on that. Before I do that, I just want to make sure and double check whether that you coming back means we have the winner already. Okay, so a couple of more minutes and we'll award someone. There's a question from the audience, actually. Which brings us back to bringing a product to the market, which is difficult. They say staying in the market shelf is even more difficult. What role, what power does the society have, and how can we include them in the process, make the society aware of these new products and impact on a global scale? That's, again, an important question, and maybe, Jonas, you want to touch upon this one, to answer this one, or Nerijus.
You can start. Maybe I will go shortly, Nerijus will expand. So society, it depends in which location we are talking about. I have difficult to say anything more about regulation environment, what is not said yet. And we, as Europeans, have to really critically look to how much regulation we put on ourselves. And I will give just a couple of examples. For example, new trend worldwide is drone spraying and drone sprayings are for agriculture allows to use much less water, to do it much more precisely, much more effectively. Everybody involved use that. In Europe, it's practically illegal to use crop protection products with drones. It goes completely against Green Deal ideas, but it's simply illegal. It is as it is. And for example, one more case from our work. We do microbials, which we put spores on mineral fertilizer granules, on top of them or inside of them. And we get enormously good results. All the trials are really good. Basically, to promote it fully transparently, it's in Europe also illegal due to the regulation. The only way how we do that, we declare microbes as impurities in the fertilizer. So it's cross-cornering and all this stuff, which is so nonsense when you think about potential, what it does for farming, how much more effective it does the farming. But in every corner you face regulatory barriers and to understand that you do almost everything illegally. So this is the Europe, how we're working.
Amen.
Nerijus, would you agree? Regulatory barriers or the societal barriers? What is it that stops us from
I wanted to say something about regulatory, but I would avoid this word. It was mentioned so many times, so yeah, but I would say what we can do, let's say, despite all this regulatory, it's educate. So just educate the market about your product, about what you're doing, and show that it's nothing, I don't know, dangerous, unhealthy, or something else.
But what do you mean by educating the market? Promoting your product, basically.
It could be like this said, but for example, we are growing in different way. So what we are doing, we are not saying that, oh, regulator can't, they are not allowing us to put, let's say, organic label, yeah, because we are not growing in soil, but in the water. But okay, we, all of us, facing the same stuff in Europe, but we educate, we invite children, we invite partners to show how we grow, what we are doing, why we differentiate, why we are not using pesticides, why we are, let's say, on the market shelves like in 1 or 2 days, why makes us different from others. So yeah, it could be mentioned as advertising, as sales, but we call it education.
That's a very poetic way to put it. Augustas, one final comment. What do we have to do for the bioevolution to start happening faster?
I don't know. I can tell you why it's not happening.
Yeah, but I mean, that would be the core of it.
I wouldn't be here and I would be billionaire already, but so there is no holy grail. But I would say that it cannot happen faster than it's happening now because of the greed. Because of the greed of the capital. And you know, when
people essentially, the greed of people.
Who owns the capital?
Yeah.
This is what I want to say. Because you know, when we are talking about the investments, it's way easier and faster to return the investments on super scalable things. Apps, marketplaces, this, that, what you can scale up from Lithuania to Shanghai now. You know? When we are talking about the biotech and the real products with the real manufacturing, it's not scalable that fast. Yes, maybe you can scale by selling the IP, selling technology, but still the adoption, different markets, this, that, construction. I mean, it takes time. And then for the investors, they have to be strategic and they have to have the attitude on the long run. Then we are going and narrowing our bottleneck to about 10% of the capital. Plus, not all of them are going and like the biotech, you know? So that's the main problem. I mean, long run, it's going to be breakthrough for sure. But because investors are greedy, which is absolutely true, me, myself as well.
And absolutely normal in a sense.
Kind of, yes. So that's why, I mean, there is really kind of specified capital, which is ready to put the money on the long run, because out of these technologies will pop up different industries and this and that. So greed of the capital, my answer would be.
Okay, that's very interesting. Let's not be as greedy. Let's be very sincere when we congratulate the Startup Pitch winner, who will be announced very, very briefly. I'm going to stop here and I'm going to ask everybody to give the panelists a very big round of applause before we let them go. And I'm guessing we'll get someone from the Innovation Agency here. It will be Christina. Very nice. You open this up and you will now make these final, very significant comments, and you will probably announce the winner, and we will all be happy and cheerful, and we give out all of our energy to congratulate them, as I said. So yes, the floor is yours. I'm leaving.
Thank you, Jivila. Thank you so much. Well, big applause to Jivila. Such fantastic moderation. I know the day was very long. Just very briefly, let me to summarize what we have done today. And I think we've done a lot. Congratulations on successful event to everyone. So the path forward is very clear. It requires our collective action. We can agree on that. Commitment, creativity, and I really liked the word attitude. This is very important. So our next steps are very crucial. And what are those steps? Of course, enhance collaboration, support innovation and research in bioeconomy, empower youth and women, advance policy and strategy, and of course, raise awareness. So once again, this is the sum up of the summit. But we have very important announcement. In the next hall, maybe some of you have participated, we have had fantastic startups pitch. I have heard the competition was very intense, and some of the startups just little bit, but didn't made it. So do not turn your heads down. Try every time more and more. Now, I'm going to announce one name which almost made to the top 3, but didn't. But the jury members told to me that just to announce them and to encourage them to come again, because they were very, very close to top 3. And that's the Startup Integral Solutions. So big applause. Okay, so now I'm going to invite top 3. We don't know which place you have taken, but please. Freya. Biohifas. Here, please. Okay, we have 2 guys already here, and Kulagenas. Now you made it to the top 3. I'm going to invite the organizers of the pitch session, that's Innovation Agency, Carolina, please join us, Trakšelytė Rupšienė, Smart Specialization Coordinator and Biotech Lab, Breakthrough Areas Department, Innovation Agency. And
I would like to thank all presenters for your brilliant presentations, and you were all worth to win, and it was not an easy decision, but the winner is...
Hold on. Let me call for Dominikas also. Let me invite another organizer of the pitch session, Dominikas Milašius, Ventures Partner at Baltic Sandbox Ventures and co-founder and Delta Bioscience. So, okay, now the winner is Kulagenas. Let me just say that this lady has graduated from our program at EAT Food, Empowering Women in Agri-Food. She was in top 3.
I'm so sorry. A quick word of notice. We're a small country, so ethics is important. Out of these 3 finalists, 2 are members of Baltic Sandbox Ventures family, and it was only natural that I relinquished my duties as a jury member, and I did not vote on the final 3. And yet, if you look at this from a humoresque lens, you will see that one part of the top 3 is not yet a Baltic Sandbox Ventures family member. And it is therefore with the utmost esteem that we would like to invite Collagenna Smart Broth into our incubation program. And it's a special prize that we're nominating to this company because we're impressed of what they're doing and the IP portfolio that they're hosting. So congratulations again, and thank you for today.
So once again, thank you so much. And downstairs, please stay for the nice networking. Welcome.